If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife.
I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, where the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
To be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
God bless the USA.
God bless the USA.
From the lakes of Minnesota
to the hills of Tennessee,
across the plains of Texas, oh, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd rather stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. God bless this country. And I'm proud to be an American. Today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless, please bless the USA.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
Good morning, well, actually good afternoon, and welcome to the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. I'm Loman Henry, joined by David Taylor. And Dave, we planned on being here back in March. Things got a little off track, didn't they?
Well, yes, just a bit, but it's good to be here now.
Well, we're here now. Unfortunately, we are at the Radisson Penn Harris, and that is in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, where we have the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference every year. And normally we have about 700 or 800 of our closest friends here with us. Regrettably today, because of the draconian policies of the Wolf administration, we unfortunately don't have an in-person audience. But we do have a Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And we have a full agenda of speakers today and also tomorrow morning. And we thank you very much for joining us. We are, by the way, kicking off, Dave, our 31st annual Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. Certainly very different from anything that we've had before.
Yes, sir. But again, we're grateful to the Radisson Penn Harris for hosting us here, and we're grateful to all of you for being with us virtually.
And to get us started, we would like to begin with an opening prayer, and we would like to ask to please come to the podium State Representative Stephanie Borowitz from Lycoming County, and Representative Borowitz will lead us in a moment of prayer. Representative?
Thank you. When you're sworn in, you're given a Bible. And I wrote a little letter to my boys. Hopefully they'll pass this down when I'm no longer here. But I wanted to read it before I pray, if that's okay. And I just wrote and said, to my boys, keep this as a memory for me to always fight for freedom. This Bible is the rock upon which our great republic rests. Let my grandkids and great-grandkids know that their family fought to uphold the principles in this living and active Word of God. It will be up to your generation to do the same. He is faithful and has always upheld our cause because of the covenant we made with him. This is it. This is the rock upon which our republic rests. Let's pray. Jesus, we thank you, Lord, today for this conference. Father, we pray that you be in it. Lord Jesus, direct their steps, the speakers, Lord. For without you, Jesus, we are nothing, God. But in you we live, we move, and we have our being, God. We pray, Father, that you lead us to victory in the next 40 days, God, in this election, Lord, that everything is at stake, Father, God, but we trust in you, Jesus, and lean not into our own understanding, but acknowledge you, God, and you shall direct our steps, God. So we love you, we thank you, Father, and we pray, Father God, that you give us our nation, God. It says in your word to ask of you, and you will give us the nations, and we're asking for America, for the Commonwealth, Lord Jesus, that our foundation is upon you, Father. We pray for Franklin Graham tomorrow, God, as he marches, Lord, in Washington, D.C., God, that it's significant, that you protect them, God, and that we, Jesus, rebuild our walls upon you. So we thank you, we praise you, Jesus. We give you all the praise and glory for anything good done, Lord Jesus. And we fully depend upon you, Lord. So we love you in the powerful and mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Representative. Before we have Dave introduce our first speaker, I'd like to just give you a bit of an overview on what we have planned for today. We are going to begin with State Senator Doug Mastriano, and then we have a great panel on reining in the big bad wolf, which, Dave, I think is going to be one of the most lively panels of the Leadership Conference.
Very timely.
Kellyanne Pigeon from Armed and Feminine will be here a little later. We're also going to have State Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill and State Representative Don Kiefer. Corey DeAngelis from the Reason Foundation is going to be here to kick off a segment we're going to be doing on school choice, followed by a panel that will be moderated by Otto Banks from the Reach Alliance. We're also going to be talking about combating environmental extremism with Rebecca Euler from the National Federation of Independent Business moderating that. Josh Nolf from the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania will be here with a compelling video on the new Entrepreneur Protection Program. And one segment I'm particularly looking forward to, we have our good friend John Gizzi. And John Gizzi has been, I think, at probably more leadership conferences than anybody since the very beginning back in 1989. He currently writes and works for Newsmax. John will be joining us to do a segment with Dr. Paul Kengor from the Center for Vision and Values at Grove City College. Actually, it's now the Institute for Faith and Freedom. They've rebranded. John and Paul are going to do a segment on the state of the conservative movement, and we're also going to hear from Congressman Dan Muser. And a program note, tomorrow morning, the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference resumes at 7 a.m., and we will have Jeff Coleman and former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum kicking off with what would normally be our breakfast segment if we actually had people here. And we have an exciting agenda throughout the entire morning, ending up with a lunchtime presentation, at which point State Republican Party Chairman Lawrence Tabus will be joined by a panel including Rose Tennant, Jeffrey Lord, Bernie Comfort, and Vernon Robinson, talking about keeping Pennsylvania red in the upcoming November election. So we have 2 days of exciting programming here for you, and hope that you will tune in for most of that. And with that, David, if you'd like to say a few words about our first speaker.
Well, yes, thank you, Loman. I want to welcome to the podium now our kickoff speaker, retired U.S. Army Colonel, distinguished military author, lecturer at the U.S. Army War College, and now a first-term lawmaker from Franklin County, our friend, State Senator Doug Mastriano.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you. Thanks for putting the event on. It's the most critical time in our nation's history. I don't think in modern times we have a more perilous election we're walking into. Our founding fathers promised us and said rightly that we're given certain inalienable rights. And the thing that Joe Biden couldn't say, what these rights are given by our Creator, by God, the right to life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness. And in these days that try our souls here, never before have Pennsylvanians been so much under the gun and have their freedoms been so under threat and at risk and suspended by a governor who's overreached with tyrannical powers. And anytime he gets a rebuff from the General Assembly or the courts, he comes out with a petulant tantrum, pushing back, never conceding that he's overstepped. But we are heartened and blessed by Judge Stickman's ruling in the Western District. A federal judge ruled that the governor has violated your First and 14th constitutional rights and freedoms. And with the appeal of the governor for a stay, he wants to maintain those powers. Of course, Judge Stickman gave a ruling that pushed back on the governor and said it's not going to happen. These open-ended orders are rebuffed and you can't do it. And of course, the governor comes out just a few days ago, once again, with a petulant tantrum, pushing back and refusing to concede that he's overstepped and violated your freedoms. It's a strange time we live in, that's for sure. And I'm sure most of you saw my 29th episode of Where is Wolf, where I go to the Capitol and started doing this about 6 months ago to see if he's there and what's going on in his office, and the door is always locked solidly. I'm sure there's all sorts of cobwebs and what have you behind the door. Latest episode 29, was just a couple days ago, and he's still not there. I sure hope he's okay. We have those occasional press conferences where he makes appearing, kind of like Elvis, and then he's given fixed, easy softball questions that are just a little bit harder than what's your favorite color, and he can't even answer them coherently. And I was sad to see it was the same just a couple days ago when he had his short press conference. And he was asked about what the judge ruled. And, of course, the governor is attacking the legislator and the judge as being irresponsible. And he says the legislator, he says we dither and that we fearmonger. And it's funny, those are terms that I've used to describe him often and frequently the past 6 months. I'm glad he's trolling me. Maybe I'll learn something. But the key thing is the governor needs to get to work, irregardless of his party and his partisanship. He needs to get on board and get in the saddle, get to work. Because he doesn't go, the rest of his staff don't go. And I don't want to hear this nonsense about working from home, because how's that going for us, Pennsylvania? How about that? Your unemployment claims, are they answered quickly, steadfastly? You're getting what you need as a result of the governor's overreach and his powerful edicts. You know, it's a bit comical. One of his first appearances was a few months ago, and he showed up in Philadelphia after all the troubles there, and came out with a sunburn on his head. And some people ask me, is that a Pennsylvania sunburn or elsewhere? I just wondering. Glad he's okay. Glad we have an appearance occasionally with Puxatawny Phil. That's nice. But he needs to get in the saddle. And the pushing back and blaming others for his failings and shortcomings, it's really heartbreaking that we have a governor elected by the people, and he refuses to work with the General Assembly elected by the people. I'm the voice of the 33rd District, and he has not engaged us in any dialogue whatsoever. And in fact, any time we pass legislation to make the state more user-friendly and better for the people in line with science and CDC guidelines, the governor comes back, pushes back, vetoes, and then installs his own edicts that are in line with the laws that we passed that he vetoed, but he has unilateral power. At times when I hear the press conference there, I do hear lots of dithering, lots of confusion. And at times I sit there and I feel like Charlie Brown listening to the teachers talk. It's like, wah, wah, wah. What did he just say? And then when he comes out and says, hey, I'm not an attorney, I'm like, okay, then stop talking there. Do us all a favor, because if you don't know what you're talking about, don't spread any more falsehoods or manipulate us with more deceit and control. But this whole thing here has demonstrated the left's view of America and Pennsylvania specifically underneath the Wolf administration. It's not based on science. It's based on control of your life. Just 3 weeks ago, we had the governor come out in a public area saying anyone who's in a public area needs to wear a mask. Well, he's standing there in a public area without a mask, and I'm like, What about you? Why don't you lead by example? That's one of the great traits of any leader, that you lead from the front by example, and you indeed do what you say. And we look about the other things, the confusion and doubt that's come across from the governor's edicts here. I mean, it's just been a crazy time. You know, God have mercy on your soul if you have a drink without some food after 10 p.m. You're dead. You're dead. According to the governor, you're going to die. The virus is after you. It's going to get you. And but if you put a plate of nachos or something on the side there, some kind of dish approved by Secretary Levine, obviously has no clue what's going on, magically the virus will leave you alone. But the governor worked a deal with COVID, and I'm glad he did this, because now you can have a drink after up till 11 o'clock. That's fantastic. And as long as you have food with it, you're okay. You won't be dead. That is interesting. And the irony of it all, and the inconsistency and hypocrisy of it all doesn't go past us here. We get it. We're in like day 200 of the siege of Pennsylvania. Governor, it's time just to get off our backs and out of our wallets. We're Americans, and these hard-fought-for freedoms here came at a great price, a price that clearly you don't understand. And I will remind you, in 1776, we got rid of the king, so although you may think you're the king of the Susquehanna, you're not. You can't be. We don't consent, because guess what? You get your power from the consent of the people. And we no longer consent. It's time that you get in the saddle and back off of these unconstitutional edicts. And that was a great ruling from Judge Stickman. He said that you have violated our constitutional freedoms, treaded upon our freedoms and rights, especially our right to assembly. You know, it's kind of ironic when you blessed Dauphin County back in June with your grace and mercy to allow it to open up to 25 people outside right here in the Capitol. And then the next day, lo and behold, I see you protesting with thousands. It's like, wait a second, you're being very irresponsible. Where was your social distancing? You're going to harm people's lives and maybe kill them by those actions, Governor Wolf. And then when the media gave you that softball, you know, hey, those are inconsistent, you know, you had that little sheepish look on your face, Governor Wolf, and yeah, maybe it appeared inconsistent. Oh, no kidding. Yes, it was. Something in the military we learned, 30 years active duty, retired as a colonel, is there's two sorts of power that are given to leaders to lead and rule, and lead their organizations, and in your case, to lead our state. And one of them is moral authority, that you lead by example, that you don't go cross with your own words. And second is statutory authority. And guess what, Governor Wolf? You've lost both. You lost your statutory authority under the judgment from Judge Stickman. And I know you'll never concede, sadly. I wish you'd man up and just say, you know what? Yeah, we did overstep and walk as free people, Pennsylvania. But sadly, alas, you won't do that. And on the other side, your moral authority, of course, is rolled back when you demanded people in Dauphin County not to gather in groups of more than 25 back in June. And there you are with cast of thousands with a Blue Lives Murder sign behind your head. How disgusting was that? And did you renounce that? Of course you didn't, because your politics are against law enforcement, and rather advancing a political agenda that's so anti-America, that's so hurtful to people like you and me out there. And with that sign behind your head, Blue Lives Murder, there was a plainclothes police officer protecting you. The irony, oh, the irony. I wonder what that officer was thinking at the time. Strange times indeed. You know, it's funny, you have the media on your side, and we had Philly Mag say, we did research, and nobody who was at the protests in Philly, tens of thousands of people, spread COVID. But God have mercy on your soul if you're a working class, middle class family and you go to the beach. You better self-quarantine, because otherwise you're going to bring death and destruction with you. It's like, what, really? And you better be careful at church. You know, oh no, you could protest together and loot together, but you can't go to church together. That's a dangerous thing there. It's a strange time indeed. But we here in Pennsylvania, we understand our roots and the commitment and sacrifice of so many. It's one of the most patriotic states in the nation, with a population of almost 7% who put the uniform on. We get it. And many of us have put our lives on the lines for these freedoms here. And we say, no, you cannot tread upon them. And the ruling by Judge Stickman just a couple days ago affirms that you cannot, Governor Wolf, enforce your restrictions on limitations to gather. And I took a hard look at this as a co-equal member of this government, this constitutional republic. We're not a democracy, Governor Wolf. You keep on saying it, constitutional republic. I know that it's a little confusing for you. I'll help you out there. But this constitutional republic, we have the right to assemble. And you can't strip that away from us. And that means everywhere, even bars and restaurants. Yes, even bars and restaurants. Because you think about this. Let's go back to 1775. I know you slept through that portion of the class since you missed a lot there. But on 10 November 1775, my own friend, Representative Frank Ryan, will tell you in a minute here, the Marine Corps was found in a tavern, Tun Tavern. So these restrictions are gathered. You can gather wherever you want, and nobody can ask you, are you here to talk about politics? That's none of your business. I'm an American. So you can gather in restaurants, bars, bowling alleys, rinks. This is America. And guess what? The science is against you. I know you hate to hear this here, but when you came out with your edicts and your failed Secretary of Health, who needs to resign in shame, and the data keeps on stacking up that your failed secretary has killed more people than you claim you saved, 68% of the deaths in Pennsylvania as a result of the failed policies of your administration, Governor Wolf. But guess what? 19 March, when Levine came out with that ridiculous edict saying that long-term care facilities had to take back COVID-positive patients because, you know what, we can't run out of bed space in the hospitals. There was never a danger of that, by the way. So it was kind of completely ill-advised. And then realized that Levine made a huge mistake by taking the sick and dropping with the vulnerable. Whenever was there a time in history when any society, whether medieval or today, took the sick and dropped them in the vulnerable? You know, if you had leprosy in the Old and New Testament days, you're off in a separate colony. But Levine, in sheer ignorance and the grossest kind of medical malpractice, sent the sick amongst the most vulnerable. And 90% of the deaths in my own county, Franklin County, are a result of that failed policy. But Levine found out that was a bad idea and didn't come out, too focused on keeping us safe, calm, and at home. And instead of giving us the facts, Levine got the word that there was a catastrophe in these homes. And instead of coming out like a decent human being and saying, hey, you know what, Pennsylvania, we got a problem here. There's a bad policy, we implement it. And if you have loved ones in these homes, get them out if you can. Get them out of there. Don't know how long it's going to be. It might be a big sacrifice, but please safeguard them. Levine never did that. And instead, Levine knew the danger, and like a snake slithering through the grass, went in and rescued Levine's own mom and plopped Secretary's mom in a hotel suite just down the road from us here. And it visits mom anytime Levine wants to, has contact, and has 24/7 care apparently. But meanwhile, what about the rest of you? When's the last time you've had physical contact with your loved ones? How hard is it to get to these homes? And all these restrictions that Levine has dropped on top of these long-term health care facilities, nursing homes, have just been a big catastrophe for everything going on in there. And instead of investigating the cause of all this, our Attorney General Shapiro thinks it's better to investigate those who receive these orders rather than the one giving. Levine needs to be investigated. And since Attorney General Shapiro is such a political hack, and instead of investigating Levine and the Wolf administration, we've asked Attorney General Barr to step in and President Trump to step in. This is time that someone from the outside does a job that our Attorney General is incapable and unable to do, and even unwilling to do so. But we move on here, and we see that the struggle that we have is indeed for the heart and soul of the nation. So many lives have been lost over the generations here to safeguard our freedoms, and they've been handed to us at great cost and sacrifice. You think about the Second World War. Men from Pennsylvania assaulting the beaches of Omaha with German machine guns layering down at them, and it was a deadly, dangerous place. Let's think about the Chosin Reservoir in Korea and those who fought in the jungles and mountains of Vietnam. And the Cold Warriors standing vigilantly against the Soviet idea of government. This government based on atheism, secularism, and founded on the control of the people. Myself, as a young man, as an exchange student to Germany, West Germany in the day, was detained in East Berlin at Friedrichstrasse for merely taking a picture. This is the sort of government that Governor Wolf and Levine obviously advocate. And we see the oppression and fear-mongering. When Governor Wolf came out with his unconstitutional edicts on facial coverings, he claimed to use science and math, but even his beloved Dr. Fauci couldn't keep that mask on his face. He came out there and threw that beautiful pitch at the Nationals game. It was terrible. Even I could throw better than that. And had the mask on 60 feet away, but when he's in his stands, all skinny, squished in with his buddies, all three of them had their masks down. We see the hypocrisy. This is like elitism going on in our country. No rules for the leaders, but then the minions, the rest of us, we get the crumbs and whatever the boss says. And I say, no, you can't do that. But I'm driving down 81. Governor Wolf, you come out with these ridiculous non-scientific edicts because it's all about control and not about people's safety. When you leave your house, put your mask on. Why would I do that if there's nobody near me? The science for the mask, if you're a masker, is somebody 6 feet of you. And when I'm driving up 81 coming to work here in the Capitol and I see somebody next to me passing me with a mask on their face, I'm like tempted to start beeping the horn, roll down the window and say, hey, you're okay, it's your own air, it's too late, you already have the virus if you have it. You're okay. And who'd want to smell their own breath all day anyway? I mean, give me a break, Scotty. Beam me up. There's no sign of intelligent life here. It just defies reason and logic. It's a crazy time that we live in here. But what do? We have to reassert our freedoms and choose to walk as free people. Get those mask monitors off the front doors of the grocery stores. You know, you're walking in there and you have this, 17-year-old kid, hey, sir, you need to have your mask on. I'm kind of like, I think you need one more than I do. And then here you go with their grubby hands. They've been playing with their face all day. Here you go. I'm like, I don't want to take that. You kidding me? Yeah, get some kind of surgical instrument. Say, here you go. I mean, come on. This is just out of control. And why would you wander around a store with a mask on anyway? If there's nobody near you, if you're a masker, only slip it up if somebody's 6 feet away. But Governor Wolf, I know you're controlling and leading the state with fear-mongering and dithering. We want truth and clarity, and we got that from Judge Stickman on Monday. You have to back off. We have the right to assemble wherever and whenever we choose. Simple as that. We're Americans. We're not East Germans. And your little snitch line, do your job, Levine. Levine, you failed us. You've killed more than 5,000 in our elder care facilities because of your incompetence and your failed policies. You're going to go down to Pennsylvania as the most failed, worst Secretary of Health in the history of this state. Maybe our nation. And there will be a reckoning. There will be accountability. People will get the truth. And those class action lawsuits are on the way here. And you might have a reprieve right now. And although the governor's doubling down, and Governor Wolf, you're complicit. This is your administration. And media, you need to do your job. If this is a Republican governor, I know you wouldn't be standing aside. I know you'd be looking underneath every rock. Every day you'd have an expose of the veterans that died in that Southeast Veterans Home. Every day you'd have a picture of them. That one veteran I'm thinking about survived Nazi guns at Omaha Beach, survived SS Panzers at Bastogne, but only to die as a result of Levine's failed policies. And why didn't you talk about that person and all the other beautiful people who died as a result of the failed policies? Because you're complicit and you're tied in with the failed policies of the Democrats. You love the Wolf administration because you're in line with him ideologically, 80-90% of you. Why don't you just do your jobs? I wish you were as vigilant as you were with Republicans as you should be with this administration. They've given you so many good stories there. Maybe one or two of you would actually think, you know what, maybe I need to do my job and do an expose here and just give the truth. We're not looking for, soft pieces on us. We're just looking for balance, and you need to do the job. And I understand it might be hard because you love those leftist policies and you want us to be run into the ground and have our freedom snatched away, but you're not getting them. You have a lot of strong men and women across the state here we're done with it. And you might not realize it here, but you've kicked the bear, and we're rising up, and you're going to see lots of things change over here in the next couple months. But we're done. We don't consent. We don't concede. We refuse to surrender. And as the state's being run to the ground and up to 40% of our business are going to be shut down because of your failed policies, your heavy-handed use of rules and regulations, one of the worst in the nation, what are you doing in the meantime? Running around advocating for the recreational use of marijuana. I mean, what is this, high school? Really? Is that your issue? Can't you put your petty politics on hold for a couple months and get Pennsylvania reopened, restore our freedoms? But there you are in our beautiful capital, with 89 scripture references, quotes from William Penn, a beautiful Quaker, guys who love the Lord. And there you are with your lieutenant governor with a pot flag, on the door in the middle of the rotunda upstairs. I mean, what ridiculous nonsense here. And that you think that we're that dumb. We heard in 2004 from a previous governor of your party, it's like, hey, just bring in gambling and property taxes will be taken care of. It'll be all good to go. Life will be sweet and fantastic. How's that going for you? And like we're going to believe you now, you have more snake oil. Bring in recreational use. We'll have all kinds of money pouring in, and all these good things the money will be used for. Yeah, funny. And I'll say, show me the facts. Show me the money. Look at Washington State. Look at Oregon. They've experimented with this. How's it going for them? Are they models for the United States of America? Absolutely not. What about Colorado and New Mexico? Oops. Facts are stubborn things, as John Adams said. Governor Wolf, it's time for you actually to start thinking and stop playing party politics here. You're doing great destruction to the people, my people, and people across the state here, and we say no, we're done with it. And it's time to stop playing games with our lives. It's time to reopen this state here. We are Americans, and this is the place back in 1776 where it all began, where the light of liberty was lit in Philadelphia, just down the road from here. And in 8 years of combating the greatest power in the world, Americans from across Pennsylvania and the colonies rose up and pushed back the darkness and the heavy-handed rules and the edicts of a king and proclamations of a dictator and tyrant. And then in 1863, in my district, in Gettysburg, the bloodiest battle in all of North America was fought. And at great loss of life, men stood in the gap to set all men free. And then we look at 2001, that dark day on September 11th, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, where terrorists had struck our World Trade Center, hit the Pentagon, and Flight 93 was headed for the capital region as well. And men and women on that plane as great Americans over Pennsylvania, where it all began. It's 1776, they rose up. And they said, let's roll. Now it's our turn to roll. This is our time. This is our generation to rise up and stand for freedoms, no longer willingly surrender our freedoms and rights over to a tyrannical governor. Governor Wolf, you are acting with the tyrannical powers of a dictator. It's time that you stand aside. And remember, we have a system of government with checks and balances. We're going to restore these checks and balances, and it's never going to happen again. And in these dark times, you need to listen to the rebuke you receive from the district judge that you have trampled upon our freedoms and rights. And we're here to say we're Americans, and we stand as free men and women. And in fact, Governor Wolf, we choose to walk freely. We choose to walk freely and exercise our constitutional freedoms, irregardless of what you and your failed secretary say. You've made yourselves irrelevant in this whole process here. We are Americans. These freedoms and rights have been fought for at a great sacrifice across the generations and centuries. This is our time. This is our period. We say no to dictatorial powers, and we say yes to freedom. Walk as free men and women. Thank you, and God bless you all, and especially God bless Pennsylvania.
Next to you, Frank.
And now we are ready for our first panel presentation, and this could be one of the most lively panel presentations of the entire conference. The topic of the panel is reining in the big bad wolf. We all know who the big bad wolf is.
I think so.
We all know who the big bad wolf is. Our panel moderator is State Representative Frank Ryan. Frank Ryan is a longtime friend of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. As a matter of fact, before today, the last time we had somebody come in remotely to this leadership conference was back in, I believe, 2014, when Frank was literally walking across America from the Pacific to the Atlantic in order to raise funds to help children who were suffering from various disabilities. And he literally walked the whole way across the country, and he was, I think, somewhere in Arizona. And we brought Frank in at our dinner in order to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. He now is a state representative representing a portion of Lebanon County, and he's here in person today, along with our all-star reining in Governor Wolf, reining in the big bad wolf panel, Colonel Frank Ryan. Frank?
Loman and David, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. This is a topic that I would have never have believed would have been done a year ago, reining in the big bad wolf. But we've had a pretty interesting experience as a result of COVID-19, and I'm honored to join with my good friends, Representative Darrell Metcalf, Representative Russ Diamond, and Attorney Mark Scaringi, to talk about the topic. So, Darrell, let's go ahead and get started with you to get your perspective on this. I really, again, appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate the opportunity today to talk about reining in the big bad wolf, because we are in a fight for our liberties here in Pennsylvania and across America like we have never seen on American soil since the Civil War had occurred. We have Americans' rights being taken away, being violated. Never did I dream in my lifetime that I would have seen an elected official have the ability to issue a dictate and stop people from being able to go to work, to be able to put bread on the table for their family, or to be required to stay at home, or to have to wear a mask, or to have to limit the size of gatherings that influences their ability to have a wake or a wedding. Just outrageous violations of our constitutional rights have occurred. And last week, we received a decision from Judge Stickman in the federal courts to a case that I am a plaintiff in that suit. And we received a outstanding opinion, 66 pages written by Judge Stickman, where he made the declaration and he declared that Wolf's executive orders, Levine's orders that ordered people to stay at home, that ordered people to shut down their businesses, that ordered people not to have certain size gatherings, either indoors and outdoors, that they were all unconstitutional. We received another victory this week as the governor attempted to get the court to issue a stay, and he made a motion for a stay. We received another order this week from the court, another victory in court on behalf of Pennsylvanians and Americans, really, that there was not going to be given a stay for this decision for Wolf's actions being unconstitutional, but that they would remain in place. We are going to continue this battle. Wolf is appealing the ruling, but the judge has said just what so many of us have said from day one, is this is America. This is land of the free, home of the brave. You're not allowed to order somebody to stay at home. You're not allowed to order somebody that they can't go to work to make a living and put bread on the table. That is an outrageous type of action. It should not be tolerated by anybody in the land of the free and home of the brave. Now, we need to rein this wolf in, and we are doing that from various exercises, various initiatives that we have in the legislature. The court case is outside of the legislature. I'm a plaintiff in that as a private citizen with a couple of other state legislators and some business owners. 4 counties were involved, and our congressman, Mike Kelly, was involved in that as a plaintiff. But we also, within the legislature, have initiatives that we have executed to rein in the big bad wolf. One, ultimately, is impeachment. And I have authored House Resolution 915. We need more co-sponsors for that. So when you look to your legislator and ask them what they're doing to stop Wolf from violating their rights, you need to demand that they sign on to the impeachment resolution, because ultimately that is the tool that's used to hold an elected official accountable. He's violated our rights. The federal court has said he violated our rights and agreed with us on that. We need to remove this man from office through impeachment. We also have another initiative that we've put forth, which is called a declaration of suspension. In our Constitution, Article 1, Section 12 gives power to the General Assembly only to suspend laws. It says, no power of suspending laws shall be exercised unless by the legislature or by its authority. A very short sentence, common sense, but the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, that is dominated by liberal Democrat activist judges, has said that that doesn't really mean what it says. Well, we need to reclaim that power that the people have given to their legislature on their behalf, and we need to suspend the emergency management law that Wolf is utilizing to violate our rights, because he's claiming that it gives him more power than it really does. So suspending that law would actually help to resolve this problem and rein in the big bad wolf. We also have another initiative that many of us have been working on together, actually many initiatives. We have a lot of different pieces of legislation that we've been working on to reclaim the power that Wolf has taken away from the legislature through various executive orders. And one of those recent bills, we thought we'd be successful in right. Wolf. House Bill 2787, I believe, was the number, right. To allow parents to be able to go to their kids' sporting events because Wolf had said that they shouldn't, and many school districts were fearful of allowing that. Well, last week's court decision opens that up. School districts are now free under the most recent federal court decision that his actions were unconstitutional. They're free, school districts are, to go ahead and open those football games up again, as they should. But we were passing legislation as a backup for that in case Wolf tries to come back in with an appeal and tries to influence that with trying to get another judge to give a different ruling than what the Constitution would dictate. That bill should have been an easy override vote of his veto, but about 24 Democrats violated what they had previously voted and betrayed their constituents to side with Wolf. So ultimately the way to rein in the big bad wolf is for we the people to reclaim the power that we have as citizens in the United States of America. We do not have to tolerate any elected official that's violating our rights, and the way to do it is ultimately through a political rebellion to not stand for the dictates, to live your lives, to live as a free people once again as we are.
Darrell, that was extremely helpful. And Russ, you've taken that fight directly to the governor. Tell us what you're doing. I'm really interested, and I think you'll see a great working relationship that all of us have together in doing this. And my fellow Lebanon County-an, Russ Diamond.
Well, thank you so much, Frank. You know, my attempts to rein in the governor, the big bad wolf, began way back on March 16th when he shut down restaurants with about 4 hours notice. The very next day, I circulated a co-sponsorship memo for House Resolution 836, which would exercise the General Assembly's authority to terminate a disaster emergency, just as the law provides. Of course, you all know the story of that. I worked all spring and all summer getting people aboard, and finally, in June, I believe it was, or maybe it was the end of May, we finally passed that in the House, sent it over to the Senate. The Senate amended it, sent it back to us. We passed it again. And then, of course, the governor went to court, and the Supreme Court said, no, you have to get the governor's permission to go against the governor. My next battle in fighting the big bad wolf, and this is when I knew it was really political rather than practical. I had heard from one of our leaders that the SEIU union, which is a lot of, government employees, that they were watching our every move on every inch of videotape that we had as House Republicans to try and catch us, violating some mandate or something like that. That night, I went shopping with my fiance, and I proudly posted on Facebook that I went shopping without a mask. And sure enough, the SEIU members came to my Facebook page, and they were like locusts. I mean, they were like locusts. But it was weird because at 11 o'clock at night, it was like somebody told them, well, punch out, your working day is over. So I knew then that this was becoming political. It was my team that discovered, by accident, we were given a couple anonymous tips that Rachel Levine moved her mother out of a personal care home and into a luxury hotel. We confirmed that by having one of our team members actually call the luxury hotel and actually spoke with Mother Levine the next morning. When I tipped off the press asked about it at a conference, at a press conference, and she made that lame excuse, her mother's 95 years old and, of sound mind, that sort of, well, maybe her mother ought to be Secretary of Health then, because she knew well enough that the danger was coming to personal care homes and long-term care facilities. I was also very involved in drafting the constitutional amendments that will be on the ballot, at least we think they're going to be on the ballot in May, for you, the people, to vote on 2 initiatives to actually stop the governor or any future governor from exercising this kind of power in the future by changing the way we handle resolutions like House Resolution 836, and by demanding that any governor in the future who declares a disaster emergency has to come to the General Assembly to get some sort of ratification of that disaster before it can go on any longer. I also have a constitutional amendment that is slated to be on the ballot next year to change the way we elect appellate court judges. That includes the Supreme Court and Commonwealth Court and Superior Court in Pennsylvania. Right now, we elect them on a statewide basis, and for the last 50 years, those seats have been dominated by people from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And when you dominate your courts with those sort of people, you know what kind of rulings you're going to get. The one we just got, on House Resolution 836, and the one we just got that totally trashed the election law in Pennsylvania. There are many ways that we have been trying to rein in the big bad wolf. But here's the secret. Tyranny only works on the governable. It only works on the governable. If you all get together en masse and say, no, we are all going to the high school football game, they're not going to be able to stop us all. I mean, seriously. People need to open up their businesses. They need to live life as free men and women and just rein in the big bad wolf, one individual at a time.
Russ, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to work with you on this. And now I'd like to introduce my dear friend Mark Scringi. Mark and I have known each other for quite some time, when we were both in a prior life running for political office. And Mark has got an entirely different approach on this, and I think you'd enjoy hearing his perspective from a legal end of the great work you've been doing to restore our freedoms.
Well, thank you, Representative Ryan. I have been trying to rein in the big bad wolf since he first issued his business closure order on March 19th of 2020. I filed 2 lawsuits challenging, among other things, the statutory authority of the governor and the Secretary of Health to issue, among others, the business closure order and the stay-at-home order. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court denied our statutory and constitutional challenges in the Friends of Danny DeVito case. We have filed a petition for writ of certiorari before the United States Supreme Court, asking that court to reverse the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And the United States Supreme Court will decide whether to accept our petition at its conference this coming Tuesday, September 29th. In the other case, Benner v. Wolf, we challenged all the orders, including the occupancy limits and the mask orders. Our amended complaint is currently pending the governor's motion to dismiss. His last brief in support of his motion is due this Wednesday, September 30th. So we are fighting the governor and the secretary in 2 courts, trying to stop all of their orders. But as you know, we've had some difficulty. We've had a difficult time of it. You cannot choose your judge. Representative Metcalf has done a better job in the Western District. Unlike us, he drew a Trump-appointed judge, Judge Stickman, on September 14th, 2020, issued an order declaring the business closure and stay-at-home order and the congregate gathering limits to be unconstitutional. Now, the governor has appealed that case to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. And as we continue to try to rein in the governor through the courts, there are some legislative changes that can be made to rein in the governor right now that, if implemented, may even stop the current orders. And I'm glad I've got all of these state representatives here. They've got to listen to what I have to say. They can't leave the stage here. Number one, and we talked about this, Representative Ryan, in the recent hearing in the Emergency Preparedness Committee that Representative Metcalf had me appear before. Amend the Emergency Management Services Code. We lost our case before the PA Supreme Court because it found that the COVID-19 pandemic is a natural disaster like floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes, and that every square foot of Pennsylvania is a disaster area, including all of your businesses and all of your homes throughout the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, those are respectfully absurd legal conclusions, but they are now the law of the land in Pennsylvania. And I recently testified before the House Emergency Preparedness Committee and explained that by adding a short phrase to the definition of disasters, for example, by expressly exempting communicable diseases, epidemics, and pandemics, and stating that they must be governed under the Pennsylvania Disease Prevention and Control Law of 1955, we could remove the emergency code as the legal source for this or any governor's actions against communicable diseases. Recommendation number 2, amend the Disease Prevention and Control Law of 1955. Now, this is the state's quarantine law. This is the law the governor and Secretary of Health should have been following, should have been using, because this is the law that is expressly intended to be used to combat communicable diseases. The governor cited this law as providing him with the statutory authority, also in addition to the code. We challenged it because it actually does not authorize the executive orders that he issued. But the PA Supreme Court did not decide that question, so it's still an open issue. We said this law, according to its text, can only be used against individuals, not businesses, and only against individuals who are infected or who have likely been exposed to a communicable disease. Had the Pennsylvania Supreme Court actually analyzed this law, the appropriate law, it could only have concluded that it does not authorize the governor's orders because they were not so limited. The Wisconsin Supreme Court, in reviewing Wisconsin's very similar Disease Act, ruled that way, which supports our legal position. In short, when the next epidemic or pandemic makes its way into Pennsylvania, you want the governor and secretary to use the Disease Act, because that's the act intended to combat communicable diseases. The Disease Act is Pennsylvania's quarantine law, and it is much more restrictive on the governor and secretary of health's power. It only permits the government to act against the sick, not the healthy, which is what the governor and secretary did. So by its own definition, it would not have provided the authority for any of these orders in question. Now, a problem with the Disease Act is that it does not expressly include due process protections to those subjected to orders issued in its name, except for mandatory testing, even though the common law has provided these protections for hundreds of years. So any amendment to the Disease Act, we must add those due process protections to protect the people subject to it. There are some other changes that need to be made, but I don't have time to get into those now. But in short, eliminate the emergency code with its vast and unchecked gubernatorial powers as the legal source to combat communicable diseases, and then tighten up the actual Disease Act by adding, among others, traditional due process protections. If you pass these changes now, you might be able to stop the current governor's existing orders. But in any event, the changes need to be made to protect the liberty and freedom of the people of Pennsylvania moving forward.
And I think that's a great point now for me to bring into this kind of full circle as we get to it. And then we have a number of questions that we've received. When you look at the discussion that Mark just had, I think is so particularly appropriate. It discusses passing bills that we have, in fact, passed numerous bills to, in fact, put some degree of control on what this governor has done relative to his response for COVID-19, but he's vetoed them. And then shortly thereafter, he's come out with policy changes that would allow some degree of a modification that was some token gesture to the legislature and to the population about what needed to be done. So we think we need a concerted effort, in addition to all the three efforts that you've just heard, to look at it from a legal perspective as well, in terms of additional research that we've done with the Department of Justice and most recently with the Attorney General, where we've provided information where there may in fact be civil and criminal remedies that we may be able to take advantage of in doing it. So part of the issues that I'm working on, and for those of you familiar with my background, I'm the CPA, I'm the financial person. We've got folks, Daryl and Russ are more constitutional oriented. Mark, you're from a legal end. I've been saying for quite some time that the governor's draconian measures about shutting down the economy are going to lead us to insolvency, and we're there now. In mid-September 2020, we are now out of cash. If we did not get the $5 billion infusion from the CARES Act, we would in fact be negative $4 billion. We have $1 billion that we haven't yet allocated from the CARES Act funds. That $1 billion is basically the line of credit the Commonwealth is using to pay bills. The treasurer is obligated under the Pennsylvania Constitution to borrow the money necessary to meet those needs, and he now needs to borrow $4 and $5 billion by February of 2021. Under the Pennsylvania Constitution, that money must be repaid before any other bills are paid in the Commonwealth. So in reality, the treasurer and the Pennsylvania Constitution is dictating priorities, and what the governor's actions are doing is putting the legislature and the citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania between a proverbial rock and a hard place, necessitating a massive tax hike of about 65% in the personal income tax rate, which would actually seal the fate on the Commonwealth's insolvency. I said 4 years ago we had 2 to 4 years to turn the financial ship around. With the great work in the Republican leadership in the House and the Senate, we bought 2 years worth of time. COVID-19 hit. The governor's draconian actions about shutting down the Commonwealth and taking our liberties without ensuring public safety has been problematic. Under Act 77, with Representative Seth Grove, the governor let it lapse into law, reopen the Open Records Office. I filed a series of right-to-know requests, and I agree with Mark completely under the Disease Prevention and Control Act, and I was honored that my appeal was upheld when the governor denied my access to information. And part of his response was that the data that they were making decisions on did not exist. That was important one. The second issue, the governor's ability to withhold information using the Disease Prevention Control Act as the basis for denying it, was denied, and the governor's staff and the Department of Health have been ordered to provide this information to us. Additionally, I've taken an action, as my dear friend Colonel Doug Mastriano said, state senator. He said the United States Marine Corps was founded in a tavern. Had COVID-19 been going on at the time we were founded, there wouldn't have been able to be a Marine Corps. We couldn't have gotten that many people in one-ton tavern at the time to allow it to be founded. But we were revolutionaries then, and we must remember that we took an oath of office to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So this past week, I took an action that I never thought I would do, and I filed articles of impeachment against Judge Wecht for, in fact, interpreting a Constitution and laws in areas in which it was clearly unconstitutional, as well as other representations that he made during his run for office, in which the gerrymandering case was decided in a way in which the persons who voted for him knew that he was going to reopen this decision. We must recognize this as a fight that we must deal with, and I stand ready with that. So with that, let me talk to our panelists. We've had an interesting period of time. I think if we had talked to any of us at the beginning of 2020 and said this was going to go on, what do you think is what we should be telling our citizens and constituents when they're frustrated, when they see 25 members of the House of Representatives flip on a vote that they just made, as an example, to reopen sports events for citizens? How do we talk to them so they understand we're fighting hard and others are abandoning the cause? Go ahead, Bill.
I think what we need to share with them is that what we shared earlier from Russ and Senator Mastriano, excuse me, need kind of a bottle of water up here with us, that ultimately you only have a free nation when the citizens are able to hold on to their own freedom. They can't elect people to office and expect the 253 legislators and the congressional representatives that we're the ones that ultimately are just going to hold on to what we need to hold on to as a free nation. That's a responsibility of all citizens. Every citizen has a duty to stand up for the Constitution and defend it. And when you see 24 Democrats violate their previous vote, betray their constituents to side with their governor because he's from their party, when he's abusing their people just as much as ours, people ought to be outraged in the streets over this. Instead, they're outraged over other things that they're creating out of fiction most often to create chaos in the streets in some of our urban areas now. People should be outraged in the streets across the state and nation because their freedoms have been stolen by this governor and other governors like Cuomo in New York. They need to stand up to these representatives. They need not to just shoot emails and make phone calls. They need to march on their legislative offices and demand that their legislators, Senate and House, start representing them in the process and stand up to this dictator named Wolf that we're supposed to rein in now. As I said, we have the impeachment resolution for Wolf. We have the impeachment resolution for Wecht. We have the declaration of suspension. We have colleagues that are afraid of their own shadow at election time that won't sign on to the declaration of suspension, even though they'd personally like to suspend that law. We need to have Democrats and Republicans joining together to stand up for the people of Pennsylvania. But the people of Pennsylvania have got to stand with us to demand that those legislators do that.
Russ, you've done a phenomenal job. I've been unbelievably proud of candidly, the changes to the Pennsylvania Constitution that you've proposed, and as well as the issue that you've done with House Resolution 836.
I agree.
How do you explain to people when you're dealing with this, the fight you had to do to pull that up? Because when it first got introduced, nobody thought it was going to come to pass, and you got it across the finish line.
Actually, when I first introduced that, when I first circulated the co-sponsor memo, to me it was just like, I was just like, this is just in case it gets bad. I mean, really bad. I never in my life imagined that we would actually vote on that in the floor. It's never been done in Pennsylvania before. But let me go back to something that Darrell mentioned and just kind of tie this together for the folks back home and why it's so important for individual citizens to act on their own to defend their own liberty, because we're hogtied as legislators. Look, we swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution and the Pennsylvania Constitution, but the Pennsylvania Constitution demands that we have a timeline to get things done in the legislature. I get so many calls from people who say, well, why can't you just go over and stop Wolf? Well, we don't have arrest powers, because if we did, I know Darrell would have been with me right there on the door, hauling the guy off to prison. We don't have that kind of power. We have to follow constitutional guidelines for every single piece of legislation. And that's why somebody who can just issue executive order and play guessing games in front of the cameras every day at press conferences has an advantage over us. But the advantage you as a citizen has over us as legislators is that you have all the political power. Ours is very limited. We have two superpowers. We can legislate and we can appropriate. Everything else belongs to you. And that means going shopping without a mask, getting together with your family and friends, going to church, going to the high school football game. That's all up to you. Don't wait on us. Go out and do it all on your own, because we can only take a certain path to correcting what the governor does. And as Darrell talked about with House Bill 2787, some of those Democrats they're playing games over there. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, they were all in favor of, let's let the school districts go. And then, one who voted for it got up and said, well, this is frivolous now, and switched his vote. And the House Minority Leader, Frank Dermody, he said in Penn Live yesterday, he said, well, I thought it was a good idea the first time, but the governor vetoed it. So I'm the Democratic leader, so I'm not going to go against the governor. They're dealing politically. You're dealing with real life, your events, your family, your church, your community. Go out and live as free people, because we have to take time to do what we do. But you can make a snap decision today to be free.
Mark, I need to you said something that really touched me when you said Darrell, when he did his action in the Western District, and you had one in Pennsylvania, that the judge that you get has an impact. And we've got just very limited time left. This idea of which judge handles a particular case is huge. Is there ever a point in time where it does not make sense to pursue something legally because you may get a judge that will be willing to introduce and do something that is not constitutional?
The short answer is yes. I think we've learned a little bit about that in this litigation, yes.
What would you recommend to people that are frustrated that we're not hitting the courts more frequently?
Oh, boy. Well, you've had great success in the Western District because you had a judge who truly understands the Constitution and the rights that it protects. Not all judges see things the same way. So it is important on how you craft the lawsuits and the courts that you file the lawsuits in. But you can't give up the fight. Courts eventually will change. The law does evolve through litigation. And so we're not going to give up the fight. We're going to keep challenging this governor in any court that will hear me. Until we win the day and win the issue, because it's that important for the people of Pennsylvania.
So I think it's important that everybody recognize that the four of us and the other members of the legislature that have been voting to reopen the Commonwealth, we're not going to give up. And to reinforce what Mark just said, the governor himself realized at the Commonwealth Court he might not be successful, so he used King's Bench authority in order to pull off something that actually hurt our constitutional rights. And so this entire segment, reining in the big bad wolf, should end on the note that the governor himself believes that this King's Bench authority makes it perhaps King Wolf instead of Governor Wolf. Thank you.
Good close. Very appropriate.
Right on time.
Let's talk about the American dream. Yeah, that. So when did the dream turn into this kind of reality? 62% of Americans believe the system is rigged against them. Spoiler alert, they're right. The economy doesn't always work for average Joes like you anymore. And guess who's behind the curtain? Hold it. The government works for us, right? Wrong. From City Hall to the Capitol Dome, insiders call the shots, making it rain, handouts, backroom deals. We're talking billions for special interests and backroom buddies, and not you. So how do they do it? Tax deals that help out their cronies. Sure, they try and fool you, calling them tax extenders. Come on, Congress, fix this. And not to go all conspiracy theory. But there's even a special bank set up just for these kind of deals, codename XM. Lends out billions to the fat cats so they can land foreign contracts. Guess whose dough's on the line? Hello, taxpayer, that'd be you. But hey, America, wake up call. We don't have to put up with this. When the government plays favorites, somebody's gonna lose. And it doesn't have to be us anymore. It's time to unrig the economy so everybody wins. Join us. The American dream belongs to all of us. Tell Congress to unrig the economy.
Moment, it's on you.
And now Dave Taylor will introduce our next speaker, and just a couple of words about what we still have coming up. In addition to Sam Rohr, who's up next, we're then going to proceed to a panel with Nathan McGrath from the Fairness Center, and Nathan will be, the panel will be talking about how unions keep public employees in their membership, oftentimes against federal law. We're very excited. Kellyanne Pigeon from Armed and Feminine will be joining us later as well, along with John Gizzi and Paul Kangor. But now Dave Taylor will introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Loman. Our speaker, Sam Rohr, is a former member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives and is currently president of the American Pastors Network. Representative Rohr distinguished himself in the area of economic policies while serving as a member of the Appropriations Committee and as chairman of the House Finance Committee. He also served on the House Education Committee for 16 years, where he fought for parental rights and against federal entanglement in education policies. Representative Rohr authored the Education Improvement Tax Credit Scholarship, which has already aided over 250,000 Pennsylvania students to attend private or Christian schools. The EITC law has been noted as the model school choice law in the nation. In June of 2012, Sam was chosen to lead the Pennsylvania Pastors Network. Uniting his experience in public policy and his love for pastors, he encourages pastors to boldly preach biblical truth, especially on issues affecting our current society. In July of 2013, the inception of the American Pastors Network has enabled the creation of new state chapters and a nationwide voice for truth in the public square. Sam now serves as president of both Pennsylvania and American Pastors Network. Our friend, Sam Rohr.
Thank you, David, and thank you for all of you being here and participating in this Pennsylvania Leadership Conference for this year and for this unusual year that we've been in. If I were to ask you what you think is the greatest problem facing our nation today, what would it be? If I were to ask you what you believe to be the greatest threat to freedom in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and our entire nation today, what would it be? And to these most questions, most people would likely respond by saying, well, it's COVID-19, of course, and to say that they would be partially correct. There's no question that there's nothing that's impacted our lives now and throughout nearly all of 2020 more than this issue of COVID. So asking questions such as, why masks? Why do they work? What fabric works? What fabric doesn't work? If they don't work, why are we being shamed into wearing them? What about social distancing? 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet? Who makes the difference? Who makes the determination? Which businesses stay open? Which businesses close? Which are deemed essential? Which are not deemed essential? How about education? Our children. Do they educate our children? Some inferior education? None at all. Go to church? Don't go to church. You get my point. All of these are logical questions, and they must be asked because they do have answers and they must be addressed. But can I submit that these problems are not the root problem? And to be sure, they're big problems, yet they are consequences of the problem. They are symptoms. And until we ask the most fundamental question, we will not solve the problem, and the consequences will only get worse while we waste valuable time shaping symptoms and the patient grows sicker and dies. Now, as pastors associated with the Pennsylvania Pastors Network and the American Pastors Network, which I lead, we began early on to ask the core questions. And following the January 31st, 2020 declaration of public health emergency under 42 U.S.C. 247D by the Health and Human Services Secretary, then President Trump's declaration of national emergency under Section 201 and 301 of the National Emergencies Act and others, it spread like wildfire. All 50 states, all 50 governors falling in the line and declaring a disaster emergency, just as Governor Tom Wolf did here in Pennsylvania on March the 6th. And I began to regularly focus on this developing phenomenon on our national Stand in the Gap Today radio program and our Stand in the Gap TV program. Our goal? To identify the various impacts of these executive branch dictates seeking to bring clarity to the confusion created across this Commonwealth and our nation by the often incoherent, changing, and often arrogant policies. Now, this led me to suggest that the most pertinent moral and biblical question and the most constitutional question to ask was this: well, what is the law? And what's the authority behind these oppressive dictates altering our lives and limiting our freedoms like never before? That led me to the conclusion that the root problem is a repudiation of authority. It's lawlessness. The greatest problem afflicting our Commonwealth and threatening our nation right now is not COVID, but lawlessness showcased by our governors, other executive branch appointees, lawlessness encouraged by the media and embraced by many in medicine, science, media, arts, and now witnessed daily on the streets of America. So let's define lawlessness. What is it? Well, in civil terms, it means a state of disorder due to the disregard of the law. Lawlessness in moral terms is sin, and sin is rebellion to God. And therefore, lawlessness is rebellion to God, creating disorder due to the disregard of God's moral law of right and wrong. Lawlessness was epitomized in the revolt of Satan to God himself at creation. It is replicated in the actions and the attitudes throughout our entire culture, encouraged and facilitated by Marxists, communists, globalists, and all other worldviews that reject God, reject a Judeo-Christian worldview of truth, life as sacred, rights as coming from God, not government, family as a father, mother, and children, and our Constitution as our highest civil law, fully reflective of God's moral law. Now, this disregard for civil law starts with a disregard for God's moral law. It comes from a rejection of truth and God as the author of truth. It's serious. And where it is not recognized as such and soon brought under control, tyranny results with freedom turned into bondage. And this is where we are in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and across our nation. And unfortunately, we've now arrived at the very place feared by our founder, William Penn, and warned of by God in the Bible itself. Now, let me recall a story. God said to the people of Israel when he took them into the land years ago, I'm going to give you a land that's flowing with milk and honey. You're going to have plenty of rain for your crops. I'm going to bless you with wealth, and your herds will increase. Your children will increase. I'm going to bless you with security from your enemies. He said, but I'm warning you, if you ever get to the point where you think that all that you have came from your own hands, I'm going to step in and turn your blessing to judgment, and you're going to lose all that you have. Well, you know, William Penn in our country, in our state, understood the same warning, and that's why he put into his frame of government of 1682 10 specific things necessary if this holy experiment in freedom was even to get off the ground. And he said, he understood that the nature and the role of God, he said, God makes the rules for society. He is the truth. He makes the law. And if government and society follow that law, they will have freedom. If they don't, they will stand before the great judge of the universe, and they will lose then what they have. He said we have to understand the nature and the role of man, that man is not basically good, but basically corrupt, and that he will, if placed in office, he will seek to impose tyranny on the freedom of those who are underneath. So Penn laid out a concept of the balance of powers and accountability between the three branches of government, that they were to be kept separate but functioning together, all under an accountability to God. That concept is what provided the basis for what became the substance of our Declaration of Independence, ensconced within our Constitution. But there are many today who think they have a better way. In fact, they think their God or government is God. So that led us as pastors to write and send an open letter to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, copied with a very special note that went to every member of the General Assembly, House and Senate, to the governor and to the members of the Supreme Court. Our emphasis and our solution was to the lawlessness of this state and as a template for the rest of the country, to restore the law. And we put this material, this letter, and this resolution at a website where you can go and see and read. It's called restorethelaw.org. Because that letter is not long, let me just read it, because it'll say much better than what I can say extemporaneously. This is the letter, the open letter to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, copied to the members of the legislature and the governor and the Supreme Court members. The harmful impact of COVID-19 public policies on our family and children, churches and schools, businesses and the economy is almost beyond measure. Sweeping and unilateral orders emanating from state and federal executive branches have wearied the citizens of this nation and of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Yet most citizens have patiently endured the restrictions on our freedoms of assembly and worship and travel, education and work, but that time has ended. When a former Pennsylvania General Assembly extended limited authority to future governors as head of the executive branch to temporarily suspend certain statutory laws in case of a clear natural disaster, there was no anticipation that this privilege would be so abused and that this limited temporary authority arrogantly extended into a more permanent authority, remaking the entire system of representative government. Now, the lawmaking authority of the Commonwealth has been unlawfully seized by the executive branch and the law spurned. To make matters more serious, the justices of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally assumed King's Bench supreme authority and aligned the court with our defiant governor and executive branch against the General Assembly, the Pennsylvania Constitution, and the citizens of the Commonwealth. The serious and deteriorating nature of the COVID-19 policies confronting the citizens of this Commonwealth and the violations of statutory law and the Constitution precipitated by the actions of the executive and judicial branches is clear. The disenfranchised and aggrieved position of the General Assembly as the constitutionally authorized lawmaking body in this Commonwealth is now beyond dispute. And recognizing that the constitutional status of this General Assembly has been unlawfully assaulted, the freedoms of the citizens limited or violated at will, and all justified by ever-changing guidelines and policies, we as pastors and moral leaders serving in ordained positions of authority within the church and society are compelled to step forward with wisdom and courage, and in keeping with the moral and historical role and duties of pastors throughout the rich history of our Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and our nation, we raise by this letter the standard of civil and moral truth by which to lead this Commonwealth back to the precepts of liberty as defined by William Penn, our founder, in his holy experiment in freedom called the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And as cited by William Penn himself in his Foundations of Government of 1682, he said, "Good men will never lack good laws, nor permit ill ones." And as supported by Scripture, we ask all our citizens to join us in prayer for our governor, our justices, all of those in the General Assembly, and our elected officials at all levels, because we are commanded to do so by God himself. 1 Timothy 2:2 says, "First of all, then I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all in high positions, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in a godly and dignified way." We implore the governor and the justices to recognize their accountability to God first, to the people, and to the Constitution. We implore them to do their first duty, which is to uphold the law, not seek to make the law. We recognize that these are increasingly perilous days, and then in accordance with God's plan for society as recognized by our founders, the citizens and those in civil authority must lead righteously, morally, and with fidelity. And any alternative will be destructive to the very foundations upon which this Commonwealth and nation were founded. Therefore, representing the God-fearing, Constitution-supporting, freedom-committed pastors of this Commonwealth, we put forth the following resolution. This resolution is intended to enumerate evidences of gubernatorial malfeasance and violations of authority to which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court enjoined. Other evidences of personal harm created by or that are being created by various policy decisions by the governor and the Secretary of Health are also identified. This resolution is also intended to clarify for the citizens of the Commonwealth the great challenges to our freedom that, if not remedied, will lead to tyranny and loss of freedom. In addition, this resolution is intended to provide substantive communication from the pastors of the Commonwealth on behalf of our citizens to the General Assembly as our representatives of the people, along with our commitment and prayers that they bring the necessary actions against the governor and Supreme Court justices in accordance with the law to restore normalcy, freedom, and the rule of law in the Commonwealth and to its citizen. And then we provided a resolution that reads exactly like the resolution that starts, whereas the governor's initial declaration of emergency. And then we cite 27 whereases with each distinctive incidences of violation of law. But then we conclude by saying this: we implore the citizens to interact with our legislators and our legislators to lead. And we call and we specify in this resolution, which you can read, restorethelaw.org, 4 specific things that our legislature must do. Citizens cannot do these things. Pastors cannot do these things. No one can do these things except the legislature, and they must be done, and by so doing provide a template for the nation. First, there must be an initiation of impeachment of both the governor and the participating Supreme Court justices. Representative Metcalf has one of those resolutions in. It must be heeded. Why is that necessary? Because when actions of a court and actions of a governor violate the Constitution, it is not a simple matter to smack their fingers. It is a disciplinary matter. Impeachment is made to bring the process forward so that the people and the citizens can hear and understand. No one can do that except the legislature. Secondly, to issue a concurrent resolution of the House and the Senate declaring the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's July 1st King's Bench initiated decision declaring the actions, the lawful actions of the legislature, to tell the governor to cease his unlawful continuance of his disaster emergency, which he denied to do. And the court came back and said to the legislature, null and void. That's like dropping the atomic bomb of the judiciary on the legislature. That action must be followed with a statement from the legislature to the Supreme Court saying, we, as the official lawmaking body, do not recognize your decision. We will not abide by your decision. It is not lawful. You cannot make the law. We are the lawmaking body, and we will not lay on the ground and be continually assaulted by a court and a governor who seeks to act against us. It has to be done. Nobody else can do it. And then thirdly, for the General Assembly to inform the citizens of the Commonwealth that the actual law in Pennsylvania is the law that was in effect on March 5th before Governor Wolf declared his emergency. After all, General Assembly, if you sent an order to the governor to tell him to rescind, had he followed the law, what would be the law? The law is we should be in days of freedom in this state, not under the dictates of a court or a governor. And then fourthly, legislature, we say, please be more concerned about fulfilling your oath to the Constitution and before God than being concerned about a re-election or raising money or whether or not the results of what you may do may work out or not work. Do the right thing and God will bless it. You are standing here now for no other reason than God put you here. Stand in the gap for the people. Stand in the gap for truth now. Thank you.
I said it. So it's there.
And welcome back. We now are going to proceed to what should be a really interesting panel. A couple of years ago, a decision, Janus v. AFSCME, restored rights to public sector employees throughout Pennsylvania not to be required to be forced to join or pay dues to a labor union as a condition of employment. However, as you might imagine, labor unions aren't exactly often following the law, and we're going to talk about that today. Our panel will be moderated by Nathan McGrath. And Nathan is the Vice President and Director of Litigation at the Fairness Center. And there he litigates legal strategy to advance the interests of working Pennsylvanians. Prior to going to the Fairness Center, Nathan was a staff attorney with the National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation, Incorporated. And here with our next panel entitled Shut Up and Dance With Me, How Unions Keep Public Employees from Ending Their Memberships, Nathan McGrath.
Thank you so much. We're excited to be here today, and we actually have three panelists with us that are going to take a different look, different perspective at the same issue. First with us today we have Greg Hartnett, who's a Pennsylvania public school teacher, and he's actually going to give us a real-world experience about what it took to get out of his union. And then secondly, we have Elizabeth Kynes, and she's the National Executive Director of Americans for Fair Treatment, and she's going to give us a national look at what's going on as far as union resignation goes and other matters related to that. And then finally, we have State Representative David Rowe, and he's going to talk to us about what's going on in the labor reform area here in Pennsylvania and what legislation is current on this issue. But before we get to that, I just wanted to give you a lay of the land of, in Pennsylvania, what the current law is and what our public employees are up against if they want to leave, and what the legislators are looking to address. So, in Pennsylvania, the law authorizes a public sector union and the public employer to insert language into a collective bargaining agreement that restricts public employees from resigning their union membership. The technical name of this is maintenance of membership, and it literally means that the employee needs to remain in the union and they can't resign their union membership until a 15-day window period at the end of the collective bargaining agreement. Now, these collective bargaining agreements can be anywhere from 3 to 4 years. So as you can imagine, this can keep them locked in to union membership for quite a while. Now, the law still remains on the books to this day authorizing this, even though in the past couple years, many public employees have sued their unions and the Commonwealth and the governor and others to try to resign from the union and to claim their First Amendment constitutional rights. So with that groundwork laid, let's move to our first panelist, Greg Hartnett. He's an elementary art teacher at Homer Center Elementary School in Indiana County, Pennsylvania. He's been teaching there since 1999. He's a graduate of Indiana University of Pennsylvania and completed postgraduate coursework at Gannon University and also at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Recently, he was actually the lead plaintiff in a lawsuit, federal lawsuit, that my law firm filed on his behalf. He and his co-plaintiffs sought a ruling from the federal courts that Pennsylvania's compulsory union fee law be held unconstitutional in light of the U.S. Supreme Court's Janus v. AFSCME ruling. However, today he's not going to talk about that so much as he's going to tell you the real world, the real life example of how many years ago he made the decision to leave his union and what that consisted of. So with that, welcome, Greg. It's all yours.
Thank you, Nathan. My story probably begins in college. As an education major in college, I was coached by my professors to become a member of the union. It was imperative that they convince us that that was necessary for us. And so that was my backstory in that regard. After college, I worked about 21 years in the private sector. I worked in a nonprofit, and I worked as a substitute teacher. So my worldview was being shaped largely by the fact that I was a husband, a father of 5, and I had worked with people for a number of years and was accustomed to that kind of a work environment. When I was hired as a teacher in 1999, it became obvious to me early on that the union agenda was not the same as my own personal agenda. It did not fit my politics, my preferences, or my worldview. And that became a source of consternation, and it was difficult for me to sit through union meetings where the candidates that I approved of were treated with disdain. They were not recommended. They were not so-called pro-education candidates who were being backed by the union. I tried at one point, or I suggested that perhaps I resign from the union, and I was told that although it would be possible for me to do that, it would not be economically worthwhile because I still would have to pay fair share fees, which would be almost as much as the union dues I was accustomed to. And if I would leave the union, I would lose some of the protections that the union provided for me. It was about 12 years later that I decided that I could no longer stay within the parameters of the public sector union, the Pennsylvania State Education Association. And when our union president wore her Teachers for Obama t-shirt to our first union meeting that year, I decided that that was a bridge too far for me, and I'd had enough. I contacted the National Right to Work Legal Defense Foundation in Washington, D.C. They hooked me up with Nathan, and things got a lot easier from there as I came to recognize that I was not the sole person who was in such a position and had difficulty with the union. I attempted to resign from the union, but because of the maintenance of membership clause that Nathan referenced, I was given in short term the answer no, that I could not resign from the union because I had not prepared my resignation within that 15-day window at the end of the contract. Nathan assisted me in drafting a letter informing the union that they were violating my First Amendment rights of association and freedom of speech. And so that seemed to do the trick, and a short time later I was released from the union element of the contract, although I was still required to pay the fair share fees. I did receive a retroactive check for the year 2012 to 2013, which was helpful, but it wasn't until the Supreme Court ruled on the Janus decision that I was actually able to leave the union altogether. I was finally free from the oppression of the public sector unions, and for that I'm extremely grateful. I have a profound respect for the Constitution, and I'm grateful for our heritage as Pennsylvanians and groups like the Fairness Center and the National Right to Work Legal Defense Group for helping me and people like me. That's my story.
Greg.
My pleasure.
No, that's a great story. And actually, before I had been asked to moderate this panel, you had already been put on it. And so when I was asked to do it, I looked at the lineup and I was like, oh, my good friend Greg. Greg was actually my very first client ever, really, on this issue. So we've had a nice long friendship that way, and it's glad to be able to help you in that.
Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, so next up we have Elizabeth Kynes, and she, like I said earlier, is the National Executive Director for Americans for Fair Treatment. Upon earning her journalism degree from the University of South Carolina, Elizabeth put her degree to good use in the publicity department at Atlantic Records in Los Angeles, California. From there, she learned how to build organizations that would impact culture through positions in operations and business development at Universal Music Group, Vivo, and Beats Music. Prior to joining the staff at Americans for Fair Treatment, Elizabeth served as Executive Vice President at Yankee Institute for Public Policy. Thanks for being here with us, Elizabeth.
Thank you for having me. So as far as what I'm seeing at more of a national level, I guess one thing that's important to remember is that big labor is a big business. And like any big business, they need to secure streams of revenue. The three ways that we're seeing this across the country and here in Pennsylvania are through litigation, which you know well, legislation, which preview of what's to come, and then membership cards. I would say as far as this year, the trends that we're seeing with litigation, I think they could be summed up with a very legal term, meh. We're seeing a lot of dismissals. We're seeing a lot of just stalling, and then judges are mooting cases. So you had referenced the Janus case from the Supreme Court from 2018. I think it's important for people watching to understand the Supreme Court issues a decision, but they don't enforce the decision. These decisions are enforced, by people at the state level or local level or in the circuit courts. And so what we're seeing this year specifically at the start of the year, there were 121 of these labor-related membership-type cases. So 13 of those were dismissed, and the remaining 108 are still active. They're all pending. They've not gotten decisions. So that's something that we see that's happening at the litigation level. As far as legislation, we're seeing state statute is enforcing these maintenance of membership windows, which is what you referred to. So this is something that's been around for a long time, and again, it makes sense. Membership is a revenue stream for the union, getting these the fees, pre-Janus, but then also the full dues. And so what we're seeing there in states like New Jersey, New York, and Hawaii, state statute is actually specifying that you can only opt out of the union or leave the union within maybe a 10 or 15-day window. And then that membership card, we're seeing some really colorful language since the Janus decision. Stuff like, this is a little extreme, but it feels a little bit like reading something. You can leave the union on a Saturday, 15 days after you sign this contract under a full moon. The language is very complicated, and in some instances, what we're seeing, specifically in New England, people are being asked to pay fees through retirement. So that's, for the rest of their life, as long as they collect a pension. So I think it's really interesting right now. I think you're very brave to step forward. I think there are a lot of people out there who are not happy with the service they're receiving from their unions, and it's really complicated right now, and it's difficult to leave. But there are organizations out there that can provide information and help wade through all of that.
Great. Thanks, Elizabeth. Next up, we have Representative David Rowe, and he served his local community in Snyder and Union counties in a number of roles for more than a decade while being involved with multiple charitable organizations. He attended National Sun Yat-sen University in Taiwan and participated in its Mandarin Chinese immersion study after 2 years of Christian missionary work as an educator in Southeast Asia. For the past 9 years, he has been the owner and operator of CrossFit Lewisburg, which employs several local residents. He attends the New Hope Lutheran Brethren Church in East Buffalo Township and is a leader of its music ministry. And on September 17th, 2019, he began representing Pennsylvania's 85th district in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives after a special election victory. The district includes most of Union and Snyder counties, including Lewisburg, Middlesburg, Mifflinburg, and Selinsgrove. Representative, thank you so much for being here with us. We look forward to your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here with you guys. So the recent push towards labor reform, at least within Harrisburg, is summarized around one underlying statement, and that belief system is that workers have rights too. And for decades now, special interest groups, both in state and federal governments, have really been enriching themselves off of the backs of their employees, of the workers, of the public sector workers. And they have used those monies to entrench themselves in state government, and then they're able to then use taxpayer resources to solidify their standing by using taxpayer resources to then collect their dues to then continue the cycle of entrenching and enriching themselves off the backs of the American worker. There's a couple of legislative items that we're working towards, a number of House bills out there. I'm only speaking for the House side as a member of the House of Representatives. I'm sure a senator could speak to those bills a little bit more comfortably. But they center around some of the things that you guys have already mentioned. Some of those include the maintenance of membership clauses. Some of those include just notifications of employees' rights, because many of the statutes that we have here in Pennsylvania are simply outdated. Since the Janus ruling, we are simply trying to codify in statute the ruling of the Supreme Court, and just getting that done has been very difficult, even though we are simply putting into the books what has already been determined by the Supreme Court. So really this should just be a housekeeping set of bills by this point, but it is still receiving an enormous amount of pushback from those people who really have been controlling the levers of state government for entirely too long. I'll give you a rundown on a couple of pieces of legislation, particularly one that's worth noting is Representative Seth Grove's bill, HB 478, and essentially that one requires union recertification about every 6 years, The reason that that's important is that in Pennsylvania, less than 1% of teachers have ever had a say in what union represents them. Less than 1%. These unions have simply been around for ever and ever, and they are represented, these teachers are represented by them because it's what they are supposed to do. It's what they believe they have to do in order to have a job, and that's just simply not true. So Representative Seth Grove's bill requires union recertification every 6 years. I also introduced a bill, House Bill 2748, that would require recertification every 3 years. So there's a couple of different approaches here, but most of them are, again, centralized around just notifying employees of their rights. Several of these bills also require allowing union members to leave their union whenever they would like, to allow them to resign their membership. As he mentioned earlier, it's almost impossible to leave your union because a lot of times the window where you're able to, under the existing statute, is so narrow that by the time you find out about it, it's already too late. And then you're stuck in there again. So there's a number of objectives there to allow people to just have that First Amendment right to choose whether or not to be a part of their union. And the important thing to realize is that this is not about eliminating unions. Rather, it's about improving the quality of representation. Because for a long, as I mentioned, most of these unions haven't been recertified for decades. And we live in a society where, a capitalist society, as long as it lasts, where competition in the marketplace always improves the quality of the product while reducing the price. And that's been what has allowed America and Americans to enjoy a standard of living that was unheard of just a few decades ago. And so the same thing should be applied to representation. When these unions do not have any sort of competition in the public sector workplace, they are able to essentially create a monopoly where they are able to control the levers of power without ever having to justify themselves or to do well by the people who pay their bills. So there's several exciting pieces of legislation coming forward. A lot of them are committees. Some of them are working their way towards the House floor. But that's sort of a broad overview of where we are today.
Fantastic. And are there any pieces of legislation that have actually moved forward beyond just consideration?
Yeah, absolutely. So Representative Kate Klunk has a bill, House Bill 785, and that one has passed out of the Labor and Industry Committee, which I'm a part of, 2 terms in a row. It is currently on second consideration in the House, and the difficult push forward is somewhat unfathomable, given that, again, these are mostly just housekeeping bills. We are codifying what the Supreme Court has already ruled to be that these bills are just a protection of our First Amendment rights and the First Amendment rights of the workers in Pennsylvania. So again, these legislative objectives are centered in the belief system that workers have rights too.
Wonderful. Now, Greg, I would like to come back to you real quick. Something that I heard from both of your co-panelists here about union members and in public employees just generally. Do they even know about their rights? What has been your experience with colleagues that you've had and worked with?
Well, in my experience, I would say that my colleagues are unaware that they have the right and the opportunity to leave the union or choose another entity for protections that historically the union provides. There's a group called KETA, who I've heard of, that works with Pennsylvania teachers to provide protections that, again, the unions historically provide, but they provide, as the free market insists, a better product for a less expensive cost. And I would say also that from talking with many of my peers, there is an increased dissatisfaction with the one product that the Pennsylvania State Education Association provides. And the COVID epidemic has kind of brought that to the fore. People have different opinions as to how that should be handled, but the union seems to have one solution which doesn't fit everybody. So I would say that there is a naivete about being able to leave the union. They do not have the opportunity to opt in or opt out on any kind of a regular basis, so they're beholden to what they know, and what they know is very limited to what history has provided for many years.
And Elizabeth, are you finding that on a national perspective as well? I know that you're in touch, and part of what your organization does is really connect with public employees on the ground floor there. What have you been hearing from them?
Yeah, so right now we're very active in Pennsylvania, New York, and then we also work with people all around the Northeast. So I guess one thing I would want our viewers to take away from that is we've got governors like next door, Governor Cuomo, actively trying to deny people their Janus rights. And he gave a very colorful Labor Day speech in which he said his administration was working to protect workers like Greg from Janus. So basically saying, I want to deny your First Amendment rights. So that's the first thing, just to know that, we have powers in play, especially at the governor's level, that, are actively trying to deny workers like Greg's rights. The second thing is, if you are a union member out there, or you are related to someone who is unionized and you work in the public sector, reach out to us or the Fairness Center. We can talk anytime. We don't have to worry about a window. It's your right to resign from the union anytime. Just call me. Come to my website, americansforfairtreatment.org. I think that's one thing. What we find in surveys, we do a lot of surveys. We try to have a posture of learning at all times, trying to learn from our public servants across the Northeast. And one thing we find over and over and over again is workers don't know that they can leave. They don't have to pay union dues. So that's one thing that we see across the country, especially out west. But I would say, in the Northeast, this is really pervasive. And then the other thing is just to realize, for people to realize, this is such a hard decision. And so I applaud, again, you making that decision. What we hear all the time, so right now we're working with a lot of folks in New York City, and they've reached out, they write their opt-out letters, and then a few weeks later they ask us to cancel it because they are singled out, maybe their name is put on a newsletter or on a bulletin board. Just again, like, these workers are not alone. I think for a lot of people, they feel very alone, but there are thousands of people right now who are reaching out to different organizations trying to learn about leaving. So I think from my point of view, I'm not in the classroom, or I don't have a state job anymore like I did in the past, but there are lots and lots of people who are not happy with their union membership and want to change.
Kind of going to your notice point, Representative Rowe, I was perusing the bill that you've introduced, and it actually has a fairly specific notice requirement in it, and I was fairly impressed with it and excited about it, because often I've represented clients where they've not known their rights, and the union has said, no, it's on page 27, it's the light gray font and 8-point, like, how did they not see that, right? And it's kind of ridiculous in that sense, and who's actually going to read that? They can't even read it. And so I was really impressed with your notice requirement in the bill. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Because that gets right to Elizabeth's point of notice and people knowing what their rights are.
Well, certainly. Well, it also sort of sheds a light on what they're trying to hide from their employees, isn't it? Where they do put in fine print or in very light colored font, hidden on the back page, the affirmation of rights. So my bill would require essentially that opt-out, where a person says, I'm acknowledging that my First Amendment rights say I don't have to join a union, and that has been affirmed by the United States Supreme Court, but I'm choosing to waive that to join the union. Which, if a person wants to join a union, that of course should be their decision. There's nothing wrong with that. But it shouldn't be possible for the union to create this false sense, which they do, that being a union member is a requirement to be able to have a job. And that is absolutely not the case, but they will try very desperately to make that seem like the case in order to maintain their monopoly. And monopolies, whether in the public or private sector, are very bad for the consumer, or in the case of unions, for the members. Because when there's no competition, that's when we don't have improvement, that's when we don't have progress. So we thought it was very important when we were drafting the legislation to make sure that it was in matching colored print, equal to the largest size font found within the document, that you would have that declaration of waiving of those First Amendment rights to join the union.
I think it even says in bold,
yes,
if I recall.
Yep, that is correct.
So that's fantastic. Have you gotten any pushback about the notice? It's hard for me to imagine what a straight-faced argument against that type of notice, like, why wouldn't you want people to know about their constitutional rights? And I guess any of you could address this if you've heard any pushback, like, What reason are they giving that someone shouldn't get that type of notice?
Well, I'll start off personally, and I'll turn it over to the perspective of the boots on the ground. Personally, I have not received any pushback myself. I haven't had any, lobbyists calling me or beating down my door. But I think they also realize that they perhaps don't need to come after me. They, are perhaps going to go after members of the House who might be a little bit more vulnerable or perhaps more able to be intimidated, and they'll simply go after them and try to erode support. Because what we find fascinating, as I said earlier, is essentially these are housekeeping bills to codify in statute existing law. However, there seems to be, just from my conversations with staff on the Labor and Industry Committee, there seems to be a lack of support for putting it into statute. And when I ask, what is that opposition based in, there is no logical opposition, because like you said, it sounds absurd to say, well, we oppose this bill because we don't support the First Amendment and we're ignoring the Supreme Court. That's not a valid argument, but there isn't really a valid argument. One of the things that my bill prohibits is from the unions requiring an in-person sit down to essentially have the opportunity to then intimidate someone into joining the union. So being able to exercise your First Amendment right is something that is pivotal and essential for all Americans and for our nation as a whole. So for a monopoly of unions to try to suppress that, I think just sheds a light on how desperate they are to protect their monopoly. I'll defer to you on sort of what the national messaging opposition is.
I think what we're seeing unions say, and it is valid, is that they represent these workers. They go into, bargaining season and renegotiate the collective bargaining agreement that oversees these jobs. So that's the wages, the benefits, overtime, discipline matters. So the union is saying, we're doing this work, we should be compensated for it. And there's no argument. They are doing that work. But I think the issue here arises in that these unions are political organizations. And right now it is political season. And there are websites online like Open Secrets where you can trace the money directly from, say, the firefighters union directly to the Biden campaign. There are workers out there who do not agree with that. They don't want their membership dues or any money going from their paycheck to a political campaign that they don't agree with.
In fact, I think there's a major petition taken by the firefighters when the IAFF came out and supported Biden. A lot of firefighters started signing petitions saying, hey, you didn't consult us. Why are you doing this?
But on top of that, and this is an issue here in Pennsylvania, you've got, it's not just money, it's time and building material or overhead. So unions, there's the ghost teacher issue, which the Fairness Center is very close to. So you have full-time employees, say a teacher, instead of teaching in the classroom, they will spend 100% of their time working for the union, sometimes campaigning for the union. The union is not writing their paycheck, it's coming out of the school district's budget. And then on top of that, the number I have is a couple years old, but the Department of Education leases space to the NEA, which is the nation's largest union, to the tune of $3 million a month. So the NEA is getting free space in a federal building. So I think that's the issue where the union is becoming political. They're backing certain candidates over another. And so I think that's the thing to remember. Like, the union is a business. They are representing workers. And, again, like any business, they need a revenue stream. I think the issue is that they've become political. This is not an association like HEDA, which you mentioned, which is not a political association. It's just an independent association that represents workers, whether it's insurance, liability insurance, or grievance representation. So I think that's the sticking point. But I do hear from a lot of people that, the union deserves to be paid and for that work. And so I think the issue there is the political issue is what makes it a problem.
Yeah, I think what I've heard from all of you is it's really the compulsion element of it, right? No one's saying that you can't join a union. In fact, if you think that's best for you, feel free, go ahead and do that. But you should also have the right, if you don't feel that's best for you, to resign and to get out of it and direct your money how you want it to be spent. And that compelling portion of it is really, I think, what's often offensive, what your legislation is trying to address, what you found yourself, and what you're seeing nationally across the board. So, well, thank you guys so much for being on this panel. It's been very informative. We appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for having us.
Nathan.
And thank you very much. A reminder, coming up, we have several really interesting speakers and panel presentations. After we hear from Kellyanne Pigeon, who's up next, we're going to have State Senator Kristen Phillips-Hill and State Representative Don Kiefer. They're going to be here to talk about unleashing the power of free enterprise. And then we have a very, very compelling segment on expanding educational opportunities. We have with us Corey DeAngelis from the Reason Foundation, and then we're going to have a panel with Otto Banks from the Reach Alliance. He will be moderating, and we have with us the Assistant U.S. Secretary of Education, Frank Brogan. State Senator John DeSanto will be here, along with Colleen Hondrick from the Commonwealth Foundation. And then later today, we have John Gizzi from Newsmax Magazine and Dr. Paul Kenger from Grove City College talking about the state of the conservative movement. But before we get to all of that, we are very pleased to have by video joining us Kellyanne Pigeon. Kellyanne is the owner of Armed and Feminine. They are a company that specializes in firearms training for women. Her company has trained over 1,000 women in firearm safety and usage over the past few years. As you might imagine, she is a strong advocate of the Second Amendment. The Pennsylvania Leadership Conference is very pleased to welcome Kellyanne Pigeon.
Hi, I'm Kelly Pigeon, and welcome to the Second Amendment presentation. Most very active gun owners know the Second Amendment off by heart. I want to point out a few key features to that for this presentation. A well-regulated militia necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Key points: necessary for security. That's a really big point. And then also shall not be infringed. And anytime there's some type of anti-gun legislation, we get all riled up about shall not be infringed. And actually the Pennsylvania Constitution uses the words shall not be questioned. So with no infringements and no questions, we're still seeing this in our world today. Two things I want to talk about, two cases that are incredibly important for gun ownership in the Second Amendment. The first one was a milestone case in front of the Supreme Court called D.C. versus Heller. Dick Heller was a security guard, and for that job, he had to use a firearm, but he was not permitted, living in Washington, D.C., to have a firearm in his home, and so he felt that he should be allowed to. Long story short, the case went to the Supreme Court, and in a landmark ruling, the Supreme Court sided with Mr. Heller and said, boom, the 2A protects individual rights to own a gun. The other piece that is really important about this is it said, for the purpose of self-defense. Never before had any ruling mentioned self-defense in relation to the Second Amendment. Another piece that I think is very interesting about the Heller decision is SCOTUS came right out and said that no one can ban an entire class of arms that is, quote, commonly owned. So now when we're seeing all of this assault rifle ban, which is really just the modern sporting rifle, you know what, those are commonly owned. And for self-defense, millions and millions of people have modern sporting rifles. So under Heller, those very well may be protected. The next case is McDonald versus Chicago. On the heels of Heller, Mr. McDonald also felt that he too should be have the right to self-defense, and he wasn't permitted to have a gun in Chicago. Long story short, his case made it to the Supreme Court, and in a very narrow decision of 5-4, they ruled in his favor, which says the right to bear arms applies to state and local governments. And under the 14th Amendment, he had a right to his life, liberty, and property. And the 14th Amendment requires states and local governments to respect the Second Amendment. So even with these two landmark decisions, Heller and McDonald, we continue to still see legislatures around the country, different states, proposing anti-gun legislation, which is in direct violation of Heller and McDonald. Preemption. What does preemption mean, and why is it important? Well, basically what preemption says is that it prevents any towns and municipalities from enacting their own gun control laws. We are very, very fortunate in Pennsylvania that this is part of our Constitution. Not every state has preemption. It protects us. Preemption protects us. Could you imagine driving from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia and having to know and to obey different laws in every single municipality that you drove through? It would be crazy. So we are grateful to have that in our Pennsylvania Constitution. The whole movement to disarm America. Entrez-vous, Mr. Bloomberg. You know, all of this whole gun sense stuff started with the onset of Sandy Hook, and everybody would agree that that is a great tragedy. And so out of that came a whole do something, and usually do something means to ban something. So Mr. Bloomberg actually pays millions and millions of dollars to his groups in Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. Look here on the slide, they get millions of dollars allocated to them every year for their budget. Essentially, too, what he's been doing of late, too, is buying elections and buying laws. If you look at the Moms Demand social media, this particular slide that I have up here will show you that they have disarm hate, but then they crossed out the hate, which shows you what they're really about, which is disarming America. Here are some more claims that they have, that they've won victory in all of these states, you know, with their grassroots, and it really came down to money and a number of seats that were uncontested where they were able to, you know, get the majority and get different laws passed. Let's look at the states' movements now. Not only in Pennsylvania, but in states across this country, we see a huge movement toward anti-gun legislation, most of which include bans or restrictions, red flag laws, safe storage laws, and transfer or sale prohibitions. Every gun owner is going to tell you that any law is an overreach of government. And honestly, not one gun law that's been in effect has been able to effectively stop violence. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania specifically, since that's what we're all about here today. In the 2019 to 2020 session, there have been 29 pieces of anti-gun legislation proposed. You will note as you go through, we're not going to look at every one of them, just a few of them. There's a resounding theme of who is sponsoring these. So let's just take a look at a few. House Bill 162. One purchase a month. That might seem reasonable to other people, but folks who have businesses in the gun industry, it's not really a reasonable option. House Bill 204, no toy or imitation firearms, a complete prohibition on any type of toy that looks or resembles a firearm. Waste of our time. 307, the assault weapons ban. I mentioned this already quickly. Bans the possession, purchase, or transfer of it. There's no such thing as an assault weapon for the everyday American. There's already a ban on that. They're talking about semi-automatic firearms, which is certainly not going to be the case. 336, a ban of firearms on the state Capitol complex. Now, we already have a no-gun zone inside the state capitol. We understand that. But all the property around it. So if I were just there to visit with my family and take some selfies, I would not be able to have my firearm there to defend my life and my family's should something bad happen. So tell me why my life is important. I can defend it in my house, but not when I'm outside of my house visiting my state capitol. Doesn't make much sense. 467. You, as a gun owner, will need to now obtain a firearm eligibility license. This would be similar to the FOID card that they have in Illinois. So you would pass a background check, pay an enormous fee, which of course discriminates against poor people, that says, yes, this is my card that allows me to buy a gun. Well, when you go to buy a gun, you have to go through all of the background checks and legal hoops anyway to do it. This is just a ridiculous one. 525 and 532 revolves around safe storage. Pretty much most responsible gun owning Americans are going to have safe storage regardless. But if everyone needs to be locked up and I need that to protect myself, anything that is behind a lock is going to waste time and could cost me my life. 724, concealed carry permit training. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm all about education. That's what I do. I'm a trainer and I'm an instructor. However, I don't think it should be something that is required. You know, once again, anytime there's money involved or time involved, this discriminates against the poor. If that's going to be the case, then we need to make it needs to be free. It needs to be available immediately, and transportation needs to be provided for folks who don't drive. People don't think about all the ramifications of these proposed bills when they do it. 738, ammunition purchases requires a photographic identification to buy ammo. We don't even need voter ID, but we're going to need it to buy ammunition. I'm not sure why looking at your face on your driver's license is going to make it okay to buy ammunition. Prohibition of realistic toys. So here again, you can't buy a toy that looks like a gun unless you're 18 years of age. 768 by Rep. Cruz. If you notice, Rep. Cruz has sponsored most of these anti-gun legislation pieces. A firearms registry. There you have it. He wants every firearm owner to register and be known at the state and what firearms you have. Well, it's right in the Pennsylvania Constitution that the Commonwealth will not create and or maintain a firearm registry. It's right in the Pennsylvania Constitution. So once again, another waste of our time. 1162, minimum age of 21 to purchase a semi-automatic firearm. Here we go again with terminology. People don't understand the term semi-automatic firearm. They think big, scary black rifle. Well, a semi-automatic firearm is just an action of how the gun operates. And so a Glock, a Smith & Wesson, most guns that many women carry for everyday safety is a semi-automatic firearm. So let's take a look at 21 years of age. Well, I could be 20 years old and have 2 children in my home, and I want to protect them and myself, but I can't buy a gun because I'm not 21? Doesn't make much sense when I can go to the military and risk my life, and I can vote and I can get married, all of those things at the age of 18. 1075, extreme risk protection orders, aka red flag laws. Red flag laws are dangerous. Dangerous. Actually, they're straight up gun confiscation, if you ask me. You know, anyone, anywhere can make an allegation against you or me and say, oh, I think she's a risk and she has guns. And we can, without due process, have sheriff's deputies come by and take all our guns away. And there are no penalties for people who lie about things like that. ERPOs can backfire on people. They're just very, very dangerous and zero due process. 2702, requiring a 72-hour waiting period to buy a gun. Once again, let me go back to a woman's scenario. I file a PFA against my domestic partner, and I have to wait 3 days to be able to buy a gun to protect myself. Look, we all know a PFA, although legally binding, it's just a piece of paper. It's not going to protect me. So now I have to wait for 72 hours to be able to protect myself from a crazy person who's now even angrier that I have filed a PFA. People don't think these proposals through. That's just a few of them. You can look at the rest of them there. So let's move on to common sense. You know, the antis are all about common sense. Well, I use a few lines often when I'm out speaking. I'm like, common sense cannot be legislated. Like, you cannot legislate good parenting and you cannot legislate common sense. So this really doesn't come around to being about safety. What it really comes down to is control. And that's where we're not going to give in. So the other side loves to tout numbers. You know, we like numbers too, but just the number of deaths by gun. Well, when we look at this, 2/3 of all of the gun deaths are suicides. When we want to look at what the real problem is, this is going back to mental health reform. So if you can look here on the screen, back in the 1950s, we still have no more guns per capita today than we had back in 1950. And you can look here, you know, 4 times more likely somebody to be stabbed to death than shot to death by a rifle. So here's what we're up against, the tactics. When we look at the anti-side of guns or gun control, you know, as conservatives, we're all about, look at the facts. These are the numbers. Here's what the data is telling us, or how we're interpreting the data. The other side is using emotions, screaming, crying, trigger words like gun violence. And I'm not really sure why gun violence is any different or worse than any other type of violence, like knife violence or hammer violence or baseball bat violence. It's all violence. Maybe we should be using the term gun crime. Gun sense, we talked about that. Never, ever, ever, ever do we see proposals about how we're going to disarm violent criminals. You know, I got to sit in the House Judiciary Committee meeting on the assault weapons ban, and we'll get to a slide of that later. And never at any point did somebody blame the person who was using a gun. It was always the gun was the problem, the gun was the problem. Gun just sits there. It's like having a broom in your house. It does nothing but sit in the corner until somebody picks it up and uses it. So until you can get violent criminals, get the guns out of their hands, all you're doing is handcuffing the law-abiding citizens with these silly gun control laws. So let's take a look at turning the tables. Whoa, how things have changed in the last few months. In the second quarter of 2020, we have welcomed 5 million new gun owners to our world. 5 million. So what was happening? I'm telling you, a lot of these folks were anti-gun. They're coming to me for training, and they've even said, I've never liked guns, I haven't approved of guns, but now I have one and you need to teach me how to use it. I will do that. Let's take a look at it. Rioting, unrest, defund the police. People aren't feeling safe in their homes anymore. And they're finally recognizing that they have this liberty called the Second Amendment, where they're permitted to go ahead and purchase guns to defend themselves. So we're hoping for a big gun vote this time. You know, the gun vote, I'm a single issue voter for many reasons. We're hoping to be able to sway those folks over rather than letting them stay on traditional party lines. So how do we win the debate with these folks? Well, we've got to find common ground and shared values. We want the same thing. We want everyone to be safe. We don't want schools to be shot up. We don't want crazy people to have guns. But we've got to have the conversation. At no point does anyone from the other side want to have the conversation with us. And actually use real statistics. If you go to crimeresearch.org, it's independent, real information, none of which is slanted, which is what we typically tend to see from the other side. So what are the solutions? Well, let's enforce the gun laws that we already have. There are 20,000, more than 20,000 gun laws on the books across this country. But we'll see people plead down, get out of jail over and over. Let's just stay with where we are. Education and training. You know, we've seen teen pregnancy decrease over decades. Why? Education. It's the same thing about gun ownership. Let's get, hunter safety back in schools. Fix NICS, we could do an entire subject on that. That's the background check system. There are some flaws in it, and it could stand to have some upgrading. Mental health reform, we already talked about. 2/3 of all gun deaths are suicides. We need to talk about that and put some money where those problems are. And school protection programs. Just making a school a gun-free zone just sets them up to be prey. Let's protect our kids with real solutions in the school, with officers if we need to. But school protection programs will help. So what are we doing on the other side? Well, trying to fight fire with fire. So with all of the red shirts, we have teal shirts. So I am part of the DC project. I am Miss Pennsylvania, and we are a national effort, and at the state level, to organize women to meet with our representatives both in DC and at home to educate them about why firearm ownership is so important to women, because people really don't look at at women. They tend to have a profile of gun owners. Well, gun ownership has no profile. The 2A is for everyone. So these are some of the hashtags that we use. Education, not legislation, is our big one. And so many of the candidates are wanting the women's vote this year that we may have those voices now that we have so many new female gun owners. So how do we preserve the future of liberty? Well, succession planning is a big piece. I know in the primaries around Pittsburgh, there were many uncontested races. And that's how Virginia was lost as well, because there were empty seats in the Republican side. So how do we groom people to take places or to want to run for public office? Because it's a difficult job. Vote, of course, that's an easy one. The FOAC website, Firearm Owners Against Crime, they grade each of the candidates on their voting record. Not all R's are good and not all D's are bad, so they have really good information there. Local elections truly do matter. So in summary, I'm only going to point a few of these out. You can look at these here. Everyone is pro-gun. If something bad is happening, you either have a gun or you're calling somebody with a gun who's going to come and help you. I believe that being safe is better than feeling safe. The right of the people shall not be infringed. Gun vote, gun vote, gun vote. And succession planning is key. I'm Kelly Pigeon. Thank you for watching. If you have any feedback or questions, feel free to contact me at armedandfeminine@gmail.com.
And now I'm pleased to introduce our next panel, Unleashing the Power of Free Enterprise. And to speak to us today, we have two of the most respected pro-growth champions in Pennsylvania's General Assembly, State Senator Kristen Phillips Hill of York County and State Representative Dawn Kiefer from York and Cumberland counties.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm State Senator Kristen Phillips Hill, and I'm very excited to be here with one of my favorite House colleagues.
I'm Representative Dawn Kiefer. So we both hail from York County, and we have both been great advocates for the free market and for small businesses and trying to just get the Commonwealth out of the way so that we can actually realize our economic opportunities. So,
well, I was very excited when you were elected because you came in and were immediately a great ally, an advocate on issues that I had been working on for 2 years, and you just dug right in to regulatory reform. And I'm told on average it takes about 6 years, so I think we're about almost 6 years into working on regulatory reform, which if we can get so many of these overburdensome regulations that just don't make sense, that prohibit economic growth, that just make it difficult for individuals, businesses, local governmental entities to operate, I think we could really put the Commonwealth onto a path of prosperity. And you have the REINS Act,
right,
which would really make a significant impact.
Right. So my first term in, you were a great help for me. So I dug in right away, and then I thought, oh, look, my own colleagues are already working on this. So that was very encouraging and helpful, especially kind of showing the ropes, because I just dug right in, not knowing what the process was. So the process is half the battle. And it was very encouraging, and mine was just the REINS Act is Regulations in Need of Scrutiny Act. So that just says, hey, if you have a regulation, these unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats come up with a rule that has an impact, whether it's on the state or our economy as a whole or any local municipality, of $1 million or greater, you have to get that passed through both the House and the Senate on a concurrent resolution before it can be implemented, right? So if you're going to have that much of a fiscal impact, you know, there should be some checks and balances there. So it did pass out of the House last session. Didn't go anywhere. So we passed it out again, and we're still waiting for some action. So I'm asking for your help in the Senate there.
Absolutely. Well, as my mother always said, if you keep everlastingly at it, eventually you will have success. And what I really appreciate about the REINS Act is that it is prescriptive. It's looking forward at potentially the new regulations that could come on board here in the Commonwealth. And I felt like it really complemented so well my legislation that I entitled the Office of the Repealer, that would look at the existing regulatory burden here in the Commonwealth, the over 153,000 regulations that we have, you know, bogging down our system. And, you know, handed that legislation over to Representative Kate Klunk. I have the Senate companion. She got that bill through the House. It was a very proud moment for me. I was really excited. And, you know, with Senator Doug Mastriano as the chairman of our Intergovernmental Operations Committee, I look forward to moving many more regulatory reform bills out of that committee. But just this week, Senator Tomlinson moved a bill that I had worked on as part of my efforts to bring broadband all across the Commonwealth, help people access high-speed internet. And in that process learned that the regulations on our telecommunications company, those telephone companies, to provide voice service through old school landlines still exist. And they have to plow hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars into infrastructure for a service that people don't want and don't need anymore. And imagine the power of unleashing that economic outcome on service that people want and need as our kids are being educated at home, as our employees are working from home, as we're getting health care at home.
And the way that industry's been set up as a whole is a very regulatory intensive industry across the board, because although it's not a utility, it's treated much like a utility. And so you start getting into access right-of-ways. So we have rural electric. There's a natural line, right? But we can't just run our broadband cable along there because, well, there's a whole another process that has to be established in order for them to do that. Where common sense would say, hey, let's use what we've got. And then you have other areas where I read a really interesting story in Huntington County where they're in a very remote area. So they just won't take it to this community because it's not economically viable for that company to do it, right? There's not a lot of money to be made. And they are so resourceful. And again, that is what's so great about the free market and our economy and the United States is that this group of essentially homeowners came up with a product and it shoots up to a satellite and comes back to a radio. And then it pushes out from there to the different homes and it kind of created their own little co-op to get themselves broadband. Right. And so that resourcefulness that's there, but if you put government, and we're always looking to government to kind of come in here and figure this out, and every time we do something, we never do it efficiently, it's never effective, and if we let the free market take hold of that, right, we can do it much more efficiently, we can be much more innovative, right? People are so much more resourceful, and we'll get a better product for less money, and something people that want.
Right, and we've seen that through this pandemic. Pennsylvania has really, really struggled under probably the second most restrictive government-mandated shutdown because of this governor and administration's policies. And through it, I've seen some real glimmers of hope where the private sector has really innovated and figured a way forward, despite the fact that government has really, pushed them down. And those are the kinds of things that give me great hope and just spurs me to want to continue to work to get government out of the way so that they can have future success.
And that's one thing I've tried to point out through this entire pandemic is that every time I turn around, there seems to be one industry after the next asking for a license or a permit or something like that to further regulate their industry. And first of all, my response always is, why do you want government to dictate your standards? You as an industry should do that, right? And consumers can figure it out from there. But a government that can give you everything can also take it away. And that's what they're seeing, right? So these businesses didn't have the liberty to just take all of these risks because there's a license at stake, especially if you have a liquor license. You're talking $500,000. That's a big risk you're going to take if you want to, defy any of the orders that they don't know, have enforcement, they can't enforce, they're not sure, right? That's a huge risk. And so if you have a barber license or you have an insurance license, any kind of broker, you are really restricted by government. And so they've asked for that, right? And they're reaping what they sow. So, I think that people are starting to see, how is this really working for me, and taking a step back and, let's take a new approach. We don't need, in areas of safety, right? Yeah, you should have some regulations. Your heavy equipment, you have health involved. That might require some regulation, but I don't need a shampoo or a hair salon shampoo. I don't think needs to be licensed. A florist or an interior decorator, right, does not need to be licensed.
Well, and I think that if you're looking for the silver linings of this rain cloud of COVID-19, looking at how the federal government has pulled in these regulations, looking at how we have done some things here in the Commonwealth where we have pulled back regulations with regard to licensure and other things. And when we come out of this, looking at if we didn't need these regulations in the midst of a pandemic and a great crisis, maybe we don't need these regulations at all going forward in the future. And this is the perfect opportunity and the time for us to figure out what we really don't need and get rid of them.
Absolutely.
And lift people up.
Yes. And we've had the same conversation in the House, is that, hey, if we didn't need them now during this, pandemic, let's take a look before we just put them back in place. What do we need? What don't we need? And I think members are going to have to be strong with this because there still will be the different industries that we're trying to stake their claims because it's a protectionism for them, right? It helps them to kind of control competition in some of these areas. But, we really need to think. When we need workers and we need to move our economy forward, we need to remove as many barriers as possible to do that. So it's a great opportunity and we need to take advantage of it.
And you bring up a really good point, and that is, I felt like throughout this pandemic, these mandates and these closures have really hurt our small mom and pop businesses, our main streets in our little towns, whether it's the city of York or the borough of Delta, and that these larger big box stores have really benefited at their expense. And I think that we have to always be mindful that we create a level playing field so that whether they're a small business, a mid-sized business, a large business, or an individual who's just starting a small business working out of the basement of their home, that we have created a level playing field where everyone can achieve their greatest success. And I hope that whatever we do, we can accomplish that.
I think that we've highlighted all of that, quite frankly, as far as those small businesses, and they really got hammered in this in comparison to our large businesses, so we really need to be cognizant of that. And that's another reason why I am not really a proponent of all of the different grant opportunities that are out there for one business over another, tax credits for one industry over another. I think it's picking winners and losers, the government picking winners and losers with my tax dollars to boot, right? And then on top of it, we have one where I have a bill, it's for the film tax credits. Film tax credits, over 90% of those film tax credits are sold to companies like PPL, Apple, other companies coming in and buying them. So they're not even being used for the film industry. And as I was digging in, I found that a lot of our tax credits are treated this way. You're able to sell them. It's a whole industry to be a tax credit broker. And that is not the intent of this. And again, it's another government program gone awry, and it does not benefit all taxpayers.
Well, and Senator Wayne Langerholtz has a bill that creates a financing mechanism to leverage private sector investment into further deploying broadband. And where's this money going to come from? Well, the Independent Fiscal Office did a report, and we found that there's a tax credit program that was intended to spur just that kind of development. And when we looked at what was going on, 90% of the investment from that tax credit was to areas that were already being served. Right. So it wasn't an efficient, effective use of taxpayer resources. So amended the bill to end that tax credit and put money into a program that's going to have better oversight, and we're going to monitor it for better outcomes.
Right. And when we're trying to bring a resource out, right, so you're saying equity, right? You don't have broadband in all areas, and we're in an area that's pretty built up, right? But I still have pockets in my district where there's no access, where it will stop, and you've got maybe 5 miles left of the road and they're not going any further. But then you have entire counties where it's bleak. And so you have agriculture that can't take advantage of new technology because they just don't have the access for it. Right. And it impacts so many entities that are out there. And when the Commonwealth has invested so heavily on broadband, right, and we've gotten it to all of the metropolitan areas, I think it's such a disservice that we've left the rest of the Commonwealth out there to kind of fend on their own.
Exactly. So, infrastructure, regulation, tax policy. We haven't even gotten into tax policy. I know bumped into Representative Frank Ryan on his way out, and he has a really good bill that would require dynamic scoring of any future tax policy by the Independent Fiscal Office. And I know that passed out of the House unanimously. And we seem to be able to get these bills that would make a huge impact over the finish line, but we just nearly missed getting them onto the governor's desk. And so I think that bill could be a great opportunity, just to get some forward momentum, and would really allow legislators an idea of what the true impact of their decisions will be.
And I think that's a lot of it. A lot of the members up there don't really see a true picture of what their impact's going to have. And when I came into office, one of the biggest things while I was campaigning was listening to other candidates say they were going to create jobs. And I was always taken aback by that. I thought government does not create jobs. Businesses create jobs. People create jobs. And the only barrier that's there is the government. So I always, that is one of my biggest things. So every time something comes across my desk, I look at this and say, why? Who is this helping? Or is this more of an impediment? Or is this going to unleash somebody's ability? And so if we do something like net operating losses, those help your smaller businesses, right? And while they look at it and say, well, what's the revenue impact on this budget? And there is one, but the impact that it will have outgoing, how those individuals and those companies will be able to generate dollars for themselves, and in turn, it generates more revenue for the Commonwealth. I mean, it's that kind of forward thinking that we can't quite get over the finish line.
And you bring up a good point, which is when we look at what the financial impact is, I don't think that we accurately figure out that fiscal note, what the fiscal impact to the Commonwealth is going to be, because you're exactly right. When it spurs that investment, when it spurs that growth, when more people are employed, when they're generating more income tax, and they have buying power, so they're buying more things, and it's more sales tax. We don't really accurately score those bills, and that could go a long way to improving our financial policies here in the Commonwealth. And of course, one of the things that you have been helpful with is our not only our cybersecurity but our IT procurement. And I know you have to have had the same experience I've had, which is just phone call after phone call after phone call from people who've not been able to access unemployment compensation for over 6 months, and just have come to find out that, it had to do with bad software, and we have people who are getting unemployment compensation who shouldn't get it, and the people who need it aren't getting it. And the systems are failing, and we have bad IT procurement policies. We spend over $1 billion a year on technology-related products, and that's a great opportunity. One, to save money, and two, to make it better. So it's applying for permits, right? You need a permit to do a lot of things, whether it's from DEP, the Department of Labor. Imagine if we could streamline that process and make it easier and more user-friendly. And, so there's great opportunity in that respect.
And again, unleashing the free market. So I always say on that kind of thing, I said, I'm confident I could get my 15-year-old son and his friend, and they could come up with an app with that. But yet, when the government gets involved, we're $200 million in, and we don't have a final project looking at the comp, right? The unemployment comp, right? We spent over $200 million, did not get a finished product, and just had to come back and spend another $17 million. We hope we'll finish the job in another, 2 or 3 months. So, yeah, there's a lot of, the free market could address that so much better, and we would get a better product at a better price.
Right. All you have to do is look at the response that the state-owned liquor stores had to this pandemic, right? And I'm sitting there going, the little consignment shop in downtown New York figured out a way how to go online, how to do curbside delivery, how to make a small retail business in the city of York work, using and harnessing technology and the owner's own innovation, and yet
we can't figure it out with that big government organization.
Right.
I have a local distillery. She did this. She was booming, soaring. She said she couldn't even keep up with the gin sales. So she had to stop making hand sanitizer and this other antiviral product that she had because she was out of gin and vodka. She said she was selling her liquor by the case. That's a great success story. Yeah. And she and her husband, and I think she has like 10 or 15 employees, were able to do this. But we have the, Liquor Control Board with people making hundreds of thousands of dollars and contracts that are exponential, and we can't seem to figure out how to even open the door and hand a bag from the curb, right?
Exactly. So that really, I think, almost just really is emblematic of why the private sector, when we unleash their power, can solve a lot of problems.
Yeah. So I'm hoping we can. Let's rein back in this government, right? Like, we've got to get out of the way, and we've got to get our hand out of everybody's pocket and out of everybody's business, and let businesses really realize their full potential.
Couldn't agree more. Well, this is a pleasure. Can you imagine they let the two of us be completely unfettered, sitting here and talking about these things? I'm sure it would make a lot of people nervous.
Yes.
But thanks to PLC and the
you.
opportunity to spend time with everyone today.
Well, thank you, Senator and Representative. We appreciate your taking time to be with us today for the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. A reminder, we still have a full afternoon agenda yet to come. We're going to have a panel on school choice. We have an upcoming panel on combating environmental extremism. We have a panel on pro-life policy, why leadership matters. We're going to talk about the new entrepreneurial protection program. And then we're going to hear from John Gizzi and Dr. Paul Kangor from Grove City College, who will be talking about the state of the conservative movement. And we're going to wrap up today's activities a little later on this afternoon with comments from U.S. Representative Dan Muser. Up next, we have Corey DeAngelis. Corey is the Director of School Choice at the Reason Foundation. He is also an adjunct scholar at the Cato Institute, and he's executive director at the Educational Freedom Institute. Corey has a new book out. It's called School Choice Myths, Setting the Record Straight on Educational Freedom. And so, from the Reason Foundation, the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference welcomes Corey DeAngelis.
Hey, thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you everybody for coming out and watching this conversation today. I'm here to talk about school choice. School choice has always been an excellent idea because the public school system essentially has a geographic monopoly through residential assignment. It doesn't have any particularly strong incentives to cater to the needs of individual families because of that residential assignment and that geographic monopoly, but then also because of compulsory funding through the property tax system. They don't have a particularly strong incentive to cater to the needs of individual families. But it's even a bigger deal this year because it's one thing for the schools to not provide your children with an adequate education and to not have incentives to cater to their needs, but it's a whole nother discussion when the schools aren't even reopening for in-person instruction to cater to the needs of individual families. So the families are rightfully saying that it doesn't really make any sense to fund institutions that aren't even reopening for their children. If a Walmart doesn't reopen, you can take your money elsewhere. You can go to Whole Foods or Trader Joe's or Safeway or some other provider of the service. The money follows the family to wherever they're best getting their needs met. If a school doesn't reopen, you should similarly be able to take your children's education dollars elsewhere. And that could be in the public school system if it reopens in the right manner, or they should be able to take their money to a charter school, a private school, a home school, or a pandemic pod or micro school option, which is basically the idea of the one-room schoolhouse. Just imagine if you were residentially assigned to your nearest grocery store and they got your money each week, regardless of however well they provided you with goods and services. Further imagine if they continued getting your money regardless of whether they reopened their doors to you. They would have a very different incentive than what they have today. And so I think this is why we've seen a very different response from the private sector than from the public school sector. And I will say, public schools all across the nation are not reopening with in-person instruction for the most part. Education Week has tracked these data for 900 of the largest school districts in the United States, and 3 out of every 4 public school districts out of the 100 largest school districts in the U.S. are not reopening with any in-person instruction available to any students at all. And contrast this with the response from the private sector. We have private businesses, private schools, private daycares, private grocery stores, private restaurants reopening, or they already have been reopening, or they're fighting to reopen, whereas on the other hand, you have public schools fighting to remain closed. And I think the difference is obvious to most people. It's one of incentives. One of these sectors gets your money regardless of how well they meet your individual needs. Again, if your Walmart doesn't reopen, you can take your money elsewhere. If your school doesn't reopen, you should obviously, similarly, be able to take your children's education dollars elsewhere. Why? Because the money isn't supposed to be meant for propping up and protecting a government institution. It's supposed to be meant for the education of the child. And our education funding system should reflect that reality and that priority of the student instead of the institution. And we see this with so many other taxpayer-funded initiatives. Just think about it. With pre-K programs or Pell Grants and GI Bill at the higher education level, with Pell Grants, the money goes to the student, and the student rightfully has a choice to go to the community college that they want, but they can also go to a public or private university of their choosing. With pre-K programs, same thing. The money goes to the family, and the family can choose a public or private provider of pre-K services that works for them. With food stamps even. With that taxpayer-funded initiative, we don't tell low-income families that they must use their food stamp funding at a residentially assigned government-run grocery store. That would be absolutely ridiculous. And we can argue all day about whether we should have these programs or how much we should fund these particular programs, but I think we can all agree that if we are going to allocate the taxpayer funding to different services, it should go to families, and families should have a choice. It shouldn't go to a monopoly and a government-run institution, regardless of how well it meets the needs of individual families. So if you do support pre-K programs and you do support choice and money following the child when it comes to higher education with the GI Bill and with Pell Grants, why would you not be for choice when it comes to K-12 education? And the only reason that I can conjure up as to why there is this apparent logical inconsistency between these different sectors is that at the K-12 level, the norm is not choice. The norm is that a particular institution gets your money regardless of how well they meet your needs. So there's an entrenched special interest at play here and different power dynamic when it comes to K-12 education. Because, put simply, monopolies like to remain monopolies. You can't blame them for that. It's not that the people in the system are bad or have bad intentions. It's just that their incentives are set up in a way to delay reopening of schools and to not provide you with the most meaningful educational experience. I mean, look, we didn't see this with the grocery stores not reopening. We didn't see this with private schools. Private schools have actually been fighting against governments to try to reopen in different locations. In Sacramento, for example, there was a Catholic school or a Christian school in Sacramento area. They were allowing daycares to reopen, but they weren't allowing private schools to reopen, which first begs the question as to why is it okay to reopen a school as a daycare but not to reopen a school for learning? That doesn't make any sense. It's not that learning is causing the virus to be more dangerous or anything. So this school actually rebranded itself as a daycare. It trained all of its employees as daycare employees to pretty much show how ridiculous this regulation is and having different standards for different types of institutions. The health official in Sacramento actually told that school that, no, you're pulling a fast one on us. You can't actually do this. But thankfully, California is starting to allow some private schools to reopen. You have other weird things going on this year as well. The first time I saw it was in Gilbert Public Schools in Arizona, and a couple of districts actually. But then I started seeing it in California, Michigan, sprouting up in Virginia, and other states as well, at least 10 districts that I can come up with off the top of my head. They're not reopening schools for in-person instruction because it's not safe enough. But then they are reopening their same school buildings, elementary schools and middle schools, for daycare services. Again, why is it safe enough to reopen these as daycare centers, but not if you're doing the learning part? I think the main problem here is that, and oh, by the way, they're charging families out of pocket in addition to what they're already paying through the property tax system. In one location in Chicago, or a suburb of Chicago in Illinois, they're actually charging families up to $250 per child per week in addition to what they already pay through the property tax system, which most of us would classify in any other sector as legalized extortion. They're using their position of power in that they get your money regardless of the property tax system and asking for more money from families, essentially making families pay twice for a service that they have been getting all along any other school year. And I would actually argue it's arguably unconstitutional. Each state, as far as state-level constitutions, each state constitution that I know of has some type of education clause in it or provision that says that you must provide a free system of public education. And most people think of that as in-person instruction at public schools. Can't really say you're doing that, one, if the public schools aren't even opening their doors. But then two, more obviously, if you're charging families out of pocket for the child care services that were always being provided in these public institutions, can't really say you're providing it for free if you're charging people out of pocket. So families are looking at this and they're seeing, rightfully so, that it doesn't make any sense for the institution to get their children's money instead of them while their families doing a lot of the work and scrambling to find alternatives for their children right now because the public school system isn't there for them. And again, it's not because anybody in the system's evil or has bad intentions, it's just they have an incentive to remain closed and to not cater to the needs of individual families. And so the best way to fix this is to fund students directly. It would lead to more equality as well. Let's face it, school choice is already attainable for the most advantaged in society. Rich people can already afford to pay for a house that is located in a district that is residentially assigned to the higher quality government-run public school institutions. Rich people can already afford to pay twice, to pay once through the property tax system and then pay again for private school tuition out of pocket. Rich people can already afford to pay for pandemic pods or micro schools, which is kind of this new re-envisioning of the one-room schoolhouse. But disadvantaged families are being adversely affected right now from schools not reopening. This is most negatively impacting families that rely on two incomes to get by and single-parent households. So if we funded the students directly, just like we do with so many other programs, from food stamps to Pell Grants to pre-K programs to Medicaid to Section 8 housing vouchers, the money follows the individual person or the family. We'd allow for more equality by allowing more families from disadvantaged populations to be able to access these educational alternatives at a time when they need them most. I mentioned that some schools are reopening as daycare centers, which you think is pretty crazy, but there's also some other ridiculous things that are going on in some public school districts, including Fairfax County Public Schools in Virginia. They're doing the daycare thing for one, but they're also doing this thing where they're not reopening the school buildings for learning, but they are paying bus drivers. So they're not returning the kids to school on the bus each day, but they're still paying the bus drivers to drive around town with empty buses, which just doesn't make any sense at all unless you see the school system as a way to prop up employees and protect jobs rather than how we should see the school system, which it was supposed to be about and is supposed to be built for meeting the needs of individual families. And the best way to do that is to fund the students directly instead of the institution. Again, just like how we do with any other institution. And it's even more important now than ever because the schools aren't even reopening. Even if you're using taxpayer funding like food stamps, if your Walmart doesn't reopen or Whole Foods, it doesn't matter that much. It's not a huge national debate about whether a particular grocery store decides to reopen or not. And why is that? It's because families already have a choice in the matter. They can vote with their feet and go somewhere else. We should do the same thing with K-12 education that we do with pre-K programs and Pell Grants and food stamps, in that we should have the money follow the child. And so, of course, this makes a lot of sense to most people listening to this thing. Why would you prioritize an institution over an individual family and the needs of the child if the education system and education funding is supposed to be meant for providing a kid with a decent education and not supposed to be about propping up and protecting a government-run monopoly? Well, we have special interests in play that do not like these arguments, and they'll spew out a lot of myths in the debate. And so there's actually so much myths in the debate fighting against school choice and allowing people to take their children's education dollars to wherever they get an education, and so much special interest at play with fighting to keep the monopoly the way that it is. You have tons of myths in the debate. There's probably hundreds of them. We can only fit 12 in this book. I actually have a co-edited volume with Cato Institute's Neil McCluskey where we tackle 12 of the biggest myths in the school choice debate. And we also got invited chapters from different authors from different parts of the country to help us tackle these myths. One of the biggest myths that people hear in the school choice debate is the biggest argument that you hear against school choice. It's always about, well, what about the institution? What's going to happen to the monopoly? I'm sure everyone in here has heard the idea that somehow or another that school choice defunds public schools or school choice siphons away money from the public schools. No, it doesn't. School choice doesn't defund public schools. Public schools defund families. School choice just returns that money into the hands of the rightful owners. No one would say that allowing someone to shop at Trader Joe's defunds Whole Foods. Why would you never hear someone say that? Why would that be absolutely ridiculous to say? Because the money doesn't belong to any particular institution. It doesn't belong to Whole Foods. So allowing someone to shop at Trader Joe's doesn't steal money from Whole Foods. Similarly, allowing people to choose a private school for their children does not steal money from the public schools. It doesn't belong to the public schools in the first place. It's supposed to be for educating the child. And that's how we should structure K-12 education funding. We should put our money where our mouth is and prioritize the families and the children, not prioritize the needs of a government-run monopoly institution. And then also, if this is your main argument against school choice, that it's going to defund the public schools, what does that mean about how you feel about what families would choose when giving a meaningful option? This is a pretty big concession that defenders of the public school system believe that they're not meeting the needs of so many individual families that families will vote with their feet somewhere else when given the option. Even though with school choice programs all across the country, families get lower amounts than what their children would have gotten on a per pupil basis in the traditional public schools. So that really says a lot that people, when given the option, opt out of the public school system when given the choice, even though it's less money than what they would have gotten in the traditional public schools. Take the two private school choice tax credit scholarship programs in Pennsylvania, for example. They're only funded at about 15 to 20% of what families would have gotten in the traditional public school system. If families are voluntarily leaving and only getting about 20% of what they would have gotten spent on their children in the public school system, that should really tell you a lot about how well the needs of families are being met in the traditional public school system. So that's the question that we should be asking. But it gets even worse than that when it comes to public schools, because public schools are partially funded based on enrollment counts. So if they lose some students, they do lose some money. But no state that I've seen in the country is completely funded based on enrollment counts. There are different percentages in different locations, but in Texas, for example, it's about 2/3 of the funding is based on enrollment. So what that means mathematically is when public schools lose students to school choice competition, they actually financially benefit on a per pupil basis. They get to keep about 20 to 30% of the funding for students who are no longer there. Just imagine if you stopped shopping at Whole Foods and went to Trader Joe's, and Whole Foods got to keep 30% of your grocery bill each week. They'd be super happy about that, and I would similarly argue that the K-12 public schools should be ecstatic that they get to keep any money at all, that they get to keep 20 to 30% of the funding for students who are no longer there, and for them not having to provide those educational services for those children. So school choice doesn't defund public schools. A similar myth is that, well, perhaps the children that do not access the program could be worse off in the public school system, but there are 28 studies on this topic. 26 of the 28 studies find statistically significant positive effects of private school choice competition on the students who remain in the traditional public school system. Why? Because competition works. Public schools start to see that they need to shape up and up their game in order to compete so they don't lose as many students. So that actually benefits the children who remain in the public schools. 26 of 28 studies on the topic find that. And it's because of competitive pressures. Then also it could be because they actually end up financially better on a per pupil basis. And so we should refocus all of our efforts on how the education funding should look. And I think a lot of people are seeing that it makes no sense at all to fund a government-run institution instead of the students directly. And they're really seeing that this year because their public schools have gotten so bad at meeting their needs that they're not even reopening for in-person instruction. So if we funded the students directly, it really wouldn't be much of a big deal in a debate, right? It wouldn't matter if the school district reopened or not, because then you could take your money elsewhere. And I actually believe the school district should have the choice to reopen. Teachers should have the choice to go back to work or not, but students need a choice too, and the best way to do that is to fund students directly. So I already said Pennsylvania has 2 programs that already do fund students directly to some degree. I think those should be bigger programs. They should be available to everyone. They should be universal to every family, regardless of their background. It should also be a higher funding amount. You shouldn't have to sacrifice 80% of your child's per pupil education dollars just because the public school isn't working for you. It should be funded more equitably across sectors. But then there's also the CARES Act funding. There's something called the Back on Track ESAs, or Education Scholarship Accounts, here in Pennsylvania that I do think is a step in the right direction at funding students instead of systems, funding students instead of government-run institutions. This would allow families to take, I believe, up to $1,000 for 500,000 different families, and that money would follow them to wherever their children is getting an education, whether that's in a private school, a charter school, a public school, or a homeschool option, including a pandemic pod. And that's how this should work. And I will say it uses existing CARES Act funding and reallocates those dollars from the institutions to individual families. And that's a step in the right direction. I think Pennsylvania is doing a good job with those types of proposals. But look, we really need to rethink how we think about education. Most families are seeing this, and there's a poll that just came out that saw a 10 percentage point jump in support for school choice amongst parents of children in public schools. It's not that surprising, is it? Because they're seeing that the public schools aren't there for them. The best way to ensure that the school system works for parents is to fund students instead of institutions. Thank you.
"2020 will go down in our history as an incredibly challenging and difficult year. COVID-19, racial strife and violence, challenges within law enforcement, and a politically polarized nation unlike anything in my lifetime. Major U.S. cities are burning. These trying and desperate times demand strong and thoughtful leadership that provides solutions based on common sense and historic conservative principles. The Pennsylvania Leadership Conference has always been about common sense, conservative, and constitutional solutions to local, state, and federal challenges. I'm proud to have been part of this conference since its inception and pleased to be a Patriot sponsor for the 2020 conference. 2020 will go down as a critical year in the political history of America and Pennsylvania. The November election will decide whether we believe in law and order or violence and anarchy, freedom and entrepreneurship or extreme government overreach. What we do in the next several weeks will decide what kind of a nation and commonwealth our children and grandchildren will inherit. Let us return to the wellspring of principle for this nation, the Declaration of Independence. Let us embrace again the grandeur and simplicity of its words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. Today, let us reaffirm these words and ideals.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Leinbach. And now, to welcome the next panel, Expanding Educational Opportunities, I want to introduce your panel moderator, Otto V. Banks, the Executive Director of the Reach Alliance and Reach Foundation in Harrisburg. Founded in 1991, Reach is Pennsylvania's grassroots coalition for school choice. Reach represents citizens in business, religious, civic, taxpayer, and nonprofit organizations committed to educational achievement through choice. Here's your moderator, Otto Banks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for this wonderful, wonderful event that we have today here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I am truly blessed and lucky to be surrounded by such an esteemed panel of individuals who will share with you what is going on innovative here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and throughout our entire nation. Who would have thought that an isolated disease in a region of China would evolve into a global pandemic that would bring nations to a standstill, cripple economies, and forever change our lives? Educators, parents, and policymakers have all been trying to achieve the same goal, and that goal has been to provide our children with a high-quality, cost-effective, and well-rounded educational experience. Internet access, connectivity, food service, and increased role that parental choice plays in education have all been the main topics of the discussion. Joining us today, and of course, starting with to my far right, is Colleen Honrich. Graduated from the University of Maryland with a degree in economics. Following college, she interned at the American Enterprise Institute, worked as a research analyst at ICF Consulting in its energy division, and then joined the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy as a research associate. When her first child was born, Colleen chose to stay home and be a full-time mom. She jokes on her on-the-job training as a mother of four whose children have experienced public, private, cyber, and home education, has almost earned her an advanced degree in educational choice. A graduate of Koch Fellow Program, she also has experience with healthcare policy and small business regulatory barriers and public sector unions. Colleen is also a published author. She wrote The Whistling Irishman, Danny Murtaugh, remembered about her grandfather who managed the Pittsburgh Pirates 2 World Series championships. Colleen and her husband and children currently live in Grove City, which they chose for its vibrant homeschooling community. And of course, The next gentleman to my far right is Senator John DeSanto, who of course is no stranger here in South Central Pennsylvania. John was elected to the Pennsylvania State Senate representing the 15th District. His agenda includes reforming government, cutting wasteful spending, eliminating property taxes, and removing bureaucratic barriers to job creation. He is chairman of State Government Committee. He serves as vice chair of the Education Committee and has advocated for increased educational improvement, tax credit funding, and education savings accounts to help students attend poorly performing schools. John is a second-generation family business owner with broad experience in construction and real estate development. He has led many large-scale philanthropic initiatives. A native of the Harrisburg area, John earned a bachelor's degree in business administration with a focus on urban planning from American University. He is married and has 2 grown children. And of course, right to my immediate right, of course, Frank Brogan, Assistant Secretary for Elementary and Secondary Education. Secretary Brogan was nominated by President Donald J. Trump to be the Assistant Secretary for the Elementary and Secondary Education on December 11th, 2017, and he was confirmed by the U.S. Senate on June 25th, 2018. Brogan most recently served as Chancellor of the Pennsylvania Public Universities. He began his career as a 5th grade teacher in Martin County, Florida, and later served as a Dean of Students, Assistant Principal, and Superintendent before being elected to Florida's Commissioner in Education in 1994. Brogan continued his advocacy for public education when he was elected to serve as Lieutenant Governor of Florida in 1998 and 2002. After 5 years in the role, he was named President of Florida Atlantic University, a position he held until 2009 when he was selected to serve as Chancellor of Florida's public universities. A native of Ohio, Brogan was the first member of his family to attend college, earning a bachelor's degree in education magna cum laude from University of Cincinnati and a master's degree in education from Florida Atlantic University. He and his wife, Courtney, have a 13-year-old son. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed group of panelists this evening, or this afternoon. Starting to my far right, Colleen. On the local level, tell me, what have you noticed in terms of the impact that this COVID-19 has had on our local governments as well as communities throughout, not only South Central Pennsylvania, but what are you hearing across our state?
Well, I think we can even go down to the more local level and look directly at families, at students, and see the impact there, because that's where I think it's been the most, the biggest impact is, in terms of education, is on the individual students. And the theme here is perfect, even though it was set before the coronavirus, of expanding educational opportunities. And I just think it's really clear that the more that we do expand it, and what we've done so far to expand, has really helped us deal with this. The schools that have more flexibility have pivoted better. Children that have more resources on an individual level have pivoted better. And I think that the more that we can do of that through education scholarship accounts, through tax credit scholarships, I think that's really where we can help both now and in the future, because we don't know what the future will bring. And so the more individualized we can make education, the more flexibility we can put in the system, funding students directly instead of funding just systems. I think that's really key for dealing with any challenges that we face.
You had spoke about what's going on the local level. Have you seen any innovation? I've seen a lot of inspiration because I am inspired by the stories that I'm hearing. I'm hearing that many children that lack the basic necessities, because oftentimes, education, we just think about one delivery model, but many people don't understand, like especially in our rural, in urban districts, the meals that are provided, and oftentimes are the only meals that these children will receive. So, and I've seen, especially here in the city of Harrisburg, that they're opening up grab-and-go locations, so families can actually go to some of the different schools and pick up meals to bring home for their children. Have you seen any other innovative ideas or programs that have been implemented since COVID-19?
To the food specifically, there's this program called Pandemic EBTs, where they've taken some of the school lunch money and they put it on EBT cards, like a SNAP program, and families can use that money directly to buy groceries. You could do the same exact thing with an education scholarship account where you take, schools maybe aren't functioning fully, some are closed altogether, take some of the money that we would put towards some sort of COVID relief. We've got there's one program right now, it's called the Back on Track ESAs. You could take some of the money that is going towards COVID relief, put it on there, and it's kind of the same idea as that pandemic EBT, where the families could use those funding directly on the items that they need to educate their children. And again, it's putting back to focusing on the students, getting them what they need specifically. And I'm sure everybody's seen the pandemic pods that have popped up everywhere. As a homeschooler, we've always done stuff like that. We didn't have such a catchy name for it.
Well, could you elaborate and please share with our audience what a pandemic pod actually is?
So a pandemic pod is just where you have families getting together. Sometimes they're within their school. Maybe their school is opening only remote, and they want something more. They want some in-person interaction for their kids. So they're grouping together. It's usually 5 to 10 kids. It can be, if it's within a school, a lot of times it will be the same grade. If it's just independent learning, like a homeschooling program, then a lot of times there's a variety of ages. And it's just, some get together once a week, some get together half day half of a day every day. A lot of flexibility, and that's kind of the key. Like we keep going back to that, is the more flexible that we can make the system so the parents can find the solution that works best for them and their family and their children. And even the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, an international group, just did a study, and that's the thing they pointed to also to recover from the learning losses is individualizing.
Great, thank you. Senator, could you share with the audience what's going on in terms of the statewide level? Are there any innovations that are occurring? Could you share if there's a discussion that's taking place on Capitol Hill right now with regarding to not only just choice, but how is state government stepping up to the plate during this very difficult time?
Well, thank you, Otto. Thank you to the panelists and the PLC for hosting us. I think it's very important. Just to step back for a moment, on the statewide level, we've had a lot of issues with the online learning in the sense that some of the even larger districts like Central Dauphin School District and my district are well prepared for online learning, but with the lack of broadband access in some of the more rural areas of the district, it's been a real challenge. And some of the urban districts, lower income neighborhoods, we're having the access is there, but the equipment's not. So it's been a real struggle. I think most districts are doing well. Private schools seem to be adapting as well to provide education. And obviously on the statewide level, we've been working on distributing the CARES money, the COVID-19 money to the schools to make sure they're fully funded and help cover their costs in relationship to the increased burden with technology and things like that. We're also looking at Senate Bill 1230. Hopefully we'll look harder at that in November when we come back. It's back on track, which would provide the $1,000 grant directly to parents, which they could use for any of their approved expenses, tuition, books, tutoring, any of that. So the state's on a high level really trying to support the local districts and private schools and so on to provide the education to the students.
Senator, you spoke about the connectivity issues, one, of course, with the rural and, of course, with the urban. Obviously, it comes as a result of lack of resources or availability, obviously. Now, has state government, and maybe this might even be a question for Assistant Secretary Brogan, considered the possibility of providing tax credits to maybe some of your major internet service providers in order for them to provide or make accessibility more readily available in terms of the internet?
I think that there has been some talk of that, but I think in Pennsylvania, at least, we seem to be going down the path of trying to provide partnerships. I just was able to provide a grant for Perry, Juniata County to use existing cell towers and some other communication towers that exist throughout the area to bring broadband into those local areas in partnership with the providers, because it boils down to economics.
Yeah, always.
If you only have 100 people at the end of a fiber line, it's hard to justify that expense. If you have 10,000, it's a lot easier. So I think we're looking more to be innovative in partnerships between public and private and local government. This was at the county level because they know where the facilities are that we can try to get things done.
as a resident of your district, I'm happy and proud, of course, that you're there. And I know that you were out earlier prior to coming to this panel, that you were out there, fighting for our community. So again, I just want to acknowledge that and let everyone know that's in our audience that our senator is always on the job. So I appreciate the work that you do. And
Thank you, Otto.
Of course, Secretary Brogan. Definitely an honor for you to be here, and we enjoy you. Again, could you share with us what's going on the federal level?
And it is, first of all, my honor to be back in the Commonwealth. My family and I enjoyed 3 years here, and it's a wonderful state full of wonderful people. And I think the best days for Pennsylvania haven't shown up yet. I think they're still to come. And that takes me to some of the issues that were just being discussed. Across the country, and I travel around the country, especially visiting schools, since I oversee elementary and secondary education for the Department of Education. I get to actually travel around and visit schools and see what people are doing and how they are adjusting to the issue of the pandemic, especially right now as we're looking at the reopening of America's schools. Most people know, because they follow these things, that there are hybrid approaches to how people are reopening America's schools. Some of them are strictly in person. Some of them are hybrid, where they go part-time online, part-time in person. Some of them are still completely virtual. The problem with the complete virtual is the fact that it's difficult to keep students on virtual all day long. There were three things we ran into when the pandemic began and we started to have to talk about how we were going to overcome it. You've heard some of this here. One was the issue of teacher training. Teachers were not in sufficient numbers trained on how to make a nimble pivot to the world of virtual education, and it showed. Not their fault. They were doing the best they could in a virtual environment that was brand new to them. We needed more teacher training and administrator training in how to handle virtual. Two was the issue that many of our students didn't have their own device that they could take to school and back home again and carry that device home and use it at home in the evening. And then third, as you heard, is the issue that there are still too many communities in the United States that aren't either wired at all or aren't wired appropriately for this part of the 21st century. The good news is I think we've got people's attention. We pushed $13 billion of congressional money out the door to K through 12 education through the CARES Act as a result of the pandemic. Much of that money is going into those sorts of things. Training teachers, buying hardware for students and teachers, as well as starting to work in partnerships to develop greater broadband capability. On that last issue, though, I think it's going to require a national effort to finally get every community completely wired so that not just children and students, all Americans have access to the internet and the ability to use it for what it can do for folks. Lastly, there are two things I think will never be the same.
Yes.
There are a long list of those things that will never be the same after the pandemic, I assure you. But in the time we have, there are two that will never be the same in the world of education. One, I think we are seeing a greater parent demand to have a voice in their child's educational experience, right down to the where, the how, and the who. And I think we're finally starting to see that in an organized way where education will look different from that perspective after the pandemic passes us. The second is technology, in recognizing that the world of technology can do many wonderful things for students. The most important thing it can do in the hands of a talented teacher is individualize instruction and move away from the herd approach to education and get it right down to the individualized needs of students. So we're empowering parents and we're more empowering individual students and professional educators. I don't think those two things will ever be the same after the pandemic passes, and I think we're going to be better off as a result.
Excellent. Colleen, question. Now, I know that, of course, you've been on the ground level. Have you seen any, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring this issue up, with mental health That's a very real issue now that many of these children and their parents, they're in the same household. Have you seen any issues when it comes to mental health and counseling? Because at one time, the schools were mandated reporters. There were, and of course in the city of Harrisburg, we're seeing a lot of issues. I don't know if you're seeing that as well, and if there are any strategies that you're aware of that are in place to address that need as well in the household. Because, education, like the Secretary said, it's never going to be the same again. So now, before, the teachers and the principals and everyone could see if Johnny came to school, he was disruptive, we knew that there was a problem. But now, how do we address that issue? Have you seen anything in your travels?
That's actually a really interesting question because it goes both ways. Like, there's a lot of kids that struggle in school. So for them, this time has actually been freeing, and a lot of parents are seeing that, and they're realizing, wow, my kid was miserable when I was sending him or her to school every day, and suddenly they enjoy learning, they're more engaged, they're reading better. So you've got that side of it, and then of course there are the other side where you have children struggling, and a lot of that, we don't know if it's from going to school itself, or is it just from the general social isolation that everybody's been dealing with. So it's hard to pin that down, and I think it's probably too early to really know exactly what it is. But one of the nice things is, as the Senator mentioned, the Back on Track accounts include counseling as an option for spending. So again, it goes back to that personalizing it. Every kid is affected differently, so the more that we can individualize education as a whole, then the more that we can make sure that each kid is getting what they need.
That's a great point. Mr. Secretary, with the IEPs, now, has there been any discussion on a national level of the impact that IEPs will have now that all of our children, for the most part, many, are being homeschooled, and how does that look moving forward?
Back to my nothing will ever be the same again. Learning how we can use virtual education to support the efforts of people who have students with IEPs that are not in the school site, but might be learning at home, and being able to supplement that home education with the virtual education that is directed and created to address the needs of IEP students, or another population that's sensitive in that regard is the population of English learners.
Yes.
How do you adjust what gets done in school for students who now aren't in school but only on virtual education to make sure you're meeting those very specialized needs? And that's why I think it's forcing us, in a good way, to rethink everything that we're doing and how we're doing it. Last is the issue, and I applaud Pennsylvania for some of the changes that you all are making, Senator. The idea that the money that we spend on education every year, which goes to states and systems, in some countries it goes right to the parents, and the parents get to use that money to decide where and how their child will be educated. It's difficult in America to talk about that because it's not popular with some, the idea of identifying how that money can go from parent to school as opposed to bypassing mothers and fathers and going to school. But I think all of these things are going to be fair game after the pandemic, and I think that's why you're going to see a lot of major changes to the way we operate.
Great. I have one last question, and then we'll close. It's for all of you, starting, of course, with you, Senator DeSanto. How prepared is our education system moving forward with COVID-19 still being a worldly concern from a state perspective?
Well, I think just to combine both of the other panelists' answers, we have abruptly changed to online education that people were toying with and playing. Just as when the iPhone came in and changed how we communicate, this has changed how we're going to be delivering education in the future, and that will evolve and change continually over the next 2 years, hopefully for the positive. And the mental health issue is a real concern of mine because, as we all know, young kids need the socialization. We're doing what we need to do, but we need to really look at how we can combine online learning, specialized learning, as the Secretary said, and keep kids interacting together so that they learn and mature into good citizens.
Colleen?
That's like where the pandemic pod sort of thing, so the smaller groups doesn't have to be in a massive school like we have in a lot of areas. And I just like to say, talking about the online, sometimes I just wonder where would we have been through all this if we didn't have cyber schools.
That's right.
Cyber schools are vilified so often by the anti-choice, school choice people.
Absolutely.
But they've driven so much of the innovation that we've relied on right now. So if we hadn't had those, we'd be in much worse shape than we are. So.
Mr. Secretary,
it sounds like I'm being hypercritical. I'm not. This is an observation. The first attempt this last year for the entire nation to pivot from in-person education to all online education was anemic at best and worse in most places. But I think it kickstarted the realization that while it is great to have a hybrid approach with children face-to-face, what about the opportunities for online education for students in rural America who can't get advanced placement coursework? What about students who need that online component along with the in-person component to get a broad array of coursework that will help make them stronger so that they can not only graduate but go forward after that? So the people who think that a lot of these things are only being done in an emergency fashion, I think really need to understand what we're also doing is piloting the future here. And I think if we work together and keep what works, but start to realize we've got to change some of the things that just aren't going to work any longer for the 21st century students that we serve, to make sure that they get the chance not just to dream, but to live the great American dream. I think people will surrender to the notion that change is bad and that change can be a very good thing, even when it's been brought on by something as horrible as the pandemic.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, join me in thanking our panelists. They did an excellent job. I really appreciate them. And of course, that concludes our panel on choice in education. My name again is Otto Banks, Reach Foundation, Reach Alliance. Have an amazing day.
At the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, we're going to have a panel on combating environmental extremism. We invite you to stay tuned as we continue this afternoon. We're going to have a policy on pro-life, why leadership elections matter. We're going to talk about the Entrepreneur Protection Program a little bit later. And we have Congressman Dan Muser, and we have John Gizzi and Dr. Paul Kengor, who who are going to do a segment on the state of the conservative movement in 2020. But right now, we're going to talk about combating environmental extremism. And our panel moderator is Rebecca Euler. Rebecca is the legislative director for the National Federation of Independent Business here in Pennsylvania. She advocates on behalf of Pennsylvania's small businesses, who Dave have certainly needed advocating for in recent months. And she's worked in many areas of state government, nearly 20 years as director of policy for the Department of State and the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Rebecca was also a policy specialist at the Department of Community and Economic Development, and she started out at the American Enterprise Institute. Please welcome Rebecca Euler.
Thank you so much, Loman. I'm so excited to be here today to talk about combating environmental extremism. I think this is such an important topic, and I'm so glad to have a chance to discuss it because it seems like every morning we wake up to some doom and gloom story about the environment. And in that environment, it's so easy to feel powerless and overwhelmed by the messages that we're hearing in the media every day and from a lot of our leaders. So I think it's an important discussion we really need to have. Today, we're going to try to address this issue head on and discuss some of the strategies for how interested and engaged citizens can respond. So we have a distinguished and very knowledgeable panel with us today for our discussion. With us, we have State Representative Chris Dush from the 66th District in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. He represents Jefferson and Indiana counties. Among other positions, Representative Dush serves as Secretary of the House Environmental Resources and Energy Committee, which has been the center of a lot of debate about the role of government in energy and the environment lately. So we're very happy to have him here. Chris is also a decorated veteran from his service in the U.S. Air Force and the Pennsylvania National Guard. Gordon Tom is a senior fellow with the Commonwealth Foundation, where he's an accomplished energy writer and editor and an expert on communicating information about energy, the environment, and the role of the free market in those areas. So thank you both very much for being here.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Great. Well, I thought it would be helpful to start the discussion by talking about what we mean by environmental extremism. Maybe discuss some examples. So when I think environmental extremism, the very first thing that comes to mind is Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's assertion that the world is going to end in 12 years. Maybe that's just me, but that's the first thing that pops into my head. So I think we have to start there because, of course, these extreme, sometimes outrageous claims are being used to justify extreme policies, including the New Green Deal, for example. And that's just one example. And these policies obviously can be very harmful. So I really think we have to backtrack and start talking about, the claims that are being made and how they're being linked to these policies. So if we oppose or even raise questions about the claims that are being made or the policies, we end up having to argue the merit of those claims. And not everybody is a environmental scientist, so a lot of people are intimidated to argue back. So Gordon, can you talk to us a little bit about environmental extremism, how we got here, and what you think is the best way to go about taking on some of these claims?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, the gloom and doomers go back a long ways. You can go back to the 1700s and probably before that. Thomas Malthus wrote about, back in the 18th century, wrote about how we were going to run out of food. That farmers wouldn't be able to grow enough food for our people, for the population of the world. Well, of course, we know now that there's many, many times more people in the world now, 7 billion now, and there's by percentage there's many fewer people growing food. So we've become much more productive in producing food. Now you can jump to the 1970s when I first was a news reporter, and people were talking about and people were writing about the world having an ice age, and we were going to freeze to death, and all kinds of bad things were going to happen. My first experience with direct experience with extreme claims came when I was a newspaper reporter in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and this health secretary, the state health secretary at the time, came through, held a news conference, and issued an announcement that shocked everybody. He said that Johnstown and Altoona and some other communities, I believe, were cancer hotspots. Cancer hotspots, right? And so, We really sat up and took notice of that. Short story here is myself and another reporter dug into it. Eventually, the Centers for Disease Control looked at these claims and found that when you factor in the demographics of the communities, the age, the occupations, and so forth, the incidence of cancer was what you would expect it to be. The backstory was the administration at the time, the governor's administration at the time, wanted to enact a cigarette tax. So my next experience, just a couple years later, I found myself doing media relations at 3 Mile Island. And for those of you who aren't old enough to remember, that was a nuclear plant just south of here on the Susquehanna River. They had a very serious meltdown at one of its reactors, a partial meltdown of the nuclear fuel core, a 100-ton nuclear fuel core. Now, that was a very serious matter. There was plenty of reason for concern at the time, but well after it was established, there was much too little radiation released to cause health effects. People were coming forth with all kinds of allegations about health effects. And we had at least a dozen studies that contradicted those claims. And for some folks, it didn't matter how many studies you quoted, they weren't satisfied with it. And then finally in the 1990s, well, not finally, but my next stop was the 1990s, citing a high voltage electric transmission line across 2,000 properties that covered about 2/3 of the length of Pennsylvania, and people were alleging health effects from electromagnetic fields from the high tension lines. Well, again, we had all kinds of studies that contradicted those assertions. I had one epidemiologist from Penn State who told me, he said, I've been trying for 20 years to induce health effects from electromagnetic fields, and I've failed miserably. So, so that's how it kind of goes. You have to have, as far as dealing with the claims behind policy proposals, like the governor's policy proposal for a carbon tax, or like AOC's proposal for a Green New Deal, you really need facts. You have to be at least cognizant of some of the basic facts of the issue. And then I think the first step is to take a look at the premise of the claims and look at what's false about the premises and what's true. In the case of, say, global warming, there's wide acceptance that the Earth's warming. It's been warming since the last ice age 10,000 years ago, and there's been plenty of ups and downs of temperature over time. But there's much less support for the assertion that it's man-made global warming that's leading us to catastrophe. And this claim that there's a 97%, a consensus among 97% of the scientists of such an assertion, it's just non-existent. There is no such consensus. When that assertion was reviewed, it was found that it was 0.3%, not 97%, 0.3% of the scientific abstracts dealing with the subject supported the extremist claims. 0.3%. So many scientists disagree with that assertion. And then I think the next step is like, what battles are you going to take on? What battles are you going to take on? In the case of global warming, you might not want to get into a long argument about what's causing the warming, what isn't causing the warming, the level of CO2, and so forth. It might be simpler for policy matters. It might be simpler and more effective just to stick with attacking the supposed solutions that these extremists offer. Because in this case, in the global warming case, the solutions are, some of the solutions at least, are to tax industries, whole industries, into oblivion, raise the price of electricity, all for the supposed benefit of shaving off a few theoretical degrees of temperature in 80 years. Now, what we're saying here is the cost of the quote-unquote solutions far exceeds any cost of a few degrees of warming, even if there are any costs. I'm not convinced personally that there are. And in fact, some of us would go so far as to say that higher temperatures, higher levels of concentrations are actually good for people. So plants certainly grow better with higher temperatures and higher concentrations of CO2. And people, more people, and this is a well-established fact, more people die from cold weather than they do from warmth. So as far as I'm concerned, we should all just relax and go for a nice drive in our SUV in the countryside.
That's a great idea. But turning here to Pennsylvania a little bit, Representative Dush, Governor Wolf believes he has quite a bit of executive authority to push extreme policies without any legislative input. We've seen that very recently in some specific areas around environmental policy, and specifically the effort to join the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which Gordon just mentioned. Carbon tax, and that's basically it's a tax on energy that comes from fossil fuels. So the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative is a 10-state organization that requires energy producers to purchase exchanges for the carbon dioxide they emit. And that has just moved. The governor is pushing it through a regulatory policy. And I just wonder if you could fill us in on how he's doing that, how we got here. No legislative approval was required in his opinion. Can you fill us in a little bit on the status of things here in Pennsylvania?
Yes, and thank you. The unique thing is that every other state in the RGGI compact, and it is a compact despite arguments from the governor to the contrary, it's happened by legislative authority. And going back to Woodrow Wilson's time, Wilson convinced the legislature at the federal level to start writing broad sweeping pieces of legislation eliminating or diluting the preambles to the pieces of legislation so that the authority could be delegated to the executive branch in such a way that the executive branches could start writing regulations that had the force of law. Well, the federal legislature caught on real quick that, you know what, if I do that, then the executive branch starts writing the regulation, and when the constituents come to you and say, hey, this is wrong, you say, well, that's not what I voted for. You can drive a truck through those preambles anymore, or a locomotive for that matter. But then the constituent says, well, you've got to do something about it. Well, that's separation of powers. And you're getting into the executive authority. Well, it's only their authority by way of statute from the law, from the legislature. And for far too long, legislators have become comfortable having the positions and not having that the guts to stand up and actually write pieces of legislation that are specific enough so that when you're doing something that's contrary to the benefit of the people, then they can fire you. I've been trying to get that fixed for a long time. But unfortunately, what's going on now is Governor Wolf, and he's showing it not just with the RGGI, he is taking on more and more of the legislative role. And unfortunately, the court in Pennsylvania lately has been giving them the ability to do that. It was never intended. We are a republic. The rights of the people to acquire property, the governor has been trampling on that, and the same thing goes with our ability to produce energy. It astounds me that I had legislators telling me that, well, that coal and natural gas, it belongs to the people. I'm sorry, but the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania sold those rights. They sold those to private individuals, and they and their descendants own that property. And this governor, and unfortunately, one of the sacraments of secular humanism is environmentalism. And, you know, Pennsylvania was blessed. We've had a lot of great conservationists, from Governor Pinchot to up in my area, Edward Abbey gained national fame. the Cook family have Cook Forest up there, where we still have the only old-growth forest east of the Mississippi. Beautiful lands and spectacular resources. But there's a difference between a conservation and environmentalist, and it's the mental part of the environmentalist. As I said, it's a religion, this is one of the sacraments of the secular humanism. So the governor has vetoed the bill that we passed earlier to remind him that it is the legislature that has that authority, and the legislature alone. And he's going to try and continue. There is good cause for legal action. This Pennsylvania Supreme Court, unfortunately, has shown over and over again it's willing to let the governor run roughshod over our constitutional rights and also to write their own pieces of legislation. So right now it's going to be up to the federal courts until we get through an election or two and we get some people in that have the guts in the legislature to finally stand up and jealously guard the sovereignty of the people and the legislature.
Great. I think the thing that's most amazing to me is the governor can argue his authority under the environmental statutes. But it's hard to argue that RGGI is not a tax. And we know that the legislature has the ability to, only the legislature has the ability to levy a tax. So from my perspective, it seems like it comes down to that. And it's unbelievable to me that we are where we are here with that. But
if I may, that's why in every other state that's in RGGI, it hasn't been done by the act of a single individual. It is a legislative act. Every other state that's in RGGI understands that. But, and so it was never enacted by an edict from a governor.
Right.
So, like I said, we've got to start getting people in other positions that are willing to enforce that.
Sounds good. Well, anytime we question policies like RGGI or any other environmental policy, conservatives are accused of being anti-environment. And as you said, there's a difference maybe between conservation and environmentalism. But in any case, we're considered anti-environment anytime we have a criticism or bring up any of the arguments or points that you've all suggested. But we know the environment is cleaner today than it has been in our lifetimes. There's no doubt about that. It's hard to make that argument, though, when you're presented with the daily deluge of doom and gloom. Like we said earlier, it really is a challenge to keep the discussion positive and productive from our perspective. So, Gordon, what are some key takeaways that you have about the progress we've made on the environment?
Well, I'll mention one writer here, and I think we're going to put up a list a little later of some recommended readings. But Alex Epstein wrote a book a couple years ago called The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, and that led him to then talk about human flourishing, and others have talked about this subject. But the fact is, the human condition and the environment have been progressing in a very positive way ever since wood was replaced by coal as a dominant fuel in 18th century England. At one time, because of overuse, wood was very scarce, became very scarce in England, and an order went out that homes had to be built of brick rather than wood. It turns out that it aggravated the situation because it took more wood to make the bricks than to build the homes. So that didn't really work out too well. And I think the guy who issued that edict was the same guy who closed the bathrooms on the Pennsylvania Turnpike at the beginning of the pandemic. Unintended consequences. I mean, who knew that the drivers of commercial vehicles went to the bathroom like every other human being? Amazing. But for me, the beginning of the Industrial Revolution starts basically when steam engines were put into wide use to drain water from coal mines in England. And then, of course, coal became the primary fuel for steam engines. And then since then, we've seen oil and natural gas replace coal for many applications. And then more recently, nuclear power has been introduced as a means of generating electricity. So it has been the responsible and rather remarkable development of fossil energy, fossil fuels, that has created the most prosperous civilization that has ever existed, and the longest of human lives ever enjoyed. And these are positive developments that are absolutely ignored by environmental extremists when they exaggerate the negative effects of these industrial activities. And I can't name one industrial activity. It doesn't have some negative effect. But by golly, in a free market, it doesn't exist for very long if it doesn't produce more benefits than negatives. That's just the way it works, and you can't get around that. In my lifetime, and as you mentioned before, I think, Rebecca, in my lifetime, just in Pennsylvania, thousands of miles of streams, once polluted and utterly lifeless, have cleared up, are yielding fish, attracting ospreys, eagles, and kayakers. And that's just in my lifetime. And it's been a continued development of fossil fuels and nuclear power that will give us more of these kinds of benefits and benefits and lifestyles that we can't even imagine right now. And I'm convinced that if we're allowed to make rational, positive developments of these fuels, that billions of people who now still, to this day, don't have enough electricity to run a refrigerator, don't have enough electricity to pump water, and spend women and children, girls, spend hours and hours a day carrying water because they can't pump it. And people still are using wood and animal dung to cook and heat. These are the people that really suffer when you institute idiotic energy policies. So my view is the future is very, very bright for the world, as long as we have rational energy policies and don't allow irrational policies to drag us back to the dark ages.
Well, we've certainly made a lot of progress. Representative Dosh, how do we communicate that progress? How do we move forward? And what do you think is going right?
Well, I think people are finally starting to wake up to a lot of the misinformation. As you both alluded to earlier, just since 1967, I've got over 40 instances where things such as everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam, 1968, ice age by 2000 from 1970, new ice age coming by 2020 or 2030, and those were all in the early 70s, and then acid rain will kill all life in lakes, and that hasn't happened. No insight for a 30-year cooling trend as late as 1978. And then the Maldive Islands will be underwater by 2018. Guess what? They're not.
They're not.
And this stuff is all these predictions are coming out of the universities, and we're facing it even today. Professor Mann up at Penn State, he purposely left the medieval warming period out of his graph, the hockey stick graph. That was a worldwide warming period. The Leif Erikson and his father Eric the Red and they had mature vineyards in Greenland. It was called Greenland for a reason. I mean, it's not a nice, if it was like it is today, they'd be calling it the larger Iceland, Greater Iceland, or something like that. And there was no power. There were no power plants around at that time. You take a look at what is being ignored in science, like coal. I mean, coal's a fossil fuel. You break it apart, you can see ferns, you can see all sort of bark material and stuff like that. But guess what? When they do radiocarbon dating on it, it's 6,000 to 8,000 years old. It's not millions of years old. It is a recently formed fossil. And that carbon, as late as 8,000 years ago, was in the air. And yet here we are on the Earth. That stuff is being purposely left out of the scientific discussion. It's purposely left out of our textbooks, both in the high school and the university level. we need to start confronting that and start ensuring that real science is put in and that we're not ignoring it. This is from the Non-Governmental International Panel on Climate Change. This is one of 4 volumes on climate change reconsidered. These are all peer-reviewed summaries of scientific research papers that were done that explicitly refute, in a lot of cases, and they're intellectually honest in them. If you go in and review them, I mean, there's no way I've done them all, but if you go in and review them, you'll see where they do have agreements in some areas, but the predominant consensus is quite the opposite of what they're trying to peddle on us, just like they were with global cooling, just like they were with overpopulation, all these other things. We'd be out of food. I think it was what one famous university professor that was quoted over and over again was saying back in the late 60s and early 70s, and yet here we are with about 3 times the population, and we don't have the types of starvation that they were describing.
Well, I think that's a great point to point out the importance of market innovation and human ingenuity. Yes. I think, Gordon mentioned Thomas Malthus. Obviously, we're not overrunning the earth because our ability to produce food has come so far just within the past several decades that we're able to feed most of the people of the world here. And just with energy production, like we've mentioned, and energy efficiency even, we could go on and on as to what the human ingenuity has brought to the table here that I think people tend to discount when they come out with these doom and gloom scenarios. So do you, either of you, do you see a way to sort of break through the gridlock that we have right now on conservation and an environmental area? Can we find areas that we can agree on? Or do you think we really just need to focus on countering some of the more extreme environmentalism?
Well, my own view is we have the high ground. The facts are on our side. And I think we need to fearlessly defend our positions and not apologize for our industries, whether they be coal-fired power plants, nuclear power plants, what have you, fracking. In fact, I think I just signed something where I'm supposed to get I'm fracking voting or something like that. There's a campaign going on. But, and what I've been seeing just recently, the last, I guess, year or two, I've been reading some books and seeing some videos where there's been formerly anti-nuclear, anti-fossil fuel types, and some of them very prominent types. One of the founders of Greenpeace is one of them, who have kind of flipped around. There's I think it's a 2 or 3 year old video documentary right now called Pandora's Promise, where they have 5 former anti-nuclear activists being interviewed throughout this documentary. And now they've embraced nuclear power as the dominant energy source of the future, and I don't think they're bad-mouthing much fossil energy either, for that matter. In fact, one of the people that appear in that documentary, he's written a book just this year, published it, called Apocalypse Never. His name's Michael Schellenberger, and he resides on the West Coast, has an institute of something or other, but he's quoted in that video saying, this is a former anti-nuclear activist. He says, the idea that we're going to replace oil and coal and natural gas with solar and wind and nothing else is a hallucinatory delusion. So that's about as clear as you can get. He's kind of seen the light, and as I think Chris has just indicated, I think more and more people are beginning to. But we have to stand firm.
Anything you want to add to close out our discussion?
We have to stay positive. First of all, we do have the high ground. The fact that we are conservationists, we absolutely want to have clean water, clean air, great environment, and we're showing it up in the oil and gas patch and in the coal industry. These people are members of Trout Unlimited, Pheasants Forever, the people who are on that in those industries, but they're in it because they love it. It's not for some political benefit. These guys are actually out there because they enjoy being out in the woods. They enjoy the clean water, the clean streams, and they enjoy the break and being the way to drop a line in the water and enjoy the wildlife. But that's
Great.
where we need to stay.
Yeah, well, thank you for the discussion. This was a great conversation. But I think, you know, it's not going to go away anytime soon. I think you're right. We're on the winning side, but we still have to keep up the fight here. So I guess part of the answer, as we discussed, is just to keep things in perspective, keep a realistic view of where we are, focus on the positive, and arm yourself with information. Correct? Now, I think Gordon had some resources that we're going to put up on the screen, I think, and share that might be helpful for someone who wants to check out some alternative environmental perspectives. Correct?
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We had a great discussion, and we'll keep up the fight.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Climate Change Reconsidered too. That's also a good website to go to.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you.
When Pennsylvanians flourish, it's the result of lawmakers that are standing up for reforms that encourage opportunity. It's the result of entrepreneurs that are fighting for what's right for their employees. And it's the result of the support of a network of Pennsylvanians that believe that free market reforms will allow all Pennsylvanians to achieve success.
At Commonwealth Foundation, we focus on 4 pillars. We call them opportunity, independence, prosperity, and fairness. These are the issues that are essential to helping our state grow and expand. We work on a variety of issues like education, taxes, infrastructure, criminal justice, how to privatize more of our government, welfare policy, and so much more. Everything we do is about helping all Pennsylvanians across the state prosper.
The number one constant throughout American history that allowed people to go from poverty to prosperity is education. You see it from our earliest beginnings all the way through with our founding fathers, all the way to today. It's vitally important to ensure that underserved communities have an opportunity to have the best academic options available to them in order to be the leaders of tomorrow that we deserve. And the way to do that is to ensure that school choice is a reality every day, every school year, moving forward for every child within the Keystone State.
At a time when the media can be so polarizing, Commonwealth Foundation strives to be a voice for people throughout the state whose stories are too often unheard.
We strive every day to maintain a culture of not only hard work and intense commitment to Pennsylvania's future, but also one of mutual respect and living out our core values that people matter.
The Commonwealth Foundation is one of more than 50 state think tanks across the nation that work to bring more limited government to everyone in our country. But we're also one of the most rewarded think tanks. We received over 4 awards just this year for our work to advance policies that help all Pennsylvanians flourish.
Commonwealth Foundation is
leadership,
caring,
magnanimous,
trustworthy,
principled.
And now we bring you our next panel, Pro-Life Policy, Why Leadership and Elections Matter. And I want to introduce your moderator, Thomas J. Shaheen, Vice President for Policy at the Pennsylvania Family Institute and Council, having served in this capacity since 1991. He is responsible for a major part of Pennsylvania Family Institute's mission to help enact laws that lead us toward a state and nation where God is honored, religious freedom flourishes, families thrive, and life is cherished. As Pennsylvania Family Council's chief lobbyist, Tom works with state lawmakers and staff on the inside of government and with grassroots coalition and pro-family leaders on the outside. Tom holds an MA in public policy from Regent University and a bachelor's from Moravian. Your moderator, Tom Shaheen.
Thank you, David.
Today, we titled this workshop Pro-Life Policy, Why Leadership and Elections Matter. And with me today, I'm honored to have State Representative Kate Klunk from York County. Really, she's here because not only does she serve her constituents well and jump into just about any fight I think there is on the Hill in Harrisburg, but she is also considered a pro-life leader, and we've witnessed that firsthand with the shepherding through and the passage of a bill known as the Down Syndrome Protection Act. It was the second time around, but Kate, I wanted to ask you about that bill. Specifically, why did you introduce it, and what was important about it? Because some would say, why run a bill when you know we have a governor who's ideologically opposed to protecting life? And why would you run a bill like that, and knowing it's going to end up in a veto? What value does that have? What motivates you?
I would say, why not, Tom? And you said I'm ready for a fight, and that surely was a fight. And look, I'm a mama bear at heart. I have a daughter who's going to be 3 in December, and if you can't tell, I'm actually expecting baby number 2 on the way in January. So for me, pro-life issues are very important. Without life, what do we have? And when you look at the Down Syndrome Protection Act, it is absolutely appalling that there are countries across this world that have, policies that it's just okay to abort a child solely based on that Down syndrome diagnosis. And I said, look, we're not going to have that here in Pennsylvania, not on my watch. I am going to stand up. I'm going to put forward the bill, stand up for the voiceless, and make sure that these children who are in the womb who have that particular diagnosis, they have somebody standing up as their champion.
Sure. Well, thank you, and thank you for doing that. We as advocates on the outside, with Pennsylvania Family Council, as was mentioned, and Pennsylvania Family Institute, we try to educate the public as well as try to serve lawmakers in that regard. But what value does putting forth a bill like that have, do you think, beyond trying to get the bill passed? Obviously, that's primary. But what secondary effect does that have, even when it faces a veto, or even when it takes months and maybe multiple votes to get it right?
We have a moral imperative, I feel, that we should be standing up for life no matter what. Life from cradle to grave and everything in between. And I think it really helps advance life in general, and making sure that we are protecting those that don't have a voice, and really drawing those extremes that the other side brings out. And we're going to have another panelist who's going to talk about some things that are going on down in Virginia, and it's scary to see what's going on potentially in other states that could be coming here to Pennsylvania. So we need to make sure that we are having those conversations, making sure that we are advancing those issues, no matter if we're going to get the veto, because someday we're going to have a legislature, we're going to have a governor that is pro-life and that is going to say yes and isn't going to veto it and is going to understand that moral imperative, because we have those on the other side that think that abortion is okay, that abortion on demand is okay, that think that not saving the life of a born child is not okay. It's just okay for that baby to just pass away. And thankfully our president stepped up this week with his executive order to save those children that don't have a voice. So we need to be making sure that we are standing up for the voiceless. And those families, when I was there in that committee meeting in the Senate, and I had those families of those children with Down syndrome sitting behind me, I truly felt that they had my back and that I had theirs that day, and that we were standing up for them, for their lives, and the value that they bring each and every day to their families, their friends, and our communities. And that's what we need to stand up for.
Yes, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because we heard soon after your bill's introduction and its introduction in the Senate by Senator Martin, we heard from families that have children of all ages with Down syndrome. And they would never tell you that there weren't any problems or any struggles or anything they had to do. But you know what? They're people. You know, we're each created in the image of God and deserve to be protected. And that's what those folks came to Harrisburg to say. You know, we had adult children, we had babies, and we had everyone in between. You know what? Every one of them had a smile on their face. And I think that effectively communicated as well to the committee. So I don't, if I could be joined by my colleague, Victoria Cobb. She's in Richmond, Virginia, and heads the Virginia Family Foundation.
Are we connected?
Yes, hello, Victoria.
Hey, how are you? Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry that
Sure.
I can't be there in person.
No problem. Thanks for joining us. I have Representative Kate Klunk with me, chair of the Pro-Life Caucus here in the House. Victoria, what you have witnessed in Virginia, even just through recent election cycles, is something that we watch here and think, oh no, we better not let that happen in Pennsylvania. Tell us a little bit about what changed, not only in policy, but even how things were done in Virginia as the result of the elections. If you could tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I used to look out at California and I would say, oh, don't let us turn into that. And now you all look at us and say, don't let us in Pennsylvania turn into Virginia. So thrilled to be here just to tell you a little bit of our story. I guess on the life issue specifically, because that's the one that I think is the most telling about where our state has gone. We had made some tremendous pro-life gains over a long period of years, and a lot of gains very particularly in the last 7 or 8 years. And in fact, so much so that national public radio, not exactly always a friend to things that we care about, but they had actually noted that we were, as a state, one of the states that was leading in our reduction of abortion. We had actually dropped the abortion rate in Virginia 41.5% in 7 years, which we were overjoyed to see those kind of numbers. And I wish it could be just that everybody's hearts and minds were changed, but we know that public policy plays a role in that, and some significant laws had passed to make that happen. So I'll tell you what those were, but I'll tell you in the context of what happened. So this is to say that unfortunately we've had a big shift. Some of it's demographic, but there's more than just that, and I'll share a little bit about what that is. But we now have an entirely pro-abortion majority in our House, in our Senate, and unfortunately our governor has made himself known nationwide with his pro-abortion stance by saying if you just birth the baby, keep it comfortable, then make a decision after the baby's born. So we know how strongly pro-abortion and, in fact, strongly infanticide our governor is. So this is the new makeup of Virginia after the 2019 November election. So we rolled into 2020 session, and we had literally almost every pro-life policy that we've ever had, and I'm talking actually 50 years of policy erased in one bill. And when I say 50 years, this bill erased even something that we passed in 1975, right after Roe, that said if we're going to have abortion in Virginia, it should at least be a doctor, not a nurse, a midwife, your local 7-Eleven cashier. We actually care that this procedure, while we're making it legal, is at least not going to harm the woman. And so that's one piece that got rolled back. Our informed consent for women law that has been in place since the early 2000s got eliminated. There's still the words informed consent in our law, but there are no teeth to it. There's no explanation of what that needs to be. So no longer do we have, in the early 2000s, it was a pamphlet that we'd give to women to say, here's the information about your unborn child's gestation. Well, now we actually got past an improvement to that law right up until it was stripped out this year. And that improvement was, oh, by the way, when they do an ultrasound, which they routinely do before an abortion, we're going to allow the woman a chance to see the ultrasound as part of her informed consent. That she, if she wants to, may view her unborn child and its gestational development before she makes that decision. That got taken away. The one that many people are aware of is all of our safety standards were stripped away. In Pennsylvania, you know as much as any state in the nation how important safety standards are, having had the Gosnell situation happen right in your backyard. And so that was stripped away. Again, all in one bill, a couple of hearings, House, Senate, and not even 5 minutes of advocacy from our side was allowed on one chamber. It was just 50 years of policy stripped away in an instant because we now have liberal leadership. So it's pretty tragic. And I'll just tell you, liberal leadership, pro-abortion leadership comes when people are not championing the values that matter, not just voting rights. So we've had lots of legislators that used to be in our legislature vote correctly on the abortion issue, but as your representative just shared, it's about championing the issue. It's about raising the discussion. It's about highlighting the value of every human life. And we did not have that level of pro-life advocacy in most of our legislature, even before it changed. We had people primarily willing to take a vote, but still seemed afraid of the issue. And I think that contributes to ending up with a pro-abortion majority. And I also think, and this will be kind of the last thing I'll say on this and let you circle back, but I also think that we can't ask our legislators, our elected officials, to champion what our churches are not willing to put forward. If our pastors and our faith community is not vocal and is not passionate and is not willing to stand for the most vulnerable members of our society well in the public square alongside of our families, then we shouldn't expect our elected officials to stand. So all of that needs to be in place to continue to have a pro-life majority in your legislature.
Well, thank you, Victoria. I think the examples you point out, while they seem almost unbelievable, especially with the speed that some of those, especially safety regulations, reversed, I think most people in this audience or any audience, I think most people, even if they believe that abortion is somehow, should be legal for those who want it in the early stages, would still support medical regulations, safety regulations, so that women don't die or that babies born alive would be kept alive. So I think what we're talking about is reasonable policy that I think is really a human rights issue. Representative Klunk, if I could come back to you, I think the other side, largely on an advocacy in this issue, and their friends in the legislature and right now in the governor's office try to make it appear as if advancing pro-life policy is somehow extreme. They fundraise off of it and certainly scare legislators with that idea that it's extreme. What we've found, and this I want to hear your experience, is that those advocating against these policies, particularly shown in the Down syndrome debate, are the advocacy against it is actually what's extreme, if you can speak to that.
It is, and that's what's the extreme part about this, because if you look at the vote totals and you look at the bipartisan support, Tom, of pro-life issues, it's not a Republican issue and it's not a Democrat issue. It is a people life issue. And if you're willing, no matter your party, to stand up for life, that's what's going to matter. And I think voters at home and people at home, you need to check out your local state representative, state senator, and see where they stand on these issues, because they do matter. And here in Pennsylvania, we do not want, sorry, Victoria, what's happening down in Virginia. We want to be Pennsylvania, a commonwealth that stands up for life and protects and values life, and makes sure that, individuals who do go through an abortion, that it is in the most safe and secure way, and that there are those safeguards in place. The fact that Virginia is stripping away all of those safeguards to protect women and babies is just absolutely appalling, and would never happen and stand on at least my watch here in Pennsylvania. That mama bear would come out, and trust me, there would be more mama bears, and even Democrat mama bears would be coming out. Anita Kulik, who heads up our pro-life caucus on the Democratic side, I know she would be standing up with me on that, because it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. At the end of the day, we're all humans and we all should value life.
Sure. Victoria, you mentioned your governor, but also your state legislature taking, a completely different course. If you speak to the idea that the focus of the media and even of many of our efforts sometimes is those at the top, whether it's the governor or now presidential election, but it's really important at every level, isn't it?
There is no question that we need to be looking at the record, if they have one, or the words of every candidate on the issue of the vulnerable, and it's particularly the unborn. Obviously, right now, we're seeing it at the presidential level. I mean, what could be more clear in this moment is that your vote 4 years ago mattered tremendously on who's going to be our new Supreme Court justice to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And so, obviously, we see it in a heightened degree at this moment. But many states have U.S. senators up for grabs. We're making decisions on who's going to confirm those appointments. Then you get down to that state level that you just mentioned. Most laws that impact abortion are state laws. They are not actually typically federal laws. And in fact, even if we pro-lifers actually got what we've hoped for a long time, which are, 5 justices on the U.S. Supreme Court who all looked at the Constitution and saw that the right to life is the first and foremost, and they actually reversed bad precedent like Roe and Casey. All that means is it comes back to the state. That means Virginia's decision about life would be different than Pennsylvania's right now, and we just pray that we have to get our legislature back so that when we have the decision at the state level, the ultimate decision about are we going to have abortion in our Commonwealth at all, and you have the decision in Pennsylvania, are you going to have abortion in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that's where it's going to matter a whole lot who your local representatives are, who your local state senators are. And honestly, in Virginia, we've even had it matter at the local level, and that sounds interesting, like mayor, and we call them board of supervisors, but you have the same thing. What's interesting in Pennsylvania and in Virginia that may be impacted in Pennsylvania is that we actually have zoning things that come down to whether abortion clinics are going to get zoning at the locality level. So this is a critical issue, and I'll tell everyone this too, where one stands on life so much impacts where they stand on many, many other issues. If you don't value the vulnerable in the position of the unborn, it's often going to be the case that your ability to care for the poor, your ability to look out for the elderly, when you get to questions about end of life, all of those things are very deeply connected. So we find that this is a critical question to ask when you're making a vote, when you're holding legislators accountable at every level. And so this is a big election. Next year's a big election. You all know what's critical, but this should always be something on the heart and mind of a voter as you're looking at your candidates.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Representative Klunk. For those who want more information on the candidates, go to pafamilyvoter.com. Thank you.
And we have more Pennsylvania Leadership Conference to come yet this afternoon. Coming up next, we have Josh Nolf, and Josh is with the Pennsylvania. He's with the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania. After Josh, we have a very special presentation this afternoon. We have with us John Gizzi from Newsmax. Many of our longtime attendees at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference remember John going way back to when he was with Human Events, the venerable conservative magazine that was nationally distributed for many, many decades. John now, of course, is with Newsmax. He'll be joined by Dr. Paul Kengor from the Institute for Faith and Freedom at Grove City College. We're going to have a robust discussion about the state of the conservative movement in 2020. And then we're going to end today's portion of the program with an address from Congressman Dan Muser. And of course, we invite all of you to tune back in tomorrow, beginning at 7 a.m., when we'll be joined by former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum. We have a full day of programming tomorrow, and the full schedule is at paleadershipconference.org. If you go to paleadershipconference.org, you can see the schedule for tomorrow. But right now, we are joined by Josh Nolf. Josh is a lifelong resident of the Pittsburgh area. He started out in politics as an intern for the Republican State Party. He then, in 2018, ran for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives, knocking on over 17,000 doors. He was one of the youngest candidates ever to run for the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. He now serves as Public Outreach Director for the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania. Please welcome to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, Josh Nolf.
Well, thank you for having me here at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. My name is Josh Nolf. I'm the Public Outreach Director for the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania, and I'm also the co-founder of our new division, the Entrepreneurship Protection Program. I'm honored to speak here at PLC today because we're living in a profound time in Pennsylvania, a time that 1 year ago I'm pretty sure none of us would have ever imagined we would be in. The fundamental freedom to open and operate your business is under attack. And if continued to go down this path, I believe that the ability to start a business for my generation will cease to exist. After I speak here, you'll see a video that we produced for the Entrepreneurship Protection Program that highlights the story of John Kennedy, an entrepreneur. The story of John Kennedy really resonates with the people of Pennsylvania. The tenacity to start from nothing, learn and grow, enough to give entrepreneurship a try and start his own business. That is the American dream, but that is Pennsylvania. But this dream is under siege. According to Forbes, Pennsylvania is number 28 on best states to do business in. By being at this number, this in turn dries out jobs, young people, and eventually their family and friends. It is time to step up for good business policy. The Entrepreneurship Protection Program was started by entrepreneurs for past, present, and future entrepreneurs. We have set out on a mission to change the public perception and opinion of what entrepreneurship and capitalism is right here in the Keystone State, with 3 mission points to accomplish just that. Number 1, we're starting with digital education. We all spend our time on our phones, and we want to hit people right where they're at. So we want to create non-polarizing content that goes after and educates people on not only who the entrepreneur is, but what the fundamental concepts of entrepreneurship is. Our second mission point is entrepreneurial advocacy. Everyone needs someone in their corner, someone to be a fighter, and we will fight for the entrepreneurs and the people they employ right within our communities. Our third and final mission point is to inspire entrepreneurs to rise up and serve. You don't have to be elected to be effective, but we all must serve to protect the very fundamental freedoms that gave us the opportunity to start our business. Through our travels, we will inspire business owners to step up and serve the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. With more regulation, more paperwork, and taxes piling high, I believe that starting a business might almost be out of reach for Pennsylvania. But the Entrepreneurship Protection Program is committed to preserving the American dream for every single Pennsylvanian. I have traveled across this Commonwealth day in and day out, and I've sat with business owners over breakfast, lunch, dinner, and coffee. And let me tell you, every single one of them is tired of the excessive hand that business has in that government has in business. What other country can someone come to with absolutely nothing, start a business, and try and make something for themselves and their family? Truly, I am scared. I'm scared that my generation will not have this same opportunity. The opportunity to risk it all. To risk everything and try for the result of what the American dream has to offer. Why shouldn't Pennsylvania be in the top 5 states to do business in? Just because we aren't there now doesn't mean we can't be there in 5, 10, 15 years. And it doesn't mean we shouldn't work every single day to get there. And I'm talking to every business owner and every elected official. So I'm imploring you, entrepreneurs across Pennsylvania, to join us in this fight, to say enough is enough to bad business policy and to recognize that you do have the power to change that. The Entrepreneurship Protection Program is committed to being a resource and a voice for the people who want to live the American dream. So my ask to all of you today is to get involved. If you have $5 or $10 and want to donate on our website, wonderful. But if you just want to get involved and be a part of what we're trying to accomplish, sign up on our website, because you'll hear from me almost immediately. Our website is ourepp.org. That's OUREPP.org. Reach out and get involved. We've seen what sitting back has done to Pennsylvania. I can only imagine what standing up will do right here in the Keystone State. I've been honored to speak here at PLC, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on the video you're about to see featuring entrepreneur John Kennedy. Thank you.
Okay, we're having just a momentary technical issue, and we are going to be getting to John Kennedy with the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania, and he's going to be talking about the Entrepreneur Protection Program, as Josh just explained. And as soon as we figure out which wire is loose, we'll have John Kennedy on. So once again, let me just remind you of what we have coming up. Right after we do hear from John Kennedy, we are going to have John Gizzi and Dr. Paul Kangor from Grove City College with us. And tomorrow we have an exciting lineup that runs all morning, and we are going to begin at 7 a.m. Jeff Coleman from Churchill Strategies will be doing an interview with former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum to kick things off tomorrow. And so now we are ready with our video with John Kennedy, the chairman of the Citizens Alliance of Pennsylvania.
I'm the luckiest guy I know. I was blessed with the best mother, an interesting father, a great culture where I grew up in a place called Youngstown, Ohio. It was an ethnic mix of criminals and characters and entrepreneurs and leaders, really.
I would say that my dad was a pioneer, is a pioneer in the family. The family he came from were not entrepreneurial. As a father, he never defined himself by his business, which I really give him a lot of credit for.
But I always had a nose for money. Back then, you either stole it, or you worked for it, or you married it. And so I tried 2 of those and ended up working for myself. I was ambitious and curious, but I wasn't very academic. I graduated 3rd from the bottom, not the top. I had no plan at all. And so I ended up working on the railroad back in 1956. I remember I had $5, and then within 18 months, I came to Harrisburg and started my own railroad construction company, something I never thought I'd ever do. Beyond all that, when I say, who am I, how did I get here, I'm the luckiest guy. I know, because I was free to do what I wanted to do. When I turn on the television now and I see bail out this, free education, they're stealing the liberty and the freedom of these young kids. We're at a time in our life right now in this country where those of us who did so well and cared so little about the country have an opportunity, really, to step back and do something of real value. Well, the mission is to preserve the free market capitalist system. If I could rule for a day, I'd put a needle in the arm of every employer, every entrepreneur, every capitalist, retired or active, stick it right in and say, drip, 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 it's time. If you walk into their office, what you'll find on their desk and their credentials and their walls, what do you find? You find a picture of their children, their families, they cherish. Well, if you really love and cherish them, you want them to be free to have the same choices you had. And the only way we do that now is that we need to take our time and go in and do the dirty work, do the heavy lifting. The politician should be someone who wants to get elected, serve, do the best they can, leave, period, and go back to where they came from. That's how the Founding Fathers perceived it and designed it to be. Whereas today it's completely upside down. It's a place where you build careers. It's the elite now. It's almost a class among itself. You know, the new rich are coming out of the nonprofit environment. Think about that. We need to take them on. And it's coming out of the roots of Pennsylvania, the special place. We need to take them on to do what? To bring those who produce jobs, small business particularly, 70% of the jobs they produce, I'm told, 70% of the taxes come from firms with less than 70 people. Okay, so isn't it time that we get engaged and we get elected to do what? To take them on, the same as the Founding Fathers did, to take on the unionized bureaucracy, not the people. Pennsylvania is the only place that started, and I'll tell you, I've proven it because we have gone beyond with the program we worked to states like Virginia and Delaware and Ohio and Michigan and Missouri and Texas and 3 New England states are following the lead of what we're doing by getting capitalists elected, getting people who produce the work and the tax to say, it's time I stick my nose into the business of public policy, because it really just it's the time to do it, and it's the best place to start, right here where the nation started, with the same spirit of us, because it's our turn and it's time. It's real simple. You abandon security in search of opportunity. An entrepreneur is somebody that takes all the God-given talents you know inside of you and goes about finding them, because there's nothing as precious as self-employment. You meet someone you would have never met before when you become self-employed, when you put it all on the line.
You know, thank God today we have the freedom, unlike many other countries, to push ourselves, even if it's not business. People that are not in business can be entrepreneurs by seeing a problem and coming up with a solution and then actually executing on it.
There was a time where the night before, you were going to wake up the next day no longer suffering from paycheckitis, that you were going to be self-employed. That was a special moment, with all the talent and all the experience and all the ambition, all that you were, you had no other choice but to quit your job and go into business. I question this: what if you couldn't do that? So to get them to step in now is to say to themselves, look at your sons and your sons' and daughters and say to themselves, I want them to have the same opportunity. And if they're not free to do it, what do we accomplish? We're not going to politic our way out of this. This is really, I hate to use the word, it's morality. It's right versus wrong. I'm hopeful about the future of capitalism because the millennials are smart, and the millennials like 56% of them hate public corruption. They really do. Yet at the same time, 98% of them like small business. They want to be free to do the stuff they want to do. Seniors out there, particularly the ones who have gained economic freedom, you can re-educate your adult children who they can re-educate their millennials, your grandchildren, so that we can get the country back. It's the greatest gift that keeps on giving any parent to watch them do something, not so much the same thing, but to do it better. And that is just like, I wish that for every parent. The spoils still belong to the risk taker. And to me, there's 900 definitions of what an entrepreneur is, but first you must be free to choose, abandoning security in pursuit of opportunity.
And I look at you. Yeah, look at each other.
And welcome back to the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And we are very pleased to have with us a longtime friend of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. John, I think you've probably been to every one, but certainly you were at the first one and here during many of the early years. John Gizzi here, many years worked for the venerable publication Human Events, and now is the Washington, D.C. correspondent, the White House correspondent, which has to be interesting under this president, for Newsmax. We are hopefully going to be joined by Dr. Paul Kengor here in a minute or two. But first of all, John, welcome back. It wouldn't be a PLC without you here. It just wouldn't be right. So we're so glad that you could be with us. And
I wouldn't be me without PLC. As you said, Lohman, I was present at the creation at the very first Pennsylvania Leadership Conference back in 1989.
Yep.
And I still remember when I was asked to be a panelist by our friend Jim Panyard. And in those days, you did not have the net, you did not have email, you didn't have texting. So when I got there, Sue Staub, the panel moderator, had no background on me, and she said, "You better introduce yourself." And I said at that point, "My name is John Gizzi. There'll be a short pause for you to say, 'Who cares?'"
Yeah, and of course, we're all missing Sue Staub, who regrettably passed away here over the past year. We're going to do an in memoriam on her tomorrow, but those early days of the PLC were quite exciting and quite interesting, especially coming after the Reagan years. But now we have the Trump years, and you have a front seat to history here, to what's taking place. And my first question to you, John, is just, have you ever seen anything like this before?
Well, I never thought as a White House correspondent I'd be putting in for combat pay, but this is what it is. You sense an air of hostility in the press room, not just from reporters, but certainly from press secretaries, and you can say it's justifiable. Anger in some cases, in other cases it's petty and unjustified. But while this is true of past press secretaries I've dealt with, and I'm now on my 12th, it's not been to the degree that we're seeing on television when there are press briefings. Some call it even beat the press. But I would point out that it's also an exciting time because Donald Trump, whatever you think of him, is different from any other president in history. He's the first president who never held elective or appointive office before he took the position. He is somebody who has only tangential ties to his party. He's actually contributed more money to Democrats than Republicans. And many say he's not fixed in his ideology, although, again, conservatives who support him say with great passion he always delivers on what he says. The obvious case in point being the Supreme Court justice he's going to announce tomorrow night.
This is interesting. I'm glad you brought up the whole issue of the Supreme Court. Expectations, maybe a bold prediction from John Gizzi as to who the president might pick. And is the Senate really, first of all, do they have the backbone to actually put this nomination into the committee, have it come out of the Judiciary Committee, run the vote, get this done in the next couple weeks? Do you think the Senate will actually do that?
I'm going to answer your questions, all four of them, backwards.
Okay.
Yes, 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 and Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh, very good, very good. Tell us a little bit about Judge Barrett. She was highly touted the last time when Justice Kavanaugh was the pick.
In fact, President Trump wanted to name her to the vacancy that Anthony Kennedy made possible with his retirement, and was persuaded, I am told, that her nomination would raise considerable controversy in the midterm election year. She has a long paper trail, not unlike the late Robert Bork or Justice Clarence Thomas. You know her thoughts on many things. She has some controversial statements, such as she does not believe stare decisis, letting the decision stand with a precedent, is sacrosanct. And, of course, she's a devout Roman Catholic, charismatic Catholic, in fact, and a mother of 7 with 2 adopted children from Haiti. In other words, she's quite a unique personality, as well as having a finely jeweled legal mind. She is sure to set off a protracted and argumentative and very stormy confirmation process. That said, the expectation is the president will name her Saturday evening. The hearings will begin the following week before the Senate Judiciary Committee, where Americans will see Lindsey Graham as chairman and Kamala Harris as a member of the committee. And they are expected to be wrapped up based on the precedent of Supreme Court appointments within 2 weeks. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is likely to move for a quick vote, so she could be confirmed in the 3rd week of October.
Now, we saw with Justice Kavanaugh and that confirmation fight where it got nasty, personally nasty. Now you have likely, well, we will have a female appointee, Judge Barrett, or perhaps another person, likely Judge Barrett. So now you're going to have a woman. Can the Democrats savage a female candidate in the same way they did Justice Kavanaugh, or would that really backfire in terms of the woman vote here with the presidential and U.S. Senate races?
When the assault was launched against Clarence Thomas in 1991, Justice Thomas, polls showed, had strong and growing support among black Americans nationwide. And if you notice the vote, he had Republicans voting against him, but virtually every Democrat from the South voted for him. I suspect the polls among black voters had something to do with that. Regarding a woman, I don't put anything past those who don't want to see a Trump appointee on the Supreme Court. So I would say one can expect it. And as sort of a sneak preview of what to watch, I suggest you go back and get the videos of her confirmation hearings to be on the U.S. Court of Appeals in 2017, in which her charismatic Catholicism was brought up, and one senator referred to it as her dogma.
Well, we are pleased that we have joining us now from Grove City, Pennsylvania, Dr. Paul Kengor. Dr. Kengor, of course, is a noted author. He has another new book out. There he is down there in the corner. Paul, good to see you.
Guys,
Paul has a new book out,
John.
The Devil and Karl Marx, which I'm sure he would appreciate everybody buying. But he also is, of course, with the Institute for Faith and Freedom at Grove City College. And, John, I'll turn it over to you and Paul now to talk about the current state of the conservative movement.
Thank you. And it's not only a pleasure, but an honor for me to share the stage, albeit virtually, with Dr. Paul Kengor. We are always told that the young people today are losing a sense of history or don't even have it. And I think as long as they have professors such as Paul Kengor, they will always be imbued with history. That is a specialty, and I will tell you I was very moved by a column he did some years ago about Martin Luther King actually going into East Berlin and not only preaching at 2 Lutheran churches, but defending the United States and not at all embracing communism as many of his enemies feared he would do. That was an outstanding column, Paul, and thanks for reminding us about this side of Dr. King that we don't hear about.
Oh, well, thank you, John. In fact, I wrote a piece this week for the American Spectator, and I quote Martin Luther King Jr. condemning communism. And I used that, and in fact, he said the biggest problem with communism is that it's materialistic and atheistic. And that's something that I wish that the leaders of BLM, Alicia Garza and Patrisse Cullors we say that we are trained Marxists. That's something that I wish that they would understand. And as Loma knows, one of the things that I point out in this book on Karl Marx is that Karl Marx was a complete racist as well. So the idea that any civil rights leader would identify as a Marxist is kind of ridiculous. Maybe a communist, but not a Marxist of all things. Wow. But it's good to be back with both of you guys.
All right. Let me start with an historical note. 1964 and the years preceding it are seen as sort of the embryonic period of modern conservatism. Barry Goldwater's book, Conscience of a Conservative, embodied the themes of Edmund Burke and Russell Kirk and others. National Review was taking off as a publication. Human Events certainly was in those days. And conservatism basically meant to all just what it said: smaller government, greater freedom, and a defeat of communism. Over the years, we've had different conservative factions. People refer to themselves as paleoconservatives, neoconservatives. Give us a quick synopsis on the state of conservatism as it is today.
Well, that's a good question, John. In fact, recently somebody said, oh, I don't agree with Ken Gore. He's a neocon. And I thought, a neocon? Me? Why? How? What? And so I emailed back, and he said, well, you supported the George W. Bush in the Gulf War, the invasion back in 2003. And I said, well, okay, all right, yeah. Does that mean I'm now a neocon? And by the way, what is a neocon? Right, John, in 2020, how would you even define a neocon, right? Maybe we could sort of define it around the Gulf War issue in 2003, but I don't know how you would define it today. And to go back to 1964, the year of the Goldwater candidacy, Ronald Reagan's Time for Choosing speech, really Russell Kirk, even Edmund Burke, right? But a conservative seeks to conserve and preserve, right? So the question is, what do you conserve? And like Kirk said, well, you conserve, like Reagan said as well, the timeless truths, the time-tested values and ideals, not just simply anything from the past, but the ideas, the ideals, the values over time, the biblical absolutes, the natural law, the moral absolutes that are here and endure for good reason because they're right and because they're true. You don't support slavery because slavery is in the past. It's a bizarre misconception, but I hear it a lot from people who are liberals. You conservatives want to conserve and preserve anything from the past. No, that is not true. You reject the ideas from the past that are not timeless truths. So a good question today, and John, I know you wrestle with this as well, is how do you define a conservative in the year 2020? And with the Trump presidency, here we are in the state of Pennsylvania, and if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's going to be probably because of guys in Western PA in the fracking industry who used to be Democrats, blue-collar Democrats. If you go right down my street, right here, and you hang a left, there's a gigantic sign on the sign of a building, a guy who builds race cars. And John, you'll appreciate this. It says, buy American, hire American, and then vote. It would have said 30 years ago, vote Democrat. Now it says vote Trump. Right. So Donald Trump has those voters in a way the Democrats used to own them, and the Republicans couldn't win them. Although there were a lot of Reagan Democrats in 1984 that voted for Reagan of that type. But those people are now firmly Donald Trump. And that's something that reflects a shift in the Republican Party, maybe some elements of quote unquote conservatism. But it certainly reflects a major shift in the Republican Party in the year 2020. And it's probably going to be decisive for the state of Pennsylvania in the 2020 election.
Well, let me take this a step further. Largely because of Barry Goldwater's vote against the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Republicans have had a difficult time getting back to the 30+% of the vote that they captured among black Americans under Dwight Eisenhower and Richard Nixon in 1960. He got about 37% of the vote against Jack Kennedy. Now you have a president who is portrayed as hostile to the black community and yet talks extensively about opportunity zones and what he hopes to do to improve the livelihood and the opportunity for black Americans. My question is simple. Will he be able to break the years-long onus against conservative and Republicans among blacks and go higher than the 8% of the vote he received in 2016?
I'll tell you, John, that's not much of a bar to surpass, is it? 8%.
Well, Trump surpassed the bar set by Romney 4 years earlier.
Yeah, so I would have said 2 years ago, or even a year ago, yes, because the economy was doing so well. It's rebounding again now, kind of in the third quarter, post COVID-19 dive in the first and second quarter of 2020. So I would have thought a year ago, 2 years ago, yeah, thought he would have improved on that. Then 8 weeks ago, I would have said, no, he's in big trouble. But I don't know, John, I'm seeing some numbers now, maybe you are too, that suggest that Donald Trump will pick up among the black vote, also among the Latino vote as well. And it is, from a historical point of view, I think this has been one of the saddest things that's happened to the Republican Party. Black Americans were so solidly Republican. I mean, all the leaders of the NAACP, 80, 100 years ago, this was the Lincoln effect. Again, speaking of Pennsylvania, right? Gettysburg, the Gettysburg Address. They remained solidly Republican until the FDR years, until the Roosevelt years, and then also drifted further away with LBJ, 1960s, 1970s. Ronald Reagan really made some nice overtures to the black community. I can show you pictures, statements where he's meeting with everybody from, Rosie Greer to Meadowlark Lemon to Michael Jackson in the
Muhammad
White House
Ali
in the 1980s. Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, the other question, just turning to foreign policy, you mentioned earlier your support for the Gulf War, and I would just like to mention that we are seeing a debate that's ongoing in Washington among conservatives. President Trump, for example, must have said for the umpteenth time he wants to end endless wars. And that's a cry one finds in the conservative movement quite frequently. He's sending out a message, I think, to a base within the Republican Party. And he goes a step further by naming the names of those who would like to continue what he calls endless wars, notably House GOP Conference Chairman Liz Cheney, to name a recent example. What is the U.S. going to do in the future about these wars? In particular, what are conservative Republicans going to do with this clear dichotomy on the issue?
Well, that's a great question, John. And really, this is kind of where the conservative coalition post-Cold War has really started to fall apart, right? I mean, in the 1970s, 1980s, it was anti-communism, fighting the Soviets. That's what really held the conservative coalition together. And we saw this with Pat Buchanan's challenge in 1992, and this is where the kind of the old right, the paleo conservatives, began the split throughout the 1990s. George W. Bush would look back at the 1990s and refer to it as years of repose, right, between what he called the shipwreck of communism and the day of fire, between the Berlin Wall, 1989, and September 11, 2001, where we're trying to figure out what is our place in the world. If you look back at the Clinton years, foreign policy, what was it? What would we do, right? You had the Balkans, the war in the Balkans, 1988. It's really hard to define anything very clear. And then, as George W. Bush put it, 9/11 happened and that changed everything. So he pursued a more activist foreign policy, certainly in the Middle East. Read his National Endowment for Democracy speech in November 2003, where he quotes Woodrow Wilson, FDR, Ronald Reagan's March of Freedom, and says, we're going to bring the March of Freedom into the Middle East. This area that hasn't had democracies, we're going to create the first two of them in Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein's Iraq. We're going to transform the Middle East. Well, now that's gone. And, Donald Trump has, we pretty much pulled at least most troops from Iraq and Afghanistan. He promised that we would not get engaged in any wars in the Middle East. I think, John, the Middle East under Trump is something that he's not getting enough credit for among the international community, certainly among liberals, among the dominant press. We just had an amazing peace agreement between Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, where those are the first two Arab countries to recognize Israel's right to exist since Jordan in 1994, since Egypt at Camp David. There had only been two since the three notes of Khartoum back in 1967. There have been only Jordan and Egypt. Trump just added two weeks ago, last week, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and there could be even more that could come along. Right. So the Middle East piece is something that I think Donald Trump is not getting due credit for at all. People are going to want to talk about COVID and the economy and Supreme Court picks. That first debate with Mike Wallace or whoever it is, they've got to talk about the Middle East because there's some real signature Trump accomplishments here, which I think goes back to you. How will this affect the Jewish vote? Really, Trump ought to be able to improve, I would think, on those numbers from 2016 with the Jewish vote.
Right. Richard Nixon in 1972 certainly increased the Republican performance among the Jewish vote, and Ronald Reagan, I believe, got 40% the first time he ran, even after Carter presided over Camp David. So the chemistry is definitely there to do it with these accomplishments. I might add, last week I interviewed Nadim Gemayel, a member of the Lebanese parliament and the son of the late President-elect Bashir Gemayel, who was killed by a suicide bomber nearly 40 years ago, 38 years ago to be exact, and was headed toward making Lebanon an independent country and kicking out the outside meddlers. Young Mr. Gemayel told me that Donald Trump certainly has a warm place in the hearts of those who want an independent Lebanon and want groups such as Hezbollah out, because the Iran treaty that he ended, that Obama started, and that's been a source of encouragement to the Lebanese who want a free and independent Lebanon.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. In fact, there's some news today on that. And yeah, what's happened to Lebanon and Beirut since the 1970s, when the PLO first pulled out of Jordan and started building terrorist camps in Lebanon. I mean, John, you and I are old enough to remember this. The Ronald Reagan would refer to what happened at the Marine barracks in Beirut as the worst moment of his presidency. Yes. When, what was it, about 240 U.S. Marines were killed by an Islamist suicide bomber.
Right.
Yeah, and they took a beautiful country, beautiful city. Beirut was known as the Paris of the Middle East, and quite literally blew it up. So it's been rebounding ever since. And yeah, there could be even movement there with the Middle East. So what percentage of the Jewish vote did Donald Trump get in 2016? I don't think it was more than 30 or 33, 35. Do you recall, John?
No, I don't recall. But if he got that high, that would be a marked improvement over what Mitt Romney received and what John McCain received, and George W. Bush for that matter. But this is going to be a new and uncharted territory for Republicans. Now, as you mentioned, you and I are not as young as we used to be, so let's look at the present and the future right now. Mario Vargas Llosa, the Peruvian author, once said, "Uncertainty is a flower whose petals have yet to be picked." We are facing some uncertain times ahead. If Donald Trump is reelected, do you see changes in conservatism in terms of the ideology and who it's appealing to?
Well, I mean, here's where I'm going to be quite negative. I think we've really blown an opportunity here to teach conservatism over the past 4 years. And one of the reasons why I was supportive of Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, I know a lot of people watching this don't like Marco Rubio because of what he did in immigration and so forth. But those two guys really understood and could articulate conservatism. They knew it really well. And, I think Case who could articulate conservatism. Now, he may be pursuing some policies and so forth, certainly in economics, free markets for business, that are good for conservatives. And by the way, cultural issues, he's been tremendous on abortion and religious liberty. I would have never expected that. That's a complete shock to me. I didn't believe it when he said it in 2015 and 2016. Yeah, but he's been great on that issue. So, but I do think we've lacked in what we had in Ronald Reagan, and look, we lacked it in George W. Bush as well. Someone who really can use the bully pulpit as a way to kind of preach and teach conservatism. And I'm seeing, John, young people, especially young conservatives, or maybe I should say would-be conservatives, aren't really there because they don't really truly understand what conservatism is. They're getting a caricature of it in their universities and from the left. And so I would really like to see more forceful and clear teaching on what conservatism is from the leader of it, which would be the leader of the Republican Party, would be the president.
Well, let me give you the obverse of that question now, Paul. If Donald Trump were to lose, does conservatism go back to what it was, which is conserve and preserve, and have some friendly disagreements, or I should say friendlier disagreements, about the degree of foreign involvement? Or does Trumpism, a populist nationalism, survive as a force?
Yeah, this is a great question. It's a very insightful question. There would be a continuity, ironically, of all things, on cultural issues, religious liberty issues again like abortion, and I would not have thought that. So whoever would pick up from that, whether it would be a Cruz, a Rubio, a Nikki Haley, Scott Walker, maybe perhaps, I don't know, I haven't thought about 2024, or Mike Pence, right? So there would be a continuity there with no problem. The tougher issue would be some aspects of economics. Trump's a free marketer. It's really clear. I mean, he wants lower taxes. He wants economic growth. He wants to help business. Trade is more difficult. And Trump is kind of a bit more of the Buchanan wing of, I don't know, we shouldn't call it protectionism, right? But Trump would say he's fighting for fair trade to allow for free trade. So the battle against China isn't about undermining trade, but it's about opening trade in order to have a more of a level playing field. And that's what he believes with NAFTA, too, with renegotiating NAFTA. So maybe there'd be some issues there on economics, but the big one would be in foreign policy. And I got to tell you, John, in all honesty, today in 2020, I don't know how you define a conservative foreign policy. I really don't. I could have told you at one point that it was about opposing communism, opposing the Soviets. That's gone. It's still about opposing communism. But I'm not sure what a conservative foreign policy really would even be, how it would be defined in the 2020s.
My final question to you is going to conclude where Lohman began, the Supreme Court. We've seen the nature of justices of the court become a critical issue, if not an imperative, and certainly with conservatives and with those on the left. I've reported in Newsmax, and it's no great scoop, that the president in all likelihood will name Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the court. Do you see this setting off a firestorm with both sides, and what would be the long-term impact of the confirmation of a Justice Barrett?
Yeah, I agree with you on this, John. I've had people tell me since the Kavanaugh hearings that Amy Coney Barrett is next. And somebody told me that about 2 months ago. Very high-level person in the judicial area. I can't say anything more than that Amy Coney Barrett is next. So I expect her to be named. It's going to be an absolute culture war. They're going to portray her as a snake handler and a fanatic. And the way that the left is going to attack her on her faith, her very devout Catholic faith, I think is going to bring Donald Trump the Catholic vote. And Trump got the Catholic vote in 2016. This is Pew Research numbers, 52 to 45. And all of that came in late in the last 4 weeks, especially after the moment of the debate with Hillary Clinton when he was asked the partial birth abortion question. And he said, kind of classic Donald Trump, right? Nothing sophisticated, no quoting of natural law. He said, Hillary thinks you can abort a baby right up to the final trimester, and I just think that's wrong. I just think it's wrong. Right? It was kind of that at the heart answer that appealed to people. And he won the Catholic vote 52 to 45. He won white Catholics like 60 to 36, I think.
Right.
Catholics who go to Mass weekly or more, I think it was almost 65-35. So by picking Amy Coney Barrett, this is going to be a culture war issue. It's going to help them with the Catholic vote. And I don't know if you saw this, John and Lohman, but Donald Trump and Melania Trump showing great class by going and paying their respects to Ruth Bader Ginsburg at her coffin. Mm-hmm. And the way that the feminist women in the audience shrieked and screamed and yelled is one of the most vicious, nasty, uncharitable, classless things I think I've ever seen.
Yes.
And to watch that video for 2 minutes of Trump and Melania with their faces covered with their masks, trying to endure the hissing and booing and shrieking from that crowd when they were simply trying to pay their respects to a woman that they disagreed with, that is one of the most nasty things I've seen in politics.
Yeah.
And yet that's important of what's to come over the next few weeks, if and when he nominates Amy Coney Barrett, or if he nominates the Catholic woman judge from Florida.
Barbara Lagoa, yes. Right.
Yeah.
Well, Paul, this has been a wonderful exchange. I could probably go on for another hour, but I don't think Lohman would like that, nor would our crew. Let me just point out that John Kennedy once said, when the sun is shining, that's the time to paint the roof. And the fact is that we will soon have an election and we'll be in an odd-numbered year. This is a time for conservatives to have conversation, to talk about differences, and to move on with a philosophy, as Ronald Reagan said, of bold colors and no pale pastels. And of course, conservatism will change, new people will come in, but essentially it is the same philosophy that we learn from the past. And as George Santayana said, of course, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Paul Kanger, thank you very much.
You're great, John. I wish I was there with you and Lohman to go have a beer, but I guess we can't do that. Not this time, maybe next year.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
That's promise.
Take care, guys.
Okay.
All right, you got it.
Well, John, I'll disagree with you on one point. I, for one, could sit here for another hour or two and listen to you and Paul talk about these sorts of things. Unfortunately, we're tightly scheduled here today, and we can't do that. And we're all hoping that next year, for the 2021 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, which, by the way, is April 16th and 17th, that we're going to be able to all be here together rather than have to do it virtually. But right now, we want to end today's portion of the program with one more presentation. We are going to have a short video from Congressman Dan Muser. Dan Muser represents the 9th Congressional District, and that is in the northeastern part of the state, extends down into Lebanon County. Dan was, first of all, a businessman who created thousands of jobs growing his business. He was then appointed as the State Secretary of Revenue by then Governor Tom Corbett. So we'll conclude our conference this afternoon with comments from Congressman Dan Muser.
Greetings, my fellow conservatives, and all those who should be. I'm Dan Muser, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to congratulate Loman Henry for his leadership and all of the Pennsylvania Leadership Council for their commitment to limited government, a free market economy, and support of the individual liberties and our Constitution that make America the land of freedom and opportunity. Greetings, my fellow Americans and the great people of Pennsylvania's 9th Congressional District. It has truly been my honor to represent you in Washington, to be your voice, and to work for you here at home. Our goals over the past 2 years have been to support President Trump's America First agenda, to work on federal legislation that is always in the interest of Pennsylvania, to lead a dedicated and highly responsive staff so as to provide top-notch constituent services to you, and to communicate and be accessible in a highly effective manner. As your member of Congress, I've been an avid supporter of the president and the Republican agenda, which includes strong border security, job growth, reduced taxes, deregulation, fair and reciprocal trade agreements, and a strong military. I supported all new appropriations for our military and will always have the back of our brave men and women in uniform. Under President Trump and Republicans in Congress, we brought our economy and our military out of the Obama-Biden doldrums and strengthened both our economy and military. I am proud to serve on the Committee for Veterans Affairs. We have significantly improved services and support for veterans with the expansion of the Veterans Choice Act, Blue Water Navy Act, and a bill I introduced, the Autos for Veterans Act. I also serve on the Budget Committee and introduced legislation to provide accuracy on budget accounting. Additionally, I introduced legislation for family support services to help families suffering with drug addiction. I also introduced a bill to create the Infrastructure Bank for America, a smart P3 initiative to invest in America's infrastructure, and an important bill known as the Mine-Affected Communities Energy and Environment Act to expedite the cleanup of combeks, as well as to assist our many cogen energy plants throughout the district. I recently sponsored a bill to stop mail-in voter fraud. We need an election system that allows a voter to request a mail-in ballot, but the mass mailings of unsolicited ballots is wrought with potential fraud. We must have voter security that ensures one citizen, one vote. I'm very pleased to inform you that our constituent services have been exceptional. Your Washington and district staff work very hard, and our outreach and casework successes are at the highest levels for all congressional districts. I am very grateful to my team, your team, for their dedication to serving you. Particularly during the pandemic, we rose to the occasion. We worked 12-hour days every day and helped small businesses, hospitals, banks, families, food banks, healthcare workers, you name it. We endeavored to manage through and, yes, very often fight against many of the governor's burdensome regulations, which closed down small businesses and affected livelihoods and lives. Moving forward, we should follow the president's lead and adopt a smart plan for Pennsylvania to be on a strong path to recovery. I must tell you, however, the 116th Congress has also been a great disappointment. There's so much that could have been done, but opportunity has been squandered by Speaker Nancy Pelosi and far too many Democrat members that vote with her 100% of the time. I honestly wonder if these members care more about their districts and their country or being in Speaker Pelosi's good graces. During this Congress, congressional Democrats refused to secure our borders and forced a shutdown of our federal government. President Trump has nearly single-handedly corrected this severe problem, with Democrats fighting him every step of the way. Nancy Pelosi's Congress failed to lower prescription drug prices, failed to stop the practice of surprise billing, failed to offer an infrastructure bill that could be put into law, delayed by almost a year the passing of the USMCA, costing the creation of thousands of new jobs. And Nancy Pelosi's Congress impeached our president with no credible evidence or due process. The Democrat House majority politicized every bill and every action for the past 2 years, and they will do so again if we don't win back the U.S. House, which I think we will do. The Democrat Majority Caucus, led by Speaker Pelosi, squandered an opportunity for what they believe is their own political gain. They should pay the price come Election Day. I also firmly believe we will re-elect President Trump. Along with his America First agenda, I can tell you from personal experience, I've never met anyone more determined, harder working, and frankly more patriotic than President Trump. He has a very good understanding for what is best for America, and he has kept his promises and accomplished so much in spite of the Democrat resistance. One quick story. I was speaking with the president, and I congratulated him on his new Homeland Security team as the number of illegals crossing the border declined dramatically since my last trip to the border. The president said, yes, it is a good team, but what really made the difference was my relationship with the president of Mexico, who offered to put the Mexican military on their northern and southern border, as many as 20,000 troops. I responded to the president, well, that is certainly something you don't see in the media. And I added, Mr. President, Mexico built the military wall, and they are, in fact, paying for it. In the same conversation, I told the president about my family and that my father was a retired police officer, in fact, a detective. After listening to me talk about my dad, the president said to me, hey, try to call your father. I would like to thank him for his service. He sounds like a great guy. I did. Unfortunately, my father answered. I said, Dad, someone wants to say hello to you. Well, needless to say, my father was very surprised, had a nice chat with the President of the United States, and this was certainly a call he will never forget. Folks, this election is, as we all know, incredibly important to us and our posterity. I believe this election is about people, leadership, and our future. Our party, president, policies, and ideals are entirely focused on what's best for the American people, their freedom and their security. Today's Democrats are concerned with their own special interests, identity politics, and never seem to be for the greater good of America. This election is about leadership, about staying focused on the greater good and inspiring others to do the same. President Trump and I believe we must focus on law and order, national security, economic strength, investing in our infrastructure, and education skills development for our young people. Leadership requires courage. It's terrible leadership to make short-term political decisions that satisfy the emotional issue of the day rather than make decisions for the longer-term interest of our citizens. It's disgraceful that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and other Democrat leaders would not denounce the violence in our streets and only did so after taking a poll. Anyone in elected office who thinks this way deserves no position of authority and should be voted out. This election is about our future. Contrary to Joe Biden's campaign narrative, we are a great country. They choose to blame America first. We choose to put all Americans first. We choose to accentuate the many positives of our country and work to improve in areas that need to be addressed. I am very confident that 4 more years of President Trump working with the Republican House and Senate, great things will happen for America. As many of you know, I was in the business world for 25 years and served as Pennsylvania's Secretary of Revenue for 4 years. I don't make political comments that I don't believe will come to fruition or are not realistic. We can and will recover from the COVID-19 crisis, and with President Trump's policies and lean forward attitude, we will have an incredible American decade. If elected, Joe Biden will at best be a placeholder. And of course, the more likely scenario is he will enact extreme left policies directed at transforming our country into something unrecognizable. Joe Biden is never in doubt, but he also never seems to be right. Joe is very much like an onion. The more you peel his record back, the more you want to cry. Joe Biden and the Democrat House vision for America and Pennsylvania is to raise taxes by a lot, over $4 trillion, expand all of government, adopt the Green New Deal, spend us into oblivion, implement all kinds of restrictions on our Second Amendment rights, taxpayer-paid abortion on demand at any point in the term of pregnancy, enact a government takeover of health care, give illegals amnesty, open borders, and ultimately a government takeover as much of our economy and freedoms as they can get away with. Outside of that, he's wonderful. Their goal is power. That's socialism, folks, no matter how you slice it. This is why so many Pennsylvania Democrats do not relate to today's Democrat Party and are now voting Republican. I do, however, believe that the vast majority of our citizens love our country, our history, and what the United States of America stands for. I also believe that we will vote in this election to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. So, as we continue our work, both in Washington and the district, I look forward to hearing from you, working for you, and representing your interests in Washington. I do gratefully and humbly ask you for your vote. Thank you for the honor to serve you in the U.S. House of Representatives. And may God bless you. And may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Congressman Muser, and as always, we'll look forward to hopefully having you here with us next spring when all of us will be once again here in the ballroom of the Radisson Penn Harris for the 2021 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We have Jesse Waters from Fox News The Five and Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz all lined up to join us next year. But before we get to that, and just to conclude today's portion of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, a look ahead to a very full morning tomorrow. We are going to get underway bright and early at 7 o'clock, which is what we do every year here at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. And Jeff Coleman from Churchill Strategies has put together a great interview with former U.S. Senator Rick Santorum. After we hear from Senator Santorum, we're going to be joined live here at the Radisson Penn Harris by Tim DeFore, who is the Republican nominee for Pennsylvania Auditor General. And then at 8 o'clock, we have a panel on a very critical issue this year and every election year. And we're going to talk about a free market approach to health care. And Jesri Friend from the Manufacturers and Business Association will be moderating that panel. Then at 8:30, a very special guest, C.L. Bryant, Reverend C.L. Bryant from FreedomWorks will be joining us. We're then going to talk about expanding the base with Lenny McAllister from the Commonwealth Foundation. And then a very special conversation. John Gizzi of Newsmax will be back with us again, and he is going to talk with former Pennsylvania House Speaker Michael Terzai. After that, we're going to have a discussion about Pennsylvania's state budget, which I'm sure many of you know is some $5 billion in the red, and which has to be dealt with here in November. Ashley Klingensmith from Americans for Prosperity Pennsylvania will be moderating a panel presentation entitled Competitive, Simple, and Fair, the Trifecta for Comprehensive Tax Reform. Then we will be joined by U.S. Representative Scott Perry. Following Scott Perry, another longtime friend to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, John Fund from National Review will be joining us. And then we have a speech by our U.S. Senator, Pat Toomey. Following that, David Taylor from the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association. He will be back with us, and we'll have a conversation with Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler. We will also hear from Heather Heidelbaugh, who is the Republican nominee for Attorney General, and Stacey Garrity, who is the Republican nominee for State Treasurer. And then our lunchtime speech will be delivered by Lawrence Tabus, who is chairman of the Pennsylvania Republican State Party. And we also will then have a panel presentation. Another good friend of the Leadership Conference, Jeff Lord, will be joining us to moderate that. He will be joined by Rose Tennant, also by Bernie Comfort, the Pennsylvania Trump chairperson, and by Vernon Robinson, who heads up Black Americans to re-elect the president. So all of that for a very full morning and early afternoon as the 2020 Pennsylvania Leadership Conference continues tomorrow. Again, you can tune in by watching us on the Pennsylvania Cable Network, which will be airing us live. You can go to paleadershipconference.org to see us stream the event. And of course, you can tune in to Facebook Live or YouTube. So until tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, I'm Loman Henry from the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. We hope you will join us tomorrow. Have a good evening.